Chapter 621. The group didn't deliberately search for it. Yun Xiao was the owner here. The robot would come out on its own sooner or later. Xia Tu and Yun Xiao walked at the front, leading everyone through the garden and around the central fountain. The manor castle was vast. The lawns on either side of the entrance alone were several thousand square meters, and the surrounding gardens were vibrant and colorful, like a scene from a fairy tale. After passing through the garden, they arrived at the castle gate. Large floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor offered an unobstructed view of the hall. The interior was brightly lit, with crystal chandeliers casting a warm glow. Thick, off-white carpets covered the floor, and toys were piled high around the room. 4 or 5 Nani robots were busy, neatly arranging plates on a long table covered with a white lace tablecloth. The sentries were stunned. Living in a resource-scarce wasteland era, they had never seen such extravagant, almost absurd, scenes. Living in such a huge castle all by yourself, surrounded by dozens of robots. Jiang Mu clicked his tongue. This isn't a home, it's a palace. Yun Xiao stood silently at the door. Xia Tu, however, turned and glanced at Jiang Mu, his gaze lingering on his shoulder. He asked in a low voice, "Is your wound all right?" His words seemed concerned, but were actually rubbing salt into the wound. Jiang Mu scoffed. "I won't die." He didn't bother explaining the reason for his injury, too lazy to deal with this love-struck fool who only knew how to protect his own. Fu Heng took 2 steps back, her gaze falling on the details of the dining table. The food was fresh, its color and presentation perfect. But why were all the portions tiny, children's meals? Not even enough to fill the sentinel's teeth. The hall door was open, and Yun Xiao saw the children's meal on the table. "Are you all hungry?" She had given up hope on the Nani robot's intelligence, her tone tinged with helplessness and disdain for these metal lumps. "Just eat as is, we could always get more if needed." In the robot's program, she was still a child, and everything was done according to little Yun Xiao's standards. As for how to modify the program, she'd have to figure that out after she finished eating. And so, a group of people filed in, and sat down at the long table, which was easily over 10 meters long, staring blankly at the thumb-sized honey-baked veal steaks on the delicate little plates in front of them. Kai Zhou looked at Yufei across from him questioningly. "Is this for before or after the meal? Is there rice or steamed buns?" Guide Yun just said, "We could add more dishes. I wonder if 100 more plates would be enough." Xia Mingang picked up a fork, about the size of his thumb, with a red strawberry pattern printed on it. The young master was speechless for the first time, forking his steak and throwing it directly into his mouth. It was delicious. He had never eaten such delicious steak before. But it was gone after a couple of chews, and the more he ate, the hungrier he became. The robot's food service was incredibly slow. After everyone finished their steaks, they looked at each other, feeling awkward sitting there doing nothing, but they were too shy to find a topic to talk about. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Yun Xiao, destroy it. Although that's what she thought. But she was, after all, the hostess, and she couldn't let everyone sit in such a luxurious castle and go hungry. Yun Xiao got up to look for the intelligent robot, hoping to issue a direct command to modify its program, but after looking around for a long time, she couldn't find it. There seemed to be a doorbell in the bedroom. It always appeared whenever she pressed it. Yun Xiao hesitated whether to go upstairs to try it when she felt Xia Tu, sitting beside her, tug at her sleeve. Xia Tu moved closer, his voice close to her ear. "There's instant noodles in the bag. Make some hot water. Let everyone eat and rest first. We have a good meal tonight after the program is set up." "Okay." Yun Xiao nodded in agreement, and instructed the robot nanny to boil water. Everyone had just been through a battle and desperately needed rest. There was no need to linger here. She had the robot nanny take the remaining meat to her uncle. He Guanghai looked at her with a hesitant expression, as if he had a lot to say to her, but with so many people around, he swallowed his words and quietly ate his steak. Yun Xiao knew what he wanted to say. "Uncle, do you think I suffered in the past?" She continued. "Actually, I didn't feel any suffering at all. My uncles have given me everything they could, the best of everything. I always been very happy." He Guanghai was stunned, his eyes instantly reddening. Fu Heng coughed lightly. Sitting there was really boring, so she decided to take advantage of everyone being there to discuss something serious. "What are your thoughts on that red eye?" "It's very strong. It can release mental suppression at will, capture our memory weaknesses, and replicate S-rank combat strength." Jiang Mu leaned back in his chair, playing with a mini fork in his hand, and concluded, "You could say it possesses the abilities of both a top-tier sentinel and a top-tier guide." "And those imposters," Xia Mingang interjected, "they're indestructible and indestructible, utterly disgusting." Xie2 added calmly, most importantly, it doesn't seem to be using its full strength. Fu Heng frowned, finding the situation somewhat troublesome. She turned to Yun Xiao. What did you say during your mental connection? It wasn't hard to see that the red-eyed creature seemed quite wary of Yunju. After Yun Xiao brought up Yunju, it easily let them leave. If they could be used to their advantage, perhaps they could find a way to defeat it. Yun Xiao was about to answer when the people at the table suddenly turned their heads simultaneously, looking out through the floor-to-ceiling windows. There's movement. The scenery outside was beautiful, with large gardens and greenery obscuring the view. But everyone could see the roof of the armored vehicle. The vehicle was moving, being dragged into the manor castle. Fu Heng listened carefully, then looked at Yun Xiao again. Did you have the robot pull the vehicle over? Yun Xiao paused. No, I haven't had time to give the order. Upon hearing this, the sentries grabbed their weapons and stood up collectively. However, Yun Xiao said calmly, I roughly know who it is. Xie2, that intelligent robot? Yun Xiao nodded, then slowly stood up. I go take a look. Hearing that she was going out, the sentries dared not stay any longer and followed her out the door. The castle was too large. The voice came from the area directly opposite the dining room, so Yun Xiao led the group out through a side door. The garden's plant walls were covered with small white flowers, resembling a maze. Yun Xiao led the group through the garden, turning two corners, until the view suddenly opened up. A wide area appeared ahead, with a row of cream-colored bungalows built to the side. The armored vehicle was parked quietly there, but the robot was nowhere to be seen. Where is everyone? Xia Mingang's voice had just fallen when a very faint, rhythmic metallic knocking sound came from the other side of the armored vehicle. The vehicle blocked the view. Yun Xiao stepped forward, and just as she rounded the armored vehicle, a strange scene came into view. The door to the bungalow was open, and a robot stood with its back to them on a stool in front of a control panel, repairing another Nani robot that had collapsed. The robot was repairing another robot. The scene was rather abstract. It seemed to have eyes in the back of its head. As Yun Xiao approached, a voice rang out. Good day, little master. Chapter 622. This robot was very short, only about 1.2 meters tall. It had a large pink bow on its oval head, and wore a matching pink plaid children's outfit. Xie2 only needed one glance to understand that this was Xiao Yun Xiao's aesthetic. Its short stature was probably for ease of childcare. I just saw the little bluebird playing in the amusement park, and I knew it was you coming back. It closed the Nani robot's chest flap with its mechanical arm, and said in a tone that coaxed a child, Little master is so great. Not only do you know the way home, but you also brought back a guest. You're amazing. Yun Xiao felt that the tone was strangely familiar, somewhat like how Jiang Li usually praised the white she-beast. Her childhood memories were hazy. She could only grasp some fragments through her red eyes, and she couldn't quite remember what this butler robot's name was. A composed gentleman, a sharp lady, a lively gentleman, and, well, a very healthy gentleman. It turned around, slightly tilting its head, which was tied with a bow, and looked Xie2 and the others over, praising, Little master is really amazing, making new friends. Xia Minggang, you better explain yourself clearly, who is who? The robot seemed not to hear, lifting its little skirt. I almost forgot to introduce myself. Hello everyone, my name is Carrie, and guests can also call me Butler Carrie. Xie2 nodded slightly. Hello. Carrie? Yun Xiao had a vague impression, and she wanted to test it, so she asked, Carrie, do you know how long I've been gone? Carrie replied, judging from the little master's current bone age, you've been away for quite a while this time, about 13 or 14 years. Yun Xiao, you thought I just went out to play? Carrie, yes. Yun Xiao looked up and saw the word speechless in the eyes of the others. We don't have the authority to restrict your personal freedom. You're safe in here. Carrie skillfully completed the final calibration procedure with her robotic arm, pushed the Nani robot off the workbench, and then nimbly spun around, her pink plaid skirt fluttering slightly. It explained that guy from the Shadow Clan wouldn't dare hurt you. Even if you get lost, it's okay, that guy will bring you back. Yun Xiao, So the robot thought she was playing somewhere else in the contaminated zone. Had enough playing? Was she getting picked up and dropped off? Yun Xiao subconsciously glanced at her uncle. She seemed to understand the reason for the continuous expansion of contaminated Zone 6. This was somewhat unacceptable to her. Xie2 noticed her gaze and whispered in her ear, the contaminated zone has been spreading. It has nothing to do with you. Before Yunju went in, contaminated Zone 6 was already a 5-star region. All 5-star contaminated zones are spreading, Zone 6 is no exception. Yuan Zhao felt a little better and nodded absently. Do you know anything about the Shadow Clan? Fu Heng asked, taking the opportunity when it brought it up. Kree stepped down from the control panel. Yes, I know. The Shadow Clan was born from the chaotic energy of the early universe. They feed by devouring the consciousness of living beings and are also known as the Crimson-Seeing Descendants. They don't have a fixed form. Their eyeballs are merely the manifestation of their consciousness, used to penetrate the target's nerves. In interstellar year 13828, the Shadow Clan was defeated and signed the Star Sea Hunting Prohibition Treaty with the Federation, being permanently exiled to a peripheral star, becoming cosmic wanderers ever since. My master and I hadn't seen them for many years before we came here. Master? Xie asked. Is your master Yunju? Carrie, with a bow on his head, turned around. Ah, the guest knows the master? That's wonderful. No wonder you're the little master's new friend. His coaxing tone made everyone's eyelids twitch. Fuyu hadn't expected her casual question to actually elicit an answer. This robot was clearly extraordinary. She continued, What are the weaknesses of the pupil Shadow Clan? They do. Hearing this, everyone held their breath, afraid of missing any important information. Carrie replied, They fear light guides. Some people had never heard of light guides before, while others wore expressions of I knew it. Jiang Mu raised an eyebrow. Related to dark matter? Carrie was very enthusiastic. Yes, is there anything else you guests would like to know? At this moment, the Nani robot lying on the ground reacted. Self-test complete. T-12 is back in operation. The newly repaired Nani robot successfully started up, wobbled to its feet, and glided towards the kitchen. Carrie received a message from the castle. The water's ready. Guests, please go and have your meal. Xia Mingang looked at Yun Zhao with a strange expression and said, Do you aliens always add an when you talk? Yun Zhao didn't want to answer such a pointless question and gestured to the others. Let's go inside and talk. Xie Tu had just taken a step to follow when Carrie pushed him past. The butler robot, only 1.2 meters tall, looked particularly small among the group of adults. Xie Tu didn't want to argue with it, so he followed 2 steps behind. Is the little master angry that I didn't come to find you immediately? Carrie sidled up to Yun Zhao, chattering on and on. That Shadow Clan guy suddenly went berserk. I went to warn him, and when I came back, I saw the Nani robot was malfunctioning. I was thinking of fixing it before coming to find you. Gone berserk? Yun Zhao paused, a bad feeling creeping in. What's wrong with it? I don't know. The black seed. The dark matter the guest mentioned, is spreading again. Some of it has gotten in. Carrie, making sure she wasn't angry, said happily, Little Master's temper is much better than before. That's amazing, not even getting angry. Yun Zhao, What kind of weird praise program did Daddy set up for this robot? Everyone heard Carrie's words. Has the contaminated area spread? Fu Yi frowned. There must be reinforcements outside now. 5 people are still missing. If others get caught up in, and happen to land in Red Eye's territory, the consequences will be unimaginable. They thought it was just a normal spread, translating spreading as a spread. But this was enough to raise everyone's alarm. We can't stay here too long, we must resolve this problem first. Fu Yi looked at the others, seeking their opinions. Asked the captain. Jiang Mu walked to the back. He released the white jade beast, which flew towards the amusement park, seemingly eager to find the little bluebird and the fire phoenix. He lazily raised his eyes, acting first and asking questions later. The child has been begging to come out and see things. If it damages anything, remember to pay for it yourself, Captain. Yun Zhao nodded nonchalantly, answering Fu Yu's question. Let's eat first, then we discuss the next steps. Yun Zhao looked at Carrie. You still haven't answered. What exactly is dark matter? Chapter 623. Little Master, are you asking about the black seed? Carrie was happy to answer Yun Zhao's questions without reservation. It's a unique product of the Shadow Clan, the cornerstone of their eternal realm. It can bypass conventional physical rules, directly transforming spiritual obsessions into quantum condensed matter of physical reality. Yun Zhao paused, thinking of the countless contaminated zones born from obsessions. Physicalization, consciousness? Yes, the black seed infiltrates the genetic chain of living beings, stimulating genetic mutations. Carrie raised his mechanical arm, touched the bow on his head, and continued to explain, when they invade lower civilizations, they spread the black seed, stimulating the spiritual power mutations of native organisms, thus producing enough food for their survival. Of course, there are times when it fails. If an individual's obsession is too deep, the black seed will also change its form, materializing their spiritual world. Non-living entities can also be affected. This is how the contaminated zones here were formed. A deathly silence fell. The weight of the truth pressed down heavily. The sentinels, caught completely off guard, received the answer to a problem that had plagued humanity for 2 centuries. The root of countless disasters and mutations was a long-planned sowing and harvesting by an advanced civilization. Xiao Mingang looked up sharply. So those monsters, the contaminated zones, were all experimental accidents caused by these things? Carrie turned to him, cruelly stating, yes, the black race is spreading. The will of the shadow race has taken root in your homeland, attempting to distort reality, imprint it with their mark, and incorporate it into their eternity. The shadow race feeds on consciousness, using it to invade lower civilizations. Many years ago, other planets in the universe experienced similar events, but the Federation ultimately defeated them. Carrie, your planet is going through this process. Well, because it's too remote, belonging to an unregistered, remote area. Strictly speaking, it doesn't fall under the conditions of defeat. They haven't violated the Interstellar Hunting Treaty, so the Master has no right to demand their departure. Carrie's voice was like a heavy boulder, striking everyone's hearts. The enemy comes from a higher civilization, and humanity is helpless in the face of their invasion. The root of the nightmare that has plagued humanity for 200 years, the deaths of countless compatriots, the fall of their homes, the relentless battles day and night, the suffering of struggling to survive in the wasteland. All the suffering of Earth was nothing more than a tacitly approved, legal plunder from outer space. The home they fought so hard to protect didn't even deserve protection under a higher rule. The Sentinel's shoulders trembled slightly. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and anger almost consumed them. A near-stagnant atmosphere of grief and despair permeated the entire hall. This truth was more destructive to the will than any physical attack. Yuan Zhao stood rooted to the spot, feeling Carrie's words like cold needles piercing her heart, bringing a belated yet sharp pain. That sense of powerlessness was all too familiar to her. This land, which had nurtured her and tormented her, had been placed on an unfair chessboard from the very beginning. A cold rage, mixed with profound sorrow, slowly burned within her chest. This rage wasn't for herself, but for all the lives on this land that had been stripped away and trampled upon. Dignity lies only on the edge of the sword. To fall behind is to be beaten. Jiang Mu's voice, hoarse with extreme rage, scoffed, the law of the jungle truly applies everywhere. Xie clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. He closed his eyes, but the image that flashed before him was Wang Jiayi's fallen figure. 200 years of blood and fire, struggle and sacrifice. In the eyes of advanced civilizations, it didn't even constitute a reason for breaking the rules. He was now terrifyingly rational, his face calm as he asked, if we kill Red Eyes, will the dark matter disappear? Carrie's pink bow fluttered slightly, his answer filled with despair. No. The sentinels were numb with despair. Carrie added, once the black seed is activated, it's like a sown seed, self-sustaining and continuously transforming the surrounding reality rules. Even if the current gardener is eliminated, the already grown crops won't immediately disappear. Well, in terms you can understand, it's called an uncontrolled growth state. Without the restraint of the Shadow Clan's will, the spread of dark matter might become even more erratic, even triggering more severe spatial distortions. This is the terrifying aspect of dark matter. But it also has its benefits, such as distorting space-time, stimulating the evolution of life forms, and granting eternal life force. Carrie said with distress, this has driven many in the Federation mad, some even breaking the law to search for traces of the black seed. His words reminded Xie of the woman he encountered on the endless staircase. She seemed to be a fanatical follower of dark matter. Breaking the law? The specific punishments under interstellar law are currently unclear, but judging from her situation being trapped here by Yunju, even with eternal life, she fears legal sanctions. Xiao Mingang, already impatient, continued to ask, then how can we make the dark matter disappear? Carrie, there are 2 ways. Hearing there was a solution, everyone forced themselves to listen attentively. The first way is to find and destroy the source core of the black race, but with your current level of civilization, it's almost impossible to reach it. Impossible? That's like saying nothing at all. Fuyu's patience ran out, and she pressed, what about the second way? The second way. Carrie's mechanical arm gently tapped, cover it. Use a more powerful, more ordered set of rules to forcibly rewrite the black race's underlying logic, rendering it inactive, and gradually decomposing it into harmless basic particles. Xiao Mingang was furious. If we were powerful enough to cover it, and rewrite its rules, Would humanity have been forced into this situation? Carrie was certain they couldn't get close to the source. And the second way was simply impossible. Ultimately, neither method is something they can accomplish. Carrie shrugged. I already told you the answer. Whether you can do it or not is your business. I can't interfere, otherwise it will cause trouble for Master. Well, he already has enough trouble. Yuan Xiao looked up at this moment. What if I order you to interfere? Carrie turned around, immediately switching to a coaxing tone when facing Yuan Xiao. Of course, I listened to my little master. My little master is so great, giving Carrie an order. Chapter 624. Its sudden change in attitude startled Yuan Xiao, who hesitated before asking, won't this put Dad in danger? Like facing retaliation from the Shadow Clan. Carrie wouldn't lie, replying, yes, it will cause interstellar conflict, and in severe cases, even reignite war with the Shadow Clan. But it's alright, Master doesn't care, he has much more troublesome matters to deal with. Yuan Xiao immediately became worried. Carrie added, compared to war, being found out by my wife that I'd lost the child is more serious. Yuan Xiao, Hearing it mention her mother, Yuan Xiao desperately wanted to know what kind of people her parents were. But there were too many people around. She would have to find a time later to talk to Carrie alone. Meanwhile, the Sentinels were all in low spirits. Hot water was already prepared in the living room, but they had no appetite. Hope seemed so close, yet so far away, they didn't know what to do to save their homeland. Do you know where the source is? Xia asked calmly. Whether it succeeds or not, we have to try. Carrie answered quickly, yes, it's in the tower. The tower? Xia Mingang instantly recalled the two towers he had seen before, seemingly in the territory of the red-crowned cranes. He described the tower's shapes. Are they those two towers? Carrie, yes, they were originally the Federation's twin towers. The black tower can absorb black-blooded beings, and the white tower can purify them, but you need a sequence badge to activate them. Badge? Yuan Xiao remembered the things in the box and hurriedly took them out. Is this it? Carrie scanned it. Ah, it's the badge that Master threw away. Little Master is really amazing, you even found this. The badge is the pass to enter the Twin Towers. As an SSS rank Dark Guide, the Master possesses characteristics of both the Black Tower and the White Tower, so this badge allows entry to both. However, the Master committed a crime and was expelled from the Federation Guide Association, which is why the badge was discarded. I wonder if the materialized Twin Towers can still be entered. Jiang Mu raised his eyes. So you said earlier that we couldn't reach the source because we don't have the pass and can't enter the towers? Carrie, yes. Even if we could enter, you wouldn't be able to. It automatically detects genes, and there's only one badge. Without gene detection, only one person can enter. It's precisely because of the Twin Towers' special nature that the Pupil Shadow Clan uses them to store the source. Yuan Xiao held the badge in his hand, his eyes flickering slightly. The butler robot's words once again plunged everyone into a deathly silence. Carrie, however, remained unaffected, urging Yuan Xiao to come inside. Ah, little master, eat first. Children who don't eat properly won't grow tall. Yuan Xiao nodded, looking at the others. Don't be discouraged. Thinking about it now is useless. Let's rest and recharge. Before, we didn't know, so we were caught off guard. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a strange, comforting power, but now we know the truth, and we know it's not entirely hopeless. At least, we're not struggling blindfolded anymore. Yuan Xiao's stance remained clear. After learning her true identity, she could have easily stayed out of it, yet she still chose to stand by their side. Her demeanor was increasingly charismatic as a captain. Xia stared at her intently. Fu Heng said, you're right. Survive, then figure out a way to win. Eat first. You have the strength to turn things around. Xia Mingang's tone became pragmatic as he led the way towards the dining room. Jiang Mu walked away without a word. He was too lazy to find a reason. The group returned to the dining room, sat down, and began to eat, forcing themselves to eat even if they had no appetite. After the meal, the Nani robot prepared rooms for everyone to rest in and led the guests downstairs. The manor castle was enormous. The first floor alone had dozens of rooms. Carrie deactivated the security access on the first floor, explicitly informing the sentinels that they were not allowed to go to the second floor. The second floor is where the little master rests. She doesn't like others touching her things. If anyone steps onto the stairs to the second floor, the Nani robot will immediately attack. Guests, please follow the rules. The sentinels nodded repeatedly, daring not to disobey. Only Jiang Mu, upon hearing this, glanced at Xia with a half smile. Still in the mood for teasing, looks like someone sleeping alone. He then immediately followed the nanny robot, who had led the way. Xie stood there expressionless. Yuan Zhao was eager to find Carrie to learn about her parents, and at this moment, she didn't care about anyone else. She greeted everyone and went upstairs. The layout upstairs was exactly the same as the scene in the mental realm. Yuan Zhao didn't bother to look around, and as soon as she reached the top, she asked, "What kind of person is my mother?" Carrie replied without hesitation, "The mistress is the best person in the world." Yuan Zhao, "Did Dad teach you to say that?" Carrie, "Yes." Yuan Zhao was silent for a moment, then changed her question, "What's her name? Is she a sentinel or an ordinary person? Where is she now? How did she meet Dad? Why wasn't she with us?" Carrie answered one by one, "The mistress's name is Sonri. She's the Starfield Patrol Governor of the Imperial Federation, and also a powerful SSS-class sentinel. She should have returned to the Federation by now. At the time, she was on a patrol mission deep into the unmarked Starfield." Carrie's answer was detailed. "Master took the young master and me to find her, but we were scammed by the black market dealer who sold us the spaceship. The route went wrong, and we ended up here by mistake, so the mistress wasn't with us." Yuan Zhao was stunned. She truly hadn't expected it to be like this. So Dad stayed home with the kids, Mom went to the battlefield, and he missed his wife, so he took the kids to find her? Not entirely. Carrie spilled the beans to her. Master killed several guides who provoked him, including 2 light guides registered with the Federation Association. If he didn't run, he'd be caught. Yuan Zhao, She realized, wouldn't he be walking into a trap by abandoning me and going back? Carrie, not a big deal. Yuan Zhao, He has to go back to get you the vaccine and the purification pod. You were exposed to the black wave as soon as we got here. And, prematurely awakening a spiritual body. Carrie explained, the black race disappeared from the Federation hundreds of years ago. There's no suitable vaccine for infants to cultivate spiritual bodies on the spaceship, and our hull was damaged. Little Master is still too young. Although the Shadow Clan can temporarily suppress the little bluebird, if it's suppressed for too long, it will affect your development. Like your current physique, with the mistress's genes, your physique shouldn't be this poor." Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhao felt a surge of bittersweet emotion welling up in her nose, a mix of grievance and an indescribable burning sensation, almost bursting from her throat. She couldn't imagine the determination Yunju had mustered to return to the lion's den, just to get her a life-saving vaccine. She was deeply loved. Carrie added, and incidentally, deal with the black marketeer who dared to sell us defective products. Of course, most importantly, if the mistress finds out, he's finished. Chapter 625. Yuan Zhao, It seems that in Carrie's worldview, nothing is more serious than the consequences of her mother knowing. Upon first hearing the news of her mother, she didn't know how to describe her feelings. Yuan Zhao tried to conjure up an image of a mother she had never met, incredibly powerful yet incredibly distant. But she couldn't piece together a clear face in her mind. Like a carefully treasured gift that had never been opened, guarded by its beautiful wrapping, yet completely unaware of its contents. A mixture of longing and disappointment gripped her heart. Yuan Zhao slowly took a breath, calming her surging emotions. Now was not the time to wallow in these feelings. She still had many questions that Carrie needed to answer. Dad hasn't come back. Is he really arrested, as that woman said? No matter the law, murder should be a serious crime. He killed without restraint. Even if her mother held a position in the Federation, she probably couldn't protect him. This worried Yuan Zhao. The federal prison can't hold him. Carrie's mechanical arm waved. Master is an SSS-rank dark guide. Even in the Federation, dark guides of this rank are extremely rare. As for killing, Carrie shook the pink bow on her head. Master only gently pushed their mental images, who knew they were so fragile, collapsing on their own? This made her father sound more like the villain. Yuan Zhao's feelings were complicated. Then why hasn't he come back? Carrie was confused for a moment. I don't know. This place is too remote. There's no way to contact Master. This was the first question it couldn't answer. There were too many uncertainties. The universe was vast and dangerous, and the distance was so great that it had no idea what was happening on Yunju's side. Yuan Zhao felt a moment of disappointment and had to change the subject. She thought of the twin towers under construction at the base and asked, had the blueprints for the twin towers been leaked? Carrie replied, yes, the twin towers are a very important symbol in the Federation. The Master once gave the blueprints to one of the native inhabitants here, but with the technological level of this planet, they couldn't possibly replicate them. Yuan Zhao was somewhat surprised. She had thought the leak came from Red Eyes. After all, the twin towers appearing in the territory of the Red Crown Cranes couldn't be a coincidence. Yun Xiao asked. Since it's an important symbol, where did Dad get the blueprints? Carrie, he stole them. Yun Xiao, Master is used to being a loner and doing whatever he wants. He never wanted to join the guide association. It was those people who kept pestering him, promising him a bunch of things, that made him reluctantly agree. Carrie said matter-of-factly, since he's going to run away, it's only right to take some things with him. Having been speechless so many times, Yun Xiao was now completely unmoved. It was hard to imagine how her mother had ever fallen for her father. Was it because of his face? Ah, little master, it's time for the nanny's scheduled physical examination. Carrie suddenly moved, slowly sliding towards the wardrobe. You need to go to the hospital for a checkup to confirm your health, so I can record your growth diary. Yun Xiao did want to go to the hospital, but she still had many questions to ask. No rush, tell me first, why can't the Twin Towers be replicated? Okay, little master, you're so clever. Children who ask questions are the smartest. Yun Xiao, now an adult, your program has always been like this? Being constantly praised by a robot for no apparent reason made her feel awkward. No, it's because after the little master was born, the master said children should be praised a lot, so they modified my program. My height was modified too. Carrie opened the wardrobe, took out a blue princess dress, and held it up against herself. The dress seemed too small. The little master can no longer wear it. But answering the child's questions is more important. The robots were very patient. They took out the clothes and threw them away, answering, because the Twin Towers have a very special structure, the towers can absorb spiritual energy and black blood, converting the two forces of darkness and light. This requires strong spiritual energy to support them. Two towers require at least several S-rank or higher guides to maintain them. Even if they find the materials and build the towers according to the sequence, they simply won't find enough guides. The genetic level on this planet is generally very low. There isn't a single S-rank guide. In Kree's eyes, Yun Xiao wasn't even from this place, so he naturally couldn't be counted. In the Federation, human genes have long been stable, and during the growth stage, there are various vaccines to maximize potential. The people here don't have that. Even the initial samples of inhibitors were just handouts from their master. Yun Ju casually let slip a little information. It took people decades of research to mass-produce inhibitors. Moreover, ordinary sentinels simply couldn't afford them. Ultimately, it all boils down to Earth's backwardness. This made Yun Xiao feel deeply uneasy. She grew up here, breathing this air, drinking this water, struggling to survive in the wasteland just like its inhabitants. Her roots were firmly planted in this backward wasteland. She could deeply empathize with the people's suffering, struggles, and glimmering hopes. She could feel the helplessness of being inferior. Yun Xiao pursed her lips and walked to a small sofa nearby, where she sat down. Then you should know about the gatekeepers too. Yes, they're products of corruption by their own obsessions and the black race. They can obtain 0.1% to 1% of the shadow race's consciousness and use it in their materialized spiritual world. Carrie cleaned the wardrobe, answering as he worked, they're considered failures. The failure rate on this planet is quite high. Yun Xiao's heart sank. What happens if you succeed? Carrie, holding a pile of princess dresses, answered, they be transformed into food for the shadow race, or they possess an eternal life form, but the price is high. The price? To rely on dark matter to gain immortality, one has to pay a huge price. The people here have a misconception, thinking that eliminating the contaminated area will end everything. Carrie said, eliminating the gatekeepers is like cutting off the very top of wildly growing weeds. It can temporarily clear a safe area, but the black race still exists, and may even grow and spread faster due to the lack of restraint, giving rise to new, more twisted, and unpredictable weeds. Human cleanup efforts are endless, it added. Constantly treating symptoms, not the root cause, means new contaminated areas are always being created. Yun Xiao whispered, everyone has already discovered. Really? Little Master is amazing. Carrie automatically understood that everyone included her. It threw all the princess dresses outside the door, and called the naughty robot to come and clean them up. It's time, little master, let's go to the hospital. Yun Xiao hummed in agreement, unzipped her backpack, and took out the crystal from the box. One last question. Chapter 626. I already had the crystal key tested. It seems it can be opened from the inside. What is this thing? Yun Xiao originally planned to try it after entering the instance, but she hadn't found a suitable opportunity. At first, she was afraid of causing anomalies, and wanted to wait until she understood the rules of Contaminated Zone 4 before finding a safe place to study it. who knew that one problem would be solved only for another to arise. The red eyes found her location. Carrie only glanced at it, and quickly replied, "It's the ship's spare key. Little Master is really amazing, you even found this." The badge and key were thrown outside by Master. Ah, as the red eyes spread there already. It still believed that she had never left the contaminated zone. In Carrie's view, Zone 6 was too big, a child couldn't escape, and the Shadow Clan and that annoying woman wouldn't dare let her out. You're right, that it can be opened from the inside. This isn't a physical key, but a miniature space folding device. Saying this, Carrie extended its arm and gently touched it. The key's surface shimmered and silently bloomed like flower petals, revealing an incredibly intricate energy circuit and a slowly rotating, rice grain-sized, ethereal blue crystal core. It's forged from void crystal. This material stabilizes space-time curvature, aiding spaceships in spatial jumps during travel. It's an essential item for home and travel, Yunjiao said, holding the open crystal, completely absorbed in its beauty. The ethereal blue crystal core slowly rotated in her palm, its flowing light illuminating her astonished face. The intricate energy circuit within was complex and beautiful, like a miniature galaxy imprisoned within. Without a doubt, it was a technological product from a higher civilization. Void crystal. Yunjiao murmured, her fingertips carefully avoiding the flowing threads of light, feeling the reassuring energy fluctuations emanating from them. It recognizes its owner? Yes, if it's a primordial crystal, it records the first living being it comes into contact with. Carrie said, the key was able to open it because its owner granted me permission. Moreover, strictly speaking, robots aren't living beings. The crystal key has the permission of 3 people, including Yunjiao, who was still young at the time. That's why she was able to activate the wreckage in the cellar. Yunjiao nodded, staring at the blue crystal core in her hand for a long time. The crystal stone and the key were made of the same material, only without this dark blue crystal core inside. But the function was the same. The stable energy field emitted by the crystal could temporarily soothe the mental pollution and genetic agitation caused by the black race. So, after her uncle mastered its power, he gradually regained his sanity. I understand. Yunjiao slowly stood up. Let's go, we go to the hospital. Now, many things have been answered. Over 200 years ago, the Shadow Clan invaded Blue Star using dark matter. Blue Star's technology and civilization were utterly vulnerable before such advanced life forms, and the entire planet instantly fell. The dark matter brought catastrophe, altered the rules of nature, and also catalyzed the emergence of sentinels and guides. However, this external stimulus caused their genes to become unstable, resulting in generally low levels of sentinels and guides. Sentinels, walking a tightrope of danger, facing near-death experiences on every mission, continuously develop their physical potential under the influence of the dark matter. Conversely, guides withdrawing from the front lines essentially relinquished the possibility of further evolution. To this day, not a single S-rank guide has appeared on the planet. Yunjiao's appearance was an accident. A mistaken route 100 years ago led Yunju to this place. Due to a sudden encounter with the black race, she, still an infant, was stimulated by dark matter, causing the little bluebird to awaken. Her physical body couldn't withstand such powerful mental energy and nearly collapsed. Yunju was forced to leave her on this planet, relying on the enemy to suppress the little bluebird's power. He might not care much about the survival of lower civilizations. After all, this invasion was irrelevant to him. He was merely a passerby who landed here by accident. But Yunjiao was different. Everything on this planet was already inextricably linked to her. Now that she understood the whole story, the last trace of confusion in her heart dissipated. What remained was figuring out how to dispel the last wisp of white mist in her mental domain. Yunjiao led Carrie downstairs. The first floor was very quiet. Thick, off-white carpets covered the floor, and several Nani robots silently slid around, quietly cleaning. Toys were scattered throughout the castle, but no one tidied them up. The Nani robots would even deliberately avoid the toys on the floor, leaving them lying there motionless. Yunjiao, of course, knew why. As a child, she was extremely domineering. No one was allowed to touch her things without her permission. Her father probably hadn't spent much time with children, and didn't know that children sometimes need discipline. He hadn't programmed the robots to correct her behavior, resulting in all the robots, including Carrie, being completely unable to resist her. In the castle, her word was law. Ultimately, this unsurprisingly shaped little Yunjiao's unruly personality. Yunjiao couldn't even imagine what kind of demon she would face if she hadn't left the contaminated zone, and had continued growing up here, waiting for humanity to one day enter contaminated Zone 6. Yunjiao walked down the stairs, sinking softly into the thick carpet. There was another person in the hall. Xia sat alone on the large velvet sofa, leaning back slightly, eyes closed, as if feigning sleep. Hearing the noise, he opened his eyes, and turned to look directly at her. Yuan Xiao was startled when she saw him, and quickly walked towards him. Why didn't you go to rest? They had just gone through a battle before coming in, and were exhausted. Waiting for you. Xia said succinctly, his gaze sweeping over her face to make sure she was alright. I couldn't sleep if I didn't see you. His words were simple, yet carried a unique intimacy and concern. Carrie, Yuan Xiao's heart softened. She sat down beside him, her shoulder gently resting against his. I'm planning to go to the hospital to get it checked out. I rest after I figure things out. In her mental world, the children's hospital was always shrouded in a white mist. Her initial assumption was that the mist would automatically dissipate once she saw the actual scene. However, it didn't. Standing on the other side of the lake, she clearly saw the hospital, but there was no movement in her mental world. I go with you. Xia seemed to have guessed as much, which was why he was waiting for her downstairs. Okay. Yuan Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. She stood up with his help, naturally offering him her hand. Let's go together. Carrie saw the composed gentleman take his little master's hand, and his oval head tilted slightly. His internal processor seemed to experience a brief logical conflict. Leaving Carrie unable to react, he just stood there dumbfounded. Chapter 627. The two walked hand in hand to the door. Xia glanced behind him. Carrie was still standing motionless at the top of the stairs. The robots produced by advanced civilizations seemed to be highly intelligent. They shouldn't be so incapable of understanding romance. Xia ignored it, and left the manor with Yuan Xiao. The facilities and scenery here were built around a park and lake, the map was circular, and the manor castle and hospital were diagonally opposite each other. The entrance to the children's hospital could be seen from the Rainbow Bridge. Looking around, it resembled a giant candy house more than a medical facility. The main building was painted a soft pale yellow and sky blue, with a rounded, wave-shaped roof adorned with sparkling stained glass windows. Carrie finally caught up, his gaze fixed on their clasped hands. Little master, you are still young. Holding hands may carry unknown risks. We recommend maintaining a safe social distance. The robot wasn't one for minutiae. Carrie was simply simulating the consequences Yunju would face as she knew, reacting instinctively. Yuan Xiao hummed in agreement, and continued walking hand in hand with Xia. Cree was at a loss. It lacked the authority to interfere. The eyes on its oval head blinked, locking onto Xia. Xia remained unmoved by Cree's murderous gaze, his grip on Yuan Xiao's hand steady and warm, his knuckles naturally weaving into hers with undeniable strength. Passing the circus, the two paused briefly. By now, the circus was easily understood, a building not belonging to Blue Star, most likely originating from her homeland. But it remained unclear why Yunju had set up such a place. Perhaps she could only ask him in person later. The two of them, and Carrie quickly arrived at the entrance of the children's hospital. The hospital doors were wide open, the light soft and bright, and the air filled with a faint, reassuring sweet fragrance, like the scent of strawberry candy. The interior decoration also took childlike fun to the extreme. The corridor walls were painted a warm, pale yellow, covered with adorable animal patterns. A jellyfish with wings, a mechanical bear doctor wearing a stethoscope. The chairs were shaped like soft clouds, and the examination room doors were shaped like various fruits. Carrie led the way. Its electronic voice was particularly clear in the empty corridor. The equipment was taken from the spaceship by the master. It can quickly detect the little master's physical condition. Yuan Xiao saw the unfamiliar yet familiar furnishings, and recalled scenes from fragments of her memory. Children don't like hospitals. Back then, every routine physical examination she underwent was almost an extremely long tug-of-war. If she didn't want to go, the robot simply couldn't. The most difficult time was when Carrie coaxed her for almost 2 months. She was finally fed up with his nagging and reluctantly agreed, even setting a time limit of only 5 minutes. Later, Carrie seemed to have learned his lesson. On checkup days, Carrie would sneak into the castle while she was asleep. As more and more memories surfaced, Yuan Xiao felt increasingly close to Carrie, and became less resistant to its embarrassingly praising function. Little master, please come in. The examination room was the first room on the right-hand side of the entrance, just a short walk away. Carrie had already opened the door, revealing a pure white instrument with a rounded shape, resembling a giant eggshell. Yuan Xiao didn't hesitate, and went straight to lie down. The recliner automatically adjusted to her body shape, fitting her perfectly. Little master is so great, you went in by yourself. Carrie was very pleased, praising her effortlessly. Xia2 stood quietly by the door, his gaze fixed on the scene inside, initiating full-body scan and gene sequence analysis. As soon as Carrie finished speaking, the eggshell slowly closed, and the internal sensor probes glowed with a soft blue light, silently circling around her. The process was faster than expected, without any discomfort, only a subtle sense of energy flow. In just over 10 seconds, the blue light went out, and the eggshell reopened. Scan complete, data analysis in progress. Carrie's sensors flashed a few times, then suddenly stopped, its voice abruptly becoming sharp. Warning, abnormal mental barrier detected. The holographic projection inside the medical pod instantly switched, displaying a simulated view of Yun Zhao's mental domain. Most areas were clear and bright, but in the same area as the children's hospital, a thick, impenetrable, constantly churning white mist shrouded it. The barrier structure is complex, with obvious. Carrie's processor ran at high speed, attempting to analyze the master's unique spiritual imprint. It seemed extremely confused, its mechanical arm swaying helplessly. Xia2, upon hearing this, instantly understood the reason. Yunju had anticipated the possibility of his daughter leaving the contaminated area and had set up a separate barrier within her body. Once she left the contaminated area, the barrier would automatically activate, sealing the little bluebird and putting it into a deep sleep. This was to prevent his daughter's body from being unable to withstand the powerful spiritual entity after leaving the red-eyed suppression, thus avoiding any accidents. But if it could be sealed, why leave her behind instead of sealing her directly and taking her away? Or was it that the infant couldn't withstand the dark guide's powerful seal, and the seal was only activated after she grew a bit older and could walk freely? Yun Zhao had also thought of this. She emerged from the eggshell, looked at Xia2 at the door, and said with pursed lips, the seal should be placed inside the little bluebird's body. Once free from the red eye's suppression, the white mist appeared in the domain, and the little bluebird fell into a deep sleep. Father's power was too domineering. The moment she left contaminated Zone 6, she even lost her memory. Xia2's gaze was deep, and he slowly nodded in response to her gaze. The little guy was still playing at the playground. The water Kirin and the Bishi had also run out at some point. The robots didn't seem to attack the spiritual body, so they could play freely. The others were too large to go down the slides and trampolines like the Azure Phoenix and Fire Phoenix, so they lay to the side, curiously using their claws to poke at the activated carousel. The little Azure bird was having a great time, showing off its territory to the other spirits as it played. Suddenly, it sensed its true form summoning it, and decisively abandoned the other spirits, flying towards the hospital. The Fire Phoenix, seeing the Azure Phoenix leave, hurriedly flapped its wings and followed. The White She-Beast, seeing the amusement park ride empty, let out a roar and happily flew to the top of the whirlpool slide where the Azure Phoenix had been playing. This slide was enormous, like a coiled python, its surface shimmering with dreamlike starlight, clear water flowing down its slope. The White She-Beast happily plopped down. With a crack, the slide snapped. Yun Zhao emerged from the testing room, and soon the little Azure bird appeared before him. She stepped forward and caught the little one as he landed, then pointed to the entrance of the children's hospital and asked, "Look around here, can you feel anything?" Chapter 628. The little bluebird looked completely bewildered. What was that feeling? The little creature tilted its head, looking around. It remembered this place. When it was a child, its original form would come here once a month for a checkup. But apart from that, its eyes only showed curiosity about the hospital, nothing more. There was no movement in its mental realm. Alright. The little bluebird couldn't remember anything. Yun Zhao didn't want to press it, turning to Carrie, is there a way to dispel the white mist? No, no one on this planet can dispel Master's barrier. Before Yun Zhao could feel disappointed, Carrie added, but little Master, don't worry, Master won't harm you. As your power grows stronger, it will slowly dissipate on its own. When would that be? They didn't have time. After learning the truth, with the mastermind right before their eyes, how could Fu Heng and the others possibly sit idly by? Moreover, judging from Carrie's words, the red eye is spreading again. Unless the gatekeeper is eliminated, no one can leave, and they have no idea what the situation is like outside. Yun Zhao already had a bad feeling. Now that she was back, what was the reason for the red eye spreading again? Thinking this, she asked aloud. Carrie, I don't know. It's been acting crazy all the time, I'm used to it. For Carrie, this wasn't the first time the red eye had spread, it had almost never stopped in recent years, so it was already used to it. Ah, little Master is very healthy. Carrie looked through the medical report and praised, little Master is great, You took good care of yourself during your trip. Even your temper has improved. It's just that the man standing here is a bit of an eyesore. The sentinel's senses were sharp. Xia Tu felt Carrie's malice again. It was more blatant than before. Yun Xiao was oblivious. She thought about taking the little bluebird for a walk in the hospital to see if she could find a way to make it remember something. Carrie, you can go back now. I want to stay here for a while. Carrie's bow drooped instantly. Okay, little master, call me anytime if you need anything, and I'd be there within 3 seconds. It slowly glided towards the door. As it passed Xia Tu, its sensor flashed red for an extremely brief moment, emitting a barely audible, faint hum sound. Then it truly left, its figure disappearing at the end of the colorful corridor. Xia Tu remained expressionless. The fire phoenix landed on his head. Ah, even the robots don't like you. The next second, the fire phoenix vanished, forcibly withdrawn from the mental domain. Yun Xiao looked over in confusion. Xia Tu turned around, his expression normal, and said, "It's nothing, let's go inside and take a look." Yun Xiao nodded, holding the little blue bird, and walked along the corridor. The children's hospital's interior was extremely spacious, comparable in size to a large amusement park. The entire space was opened up into a huge circular hall, with a dome made of a special transparent material. The hall was cleverly divided into different functional areas: examination area, treatment area, rest area, entertainment area. Despite the large space, there were very few rooms, almost only 1 or 2 in each area. Because the children's hospital only served Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao was actually quite unfamiliar with hospitals. She disliked hospitals as a child and rarely came. Each time she did come, she would finish her examination at the entrance and leave. She couldn't recall ever having entered the hospital. "Have you been here before?" Yun Xiao asked the little bluebird. The little bluebird stood in her palm, its blue eyes reflecting unfamiliarity with the hospital. No. What its true form disliked, it disliked too. The manor, the castle, and the amusement park were all fun places. At the very least, there were food streets and schools. How could it possibly have come here? Yun Xiao was at a loss. The little bluebird had absolutely no recollection of the seal its father had placed on it. Was it really going to wait for its power to grow stronger, as Carrie had said, until the white mist dissipated on its own? When would that be? The red-eyed creature wasn't stupid. It couldn't just sit idly by and wait for her to grow stronger. Yun Xiao had a premonition that this spread was unusual. They had to resolve this trouble, and get out of here as soon as possible. "There's another way." Xia Tu's deep voice broke the silence. Yun Xiao looked up at him. Their eyes met. Xia Tu stared intently at her. "Do you remember the first time the white mist dissipated?" Yun Xiao hesitated. "The gatekeepers." "Yes, there were 4 gatekeepers here," Xia Tu stated succinctly. Yun Xiao instantly understood his meaning. Each time her power increased, it was related to the gatekeepers. If she could eliminate the other gatekeepers, perhaps she could make the last patch of white mist dissipate. The red-eyed one was too powerful, and the red-crowned crane was too special, but there was still that woman and a collectible to choose from. Yun Xiao raised her eyes, carefully observing his expression. "You don't want me to go?" His face revealed little emotion, still bearing that cold, stern expression. But Yun Xiao keenly caught a fleeting, extremely complex fluctuation deep within his eyes. Xia Tu gently rubbed her head, his voice soft. "No. You're lying." Yun Xiao bluntly exposed him. "With a mental link, I can sense your emotions." Did she really think their deep connection was all for nothing? Xia Tu, His tone was helpless. "I'm not lying, it's just..." He had only recently learned that S rank, at the pinnacle of human combat power, was nothing in the eyes of advanced civilizations. Without Yun Xiao, they had no chance of winning. This filled him with an almost suffocating sense of powerlessness. An S-rank sentinel, spending half his life futilely throwing punches in front of an invisible wall. Only just now did he truly see the vast, despairing starry sky behind it. Yun Xiao's existence was the only, and final, variable for humanity in this desperate game. Yun Xiao was like a red-hot needle, piercing through all his pride and self-control. Not resentment, but a heavy sense of responsibility that almost overwhelmed him. He would rather stand in front of her, taking all the blame for her. Yun Xiao looked at him, her clear, bright eyes reflecting the heavy burden Xia Tu carried, a burden that threatened to crush him. She approached, tiptoed, and gently touched his chin. "Don't worry, the red-eyed creature won't dare hurt me. Once I become a guide of light, I can overpower it." Xia Tu lowered his head, and successfully touched her lips. He suppressed all his surging worries, his voice hoarse. "Yes, our Xiao Xiao is the strongest." The little bluebird jostled, flapped its wings and grumbled at Sia2. The two quickly separated. Since we're here, let's go inside and take a look. Yuan Zhao held the little bluebird in one hand and took his hand with the other, leading him down the left-hand corridor. Sia2 let her lead him. There were only 2 rooms in the treatment area corridor. The colorful patterns on the doors read, Children's Ward, Hibernation Pod. Wait a minute. What is a hibernation pod? Chapter 629. Hibernation pod? The two returned from the hospital and immediately sought out Carrie. Carrie replied, a hibernation pod is a hibernation pod salvaged from the spaceship. Yuan Zhao patiently said, of course I know, but why would you salvage a hibernation pod and put it in the hospital? Everything that could be salvaged from the spaceship had been removed, and a section of the hull had been damaged. Dad, piloting that wrecked spaceship that's just an empty shell, really managed to reach Mistweave Star safely? Carrie seemed somewhat surprised that Yuan Zhao would ask this. It took it for granted. Because you were sleeping inside the whole time, little master. When we first landed here, little bluebird appeared. Your condition was very bad then. Master immediately decided to send you to the contaminated zone. Well, we met a woman on the way. She recognized Master, and thought we were also seeking immortality. Having eternal life comes at a huge price. That woman thought Master had gone mad, and was convinced you wouldn't survive. Master almost killed her, but luckily she ran fast. Carrie's words successfully reminded Yuan Zhao of fragments of little bluebird's memory. Yuan Zhu, you can't do this. The woman's shrill voice echoed behind him. Are you going to kill her with your own hands? She's your daughter. She die? So that's what happened then. The woman thought her father took her to the contaminated area to grant her eternal life? Carrie recounted the situation. Later, Master found the contaminated area where the Shadow Clan resided. You were too weak then, and the little bluebird's power was too strong. Master had no choice but to put you into a dormant state to slowly adjust the fusion of your genetic sequence and mental field. Sia2 spoke up at the opportune moment. She only woke up 20 years ago? Carrie didn't want to answer, but seeing its young master staring at it, it reluctantly said, yes, it was 20 years ago that the young master finally adapted and came out. The truth was like piecing together the last piece of a puzzle. The moment Yuan Zhao and the little bluebird woke up simultaneously, her power balanced the red eyes that were also in the polluted area. It brought light to the outside world. It seemed as if everything was preordained. Oh, by the way, that woman also came in. The master discovered her, and I don't know what the master said to her, but they reached an agreement. She can't leave here until the master returns. Carrie was patient with Yuan Zhao's questions, looking at her expectantly. Is there anything else you want to know, young master? Yuan Zhao shook her head, her thoughts swirling. All right, young master, you should go back to your room and rest. Carrie's mechanical arm pointed to the quiet rooms on either side of the first floor. Everyone's asleep. Children who don't sleep well won't grow tall. Yuan Zhao was indeed tired. A series of truths left her mind in a whirl, and exhaustion washed over her like a tidal wave, not only physically but also mentally. Okay, Yuan Zhao agreed, taking Sia2's hand and leading him towards the bedroom on the first floor. Carrie, Sia2 acted extremely naturally, as if Yuan Zhao leading him to the bedroom was the most natural thing in the world. He even gripped Yuan Zhao's hand tighter in return. As they passed the closed rooms on either side of the corridor, they heard faint noises coming from inside. It seemed someone was still awake. Indeed, having just learned the truth about the disaster, some people were unable to sleep. Every room in the castle was decorated like a children's room. Pink walls, pink and white furniture and bedding. Fuyu sat cross-legged on the overly soft pink bed, the cold barrel of a Gatling gun lying across her lap, its dark metallic sheen clashing with the surrounding dreamy pink and white hues. Her fingertips traced the fine scratches on the gun. Each scratch represented a fierce battle, a piece of land reclaimed from the contaminated zone. She had chosen the Gatling gun because of its absolute firepower. Fuyu firmly believed that with enough firepower, she could crush and cleanse those twisted monsters, along with the contaminated zone that sheltered them. Each time she pulled the trigger, the deafening roar and the cascading shell casings gave her a brief sense of control. To carve a bloody path to light for the dead, for all the destroyed lives. Over the years, all her obsessions, all her blood and sweat, had been poured into this path. Becoming stronger and eliminating more contaminated zones had become almost the sole creed that sustained her. Now, after learning the truth, she was momentarily confused, but quickly understood, becoming even more resolute in her beliefs. So what if the enemy was too powerful? Did advanced civilizations see them as ants, their struggles as meaningless? then let them see just how strong a dam an ant can gnaw through when driven to the brink. Before, she thought eliminating contaminated zones was the end. Now Fu Hong understood. That was merely a process, a means. The true goal never changed: to survive. Her faith hadn't collapsed, it had simply been tempered and reborn in the face of cruel truth, becoming more fanatical and more dangerous. Next door to Fu Mu, another person was still awake. Jiang Mu, shirtless, leaned against the headboard, his loose hair casting a shadow that obscured all emotion. A scabbed wound stretched across his shoulder blade, the dark red edges still showing signs of swelling, which he casually pressed with his fingertips. How could he say he didn't care? Those cold, piercing crimson pupils of those red eyes seemed to linger in his mind. They not only peered in, but also brutally tore open the coffin of his deepest, most unwanted memories. What was he, Jiang Mu? A pathetic wretch who stole the relics of the dead? A complete impostor whose very spirit didn't belong entirely to him. A faint smell of blood and a chilling sense of emptiness filled the air. He suddenly let out a low, mocking laugh, the sound particularly harsh in the empty room. Facing such an enemy is truly terrifying. The white-haired beast stealthily returned, perched outside the window, and called out twice. Did you cause trouble again? Jiang Mu's expression softened. He got up, opened the window, reached out, and patted the child's head, comforting him. It's all right, Gai Yun won't blame you. It was just a damaged slide. He could afford to pay for it. The white-haired beast looked at the injury on his shoulder, its adorable eyes filled with worry. This was the first time the child had shown such an expression. Jiang Mu's heart warmed. A small injury, almost healed. Was the amusement park fun? Fun! At the mention of fun, the white-haired beast immediately perked up, rolling over and chattering excitedly to its main body about sharing the toys in the amusement park. The room was too small. The white-haired beast couldn't fit inside, so it returned to its spiritual realm, happily rolling around inside. Jiang Mu closed the window again, and returned to lie down on the pink bed. He closed his eyes, locking all the turmoil within his drooping eyelids. When he opened them again, all that remained was a cold light, almost numb, yet tinged with extreme obsession. Chapter 630. It was still dark when morning began. 9 sentinels rose one after another. No one notified them, yet they all spontaneously gathered at the lakeside in the park to begin physical training. The air was thick with a suffocating stillness, the deathly silence before a volcanic eruption. Everyone's eyes had changed. Knowing they were facing an advanced civilization from beyond the stars, the feeling was like an ant constantly battling on the ground suddenly looking up and seeing the entirety of a giant boot about to fall. Small, powerless, yet forced to unleash their most extreme ferocity. Of the 4 wounded, 2 with the least injuries joined the training. The other 2, more seriously injured, approached Carrie, asking if there was any effective medicine for treating external injuries. Yes, Carrie said, turning around as he directed the Nani robot to prepare breakfast for their young master. But there aren't many, you have to ask your young master first. Hearing that there really was effective medicine, the 2 immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't be a burden to the team anymore. The 2 wounded soldiers found a patch of grass by the lake and sat down to watch their comrades train. Faced with the threat of a superior civilization's dimensional attack, individual injuries were utterly insignificant. An invisible, immense pressure weighed on everyone's hearts. They were no longer fighting to reclaim anything, but to survive, to fight for a sliver of hope for their unsuspecting compatriots behind them in that inevitable, unequal war. Fu Hong came out of the manor, and saw the scene by the lake but said nothing. Didn't Yun Zhao tell them they wouldn't be coming with us anymore, and would be staying here temporarily? Xia Mingang grabbed a handful of his messy hair, and appeared behind her. Fu Hong said calmly, we haven't had time yet. Having a sense of crisis is a good thing, training shouldn't fall behind. Xia Mingang nodded and began searching for Carrie. Ever since he saw the imposter, he wanted to dye his hair back. He wondered if there was any hair dye here. When are we leaving? Xia Mingang asked casually. Fu Hong replied succinctly, as soon as possible. They didn't know the situation outside. But it was said that the red eyes were spreading again. Every second they stayed, the situation outside might worsen. Xia Mingang thought about the 5 missing sentinels still missing, and suddenly felt that his hair wasn't so important anymore. Okay, should we ask Carrie for supplies? We seem to be running low on suppressants. Do you have any of that here? Yun Zhao had also gotten up exceptionally early. As soon as she opened the door, she found Carrie standing motionless outside. Today it wore a gradient dress in a blue-green hue, and even the bow in its hair was a different color. Good morning, little master. Good morning, Carrie. The more Yun Zhao looked at the dress, the more familiar it seemed. It looked like the princess dress she'd taken out of her room and thrown away yesterday. In her memory, she forced Carrie to wear it when she was little. But judging from Carrie's expression, it seemed to like it too. A human, a spiritual being, and a robot, their aesthetic sense was inexplicably aligned. Carrie peeked through the crack in the door and saw Xia standing inside. Its murderous gaze paused for a second before quickly shifting back to Yun Zhao. Breakfast is ready. There are crispy cookies that Little Master loves. Ah! Why is Little Master still wearing yesterday's clothes? Carrie, as if witnessing something incredible, exclaimed incredulously, "How can you wear the same clothes for 2 days? Little Master, take them off quickly, let's change into pretty little dresses." Yun Zhao glanced down at her combat uniform and said helplessly, "Carrie, I'm all grown up now." "Ugh, this awful outfit. Black is the ugliest color in the world." In Carrie's eyes, wearing the same clothes for 2 days seemed like a huge deal. What did her growing up have to do with what she wore? Carrie hurriedly notified the Nani robot to bring new clothes. "How about pink, Little Master? Not only a pink dress, but also pink pants." Yun Zhao, no need for all that trouble. Yun Zhao emphasized, hoping it would understand, "We be leaving soon." Carrie's movements seemed to be paused. It tilted its head. "Little Master just got back. Do you want to go out and play again?" "No, I'm not playing." Yun Zhao decided to explain clearly. "I'm going out to kill Red Eyes and the other gatekeepers. After the collapse of number 6, this place might no longer exist." Yun Zhao paused. "The 9 sentinels will stay in the castle to recuperate for now. I come pick you up after everything's settled." Carrie was her father's robot butler, who had guarded her on this planet for many years. She definitely wanted to take Carrie out. "Kill them?" Carrie's electronic voice had a slight stutter for the first time. "That big guy from the Shadow Clan is bad. But he's very powerful. Little Master can't do such a dangerous thing. It's safe here. We should wait for Master to come back, or wait for Mistress to find us and come pick us up." For Kree, the disasters of the outside world were irrelevant. Its sole purpose was to care for its young master. Until its master reappeared. Yun Zhao shook her head, revealing the truth. "The 14 years I disappeared weren't spent playing in other areas. I left the contaminated zone and went to the outside world. I grew up outside, witnessed and experienced hardship, and have too many things I can't bear to part with." "Ah!" Kree interrupted her with a strange cry. "How did you get out? That useless piece of trash from the Shadow Clan broke its contract with its master." Kree's mechanical arm flailing wildly, its attitude changing abruptly. "The Shadow Clan, lacking any sense of contract, deserves to die. That's right. It must be killed." Yun Zhao, As Yunju's robot, Kree probably didn't know what hardship was, and hadn't inquired about her life outside at all. Yun Zhao was too lazy to explain. Everything was in the past, and she didn't consider it hardship. Xia stayed in the room, quietly listening to the conversation between master and servant. At this moment, the door to the next room opened. Jiang Mu appeared in the doorway. He had overheard the entire conversation, glanced at Yun Zhao, and spoke with an ambiguous tone. "The pupil Shadow Clan truly deserves to die. Butler Kree, would you like to come with us?" Yun Zhao looked at Jiang Mu in surprise. Indeed, as a robot, neither the abilities of the Dark Guide nor the mental pressure of the red-eyed creature should be effective against Kree. Kree had never displayed any combat ability in front of Yun Zhao. However, its stored interstellar knowledge could be of great help. "No," Kree refused outright, "I cannot leave here." Before anyone could speak, it continued, "I am the gatekeeper of this area. If I leave, my young master's castle will collapse." Chapter 631. Yun Zhao's pupils suddenly contracted. Although she had a premonition, she was still quite shocked when Carrie admitted it himself. The gatekeepers are the core of the contaminated zone. Only when the core disappears will the contaminated zone collapse. This means that even if the other gatekeepers disappear, contaminated Zone 6 will still stand because of Carrie's existence. Unless Carrie is destroyed. Yun Zhao opened her mouth, but her throat felt like it was blocked by something, and she couldn't make a sound. Jiang Mu also suddenly fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. Carrie remained carefree. "Breakfast is getting cold. Everyone come and eat breakfast together." "Little Master, are you really not going to change into pink clothes? How about blue? Or cyan, the little bluebird's favorite color?" Yun Zhao couldn't hear what it was saying anymore, and nodded haphazardly. Seeing that she agreed, Carrie happily went to find the Nani robot, preparing to personally choose a pretty dress. It seemed unaware of death. The small robot's figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor, leaving the remaining people in the hallway in an eerie silence. Jiangmu looked up at Yun Xiao. What do we do? Zone 6, the contaminated area, absolutely cannot be allowed to remain. But to make Yun Xiao kill a robot she had personally cared for was simply too cruel. Wait! A robot? Xia Tu, having finished tidying the room, appeared behind Yun Xiao and gently patted her shoulder. Yun Ju wouldn't let it get into trouble. There must be other methods, we just don't know them. Yun Xiao understood immediately. That's right, Kree is a robot, it might not necessarily disappear. Perhaps her father has a spare chip for it, or somewhere else, which is why her father dared to make it the gatekeeper, protecting her as she grew up. She immediately followed the direction Carrie had gone, her voice calling, "You guys go eat first, I ask it." Carrie wouldn't lie to her. She had to catch up and find out. Yun Xiao's figure quickly disappeared around the corner. Jiangmu noticed Xia Tu's gaze on him again. He turned and closed the door, his expression as usual. What are you looking at me for? Go eat. In the dining room. The trainers had all been called back by the Nani robots. Except for Yun Xiao, everyone else was already there. The breakfast on the table was extremely lavish, with all sorts of dishes filling the long table, the portions finally adult-sized. He Guanghai even had a whole roasted chicken in front of him. The Nani robots stood blankly to the side, holding their cutlery, not distributing them to anyone. Are they waiting for Yun Xiao? Xia Mingang arrived earliest, and without chopsticks, he was munching on a fried dough stick-like food. Fu Yan sipped her freshly brewed coffee slowly. Isn't it obvious? Xia Tu and Jiangmu found an empty seat. Fortunately, Yun Xiao didn't keep them waiting too long. She returned quickly, followed by Carrie carrying a light blue dress. Does our little master want to change into a pretty dress after breakfast? It's not impossible. It was too short, the long train of its dress trailed on the off-white carpet. I don't want to wear it. Yun Xiao sat down next to Xia Tu. As soon as she sat down, the Nani robot sprang into action, setting the table and bringing out steaming hot milk. The sentinels began to eat heartily. The table became extremely quiet, save for Carrie's incessant chatter. Little one, you can't go back on your word. If master doesn't like the blue dress, there are many other colors and styles to choose from. Anyway, you can't wear the same outfit 2 days in a row. Carrie was very insistent on this. Master absolutely cannot be sloppy. Xia Tu turned to observe Yun Xiao's expression, but Yun Xiao noticed and leaned closer, pursing her lips as she said, there is indeed a spare chip, but it's with Daddy. It was obvious that the chip didn't contain any memories of the contaminated zone. If they were to eliminate contaminated Zone 6, then Carrie wouldn't remember the days she spent living with Yun Xiao in the castle. This made Yun Xiao feel somewhat melancholy. But then she thought, it's better than disappearing completely. Advanced civilizations have such advanced technology. Perhaps when she sees Daddy, he have a solution. Just as Xia Tu was about to speak, Carrie squeezed between two chairs, holding up the dress, completely blocking Xia Tu's view. How about the red one? Yun Xiao knew that if she didn't agree, it would probably go on and on. After thinking for a long time, she stated her request. I like the style and material of my uniform. Do you have any higher grade combat suits? Ones that aren't corroded by dark matter and are more comfortable to wear? If so, please prepare one for each of us. Carrie slowly lowered the skirt he had been holding up. Sure, no problem. Master's taste is always unique. Carrie was about to go down to find materials to make clothes. At the dining table, the wounded soldier named Jiang Yunrui timidly raised his hand. Butler Carrie, the special medicine you mentioned this morning. Carrie turned his head, the blue bow on his head trembling slightly. He replied matter-of-factly, Ah, such trivial matters naturally come after Master's skirt. What kind of miracle drug? Yun Xiao was completely bewildered. The sentries quickly recounted what had happened that morning. Upon learning that there was a miracle drug here that could rapidly heal wounds, Yun Xiao immediately inquired about the quantity. There's not much. It was left by the master, to be used when the young master is injured, Carrie emphasized. Its programming followed Yun Ju's style of doing things. The lives of the sentries weren't as important as the young master's fall. Yun Xiao then asked where the drug was kept. Upon learning it was upstairs, she nodded slightly. There were still many things she didn't know. It was necessary to check everything before leaving. Carrie was in a hurry to go downstairs to make clothes, and quickly left the dining room. After everyone finished breakfast, the Nani robots began clearing the table. Yun Xiao's gaze swept over the 9 sentries, and she announced the decision of Team 5S. For the next operation, you don't need to come with us. Stay in the castle to recuperate for now. The 9 people at the table were stunned. Yu Fei was somewhat taken aback, muttering, "We stay?" Yun Zhao nodded. "That's right. While you recuperate, you can gather as many supplies as possible that aren't available outside. Ask Carrie directly if you need anything, then wait for us to return." She wasn't entirely sure what was in the castle. After all, as the nominal owner of the castle, Yun Zhao had never asked Carrie where his things came from, or how much her father had left behind. Yun Zhao now even suspected that Yun Ju's delayed return might be because the spaceship, reduced to an empty shell, had malfunctioned again, and she didn't know where he had been taken. Otherwise, even if her father had been captured by the Federation, her mother should have known her whereabouts and come looking for her long ago. The 9 sentinels, who had been working diligently this morning, were now suddenly told they didn't need to follow them, and each didn't know what expression to make. Here, the role of A-level sentinels was minimal. Kai Zhou gritted his teeth and agreed, "Okay, I listened to Captain Yun." Chapter 632. The sooner the better. The comfort of hiding here is only temporary. Without outside news, everyone's hearts are in suspense. After breakfast, the crowd dispersed. Squad 5 held a small meeting in the pavilion in the garden outside. The group first reviewed the previous battle. After a day's rest, everyone was able to rationally analyze the problems that arose during the battle. The mimicry ability of the avoidant vine is extremely abnormal. It can even imitate our fighting style and weapon habits. The more we fight, the more it understands us, Fu Heng said calmly. As long as the core isn't destroyed, or the red eyes are still providing energy, the avoidant vine can regenerate indefinitely. Fighting it in a war of attrition is a sure way to lose. Mutant plants are more troublesome than aberrant mutants. The red eyes can remotely enhance them. Clearing more vines is futile. But these aren't the main concerns. So far, we haven't directly confronted red eyes, Xia Tu stated, pinpointing the crux of the problem. The avoidance vine alone has kept us busy. They couldn't even defeat the red eyes' freely disposable limbs. In this situation, they truly had no chance against humans. Jiang Mu, unusually silent, didn't mention his own situation. Xiao Mingang, however, looked at Yun Zhao. "You fought it?" Yun Zhao took this opportunity to explain her connection with Red Eye's consciousness to everyone. "Only death can leave this place." Fu Heng sneered, "An invader, yet pretending to be a high and mighty god, telling us in a condescending tone that this is evolution, the law of the jungle? Weakness is the original sin. The existence of other civilizations in the universe is not surprising. Earth has been attempting to explore extraterrestrial civilizations for hundreds of years. However, human technology, until the arrival of the Dark Apocalypse, was unable to break through to the outer reaches of the solar system. Compared to Yun Ju, who readily engages in interstellar travel, and the so-called pupil Shadow Clan, who silently appeared above Earth, humanity is far behind. The gap is like an insurmountable technological barrier, like an ant trying to fight an elephant." Even Xiao Mingang became much quieter. He turned to Yun Zhao and asked, "How confident are you against red eyes?" Yun Zhao answered quickly, "Not confident." She had briefly sparred with red eyes, but he had clearly held back, not using his full strength. Back then, to test his strength, she had used almost 80% of her power, but against the vast and cold spiritual energy, she had gained no advantage. Now, there was no point in hiding anything. Yun Zhao explained the state of her mental domain. "I definitely can't beat it right now." This was the first time everyone knew that her mental domain was incomplete. Xiao Mingang found it unbelievable. Even an incomplete domain is this strong. What would it be like if it were complete? While S-Class Sentinels represent the pinnacle of human combat power, their weaknesses are too glaring. They are extremely susceptible to corruption by dark matter. Through Carrie's explanation, they also realized a more brutal truth. In the eyes of advanced civilizations, S-Class Sentinels might only be comparable to ordinary interstellar warriors. Whether it was Jiang Mu, Fu Heng, or Xiao Mingang, they all understood this deeply. To win this battle, Yun Zhao's strength was crucial. Fu Yi frowned. "In other words, you can't unleash your full power right now, and your chances of winning against red eyes directly are extremely low." Yun Zhao nodded. "Can't Carrie restore you?" Jiang Mu asked. "Yun Zhao, I already asked no." Xia Tu's voice was steady as he revealed the truth. Dealing with the gatekeeper might give her a chance to recover. A simple sentence. Fu Yu and Jiang Mu instantly understood. It seemed their next objective would be to choose between the artifact and the woman. The reason was simple. Neither of them wanted to confront the red-crowned crane nor Carrie first. Especially Yun Zhao. Even knowing Carrie wouldn't truly die, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Furthermore, the manor castle served as their base, providing shelter and supplies. Morally and logically, she couldn't touch it now. Jiang Mu spoke up, How do we choose? We choose the artifacts. Xia Mingong spoke first. It likes excitement. It must be very conspicuous. Maybe we can find it once we go in. Xia Tu rarely agreed with Xia Mingong's point of view, nodding. I fought that woman before. She's very well hidden. Her territory has complex terrain. There are no supplies inside. It won't be easy to find her. Fu Qian, upon hearing this, stated very decisively, then let's go find it. Objective: eliminate the artifact guardian and help Yun Zhao regain her strength. The 5 people rarely reached a consensus. After discussion, they decided to leave this afternoon. Yun Zhao had no objections. She was too young when she lived here. Her memories of the castle are very vague, and she doesn't have the same attachment as she did to Qishan Town. Of course, Carrie is an exception. Yun Zhao temporarily puts aside the issue of Carrie. It will have to be dealt with after Red Eyes. Now, they weren't even sure if they could defeat Red Eyes. According to Carrie, the scale of Red Eyes' spread this time was unprecedented, and they had no idea what was happening outside. The lack of any news was causing great unease among the group. Outside, the collapse of the contaminated zone was accelerating, and the released dark matter was spreading at an alarming rate. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the sky had turned a somber gray. It was gradually being covered by the writhing, viscous, grayish-black matter. Confirming the severity of the situation, the 4 bases immediately mobilized, activating the return-to-home contingency plan and notifying all small shelters they could contact outside. All outer sentries and combat units immediately abandon current missions and evacuate to the nearest base at full speed. Authorize the use of all necessary means to clear obstacles from the path. All civilian shelters and settlements immediately activate the highest level of evacuation protocols. Close all entrances and exits and check life support systems. Personnel still outdoors, immediately seek the nearest fortified cover. If no cover is available, prioritize moving to the core areas of the 4 major bases. All resource points, prioritize securing defensive fortifications and energy cores with all supplies. Dawn Base. The highest level of alarm pierced the silence, tearing through the sky. Emergency broadcast. Global disaster warning. Attention all personnel. Attention all personnel. The monitoring center has confirmed that the concentration of dark matter in the atmosphere is increasing exponentially, spreading far faster than expected. According to the latest data model from the calculation team, the existing barriers will completely fail in 28 hours. Repeat, it is predicted that the world will once again enter a prolonged dark age in 28 hours. Residents outside the base are requested to immediately cease all non-essential outdoor activities and move to the base's air raid shelters with their supplies. To reiterate, residents outside the base area are hereby ordered to immediately cease all non-essential outdoor activities, take their supplies, and evacuate to the base's air raid shelters. Zhao Yin was shopping at the farmer's market when she heard the announcement overhead. She froze on the spot. For her generation, the memory of utter darkness seemed like yesterday. The fear of being deprived of sunlight and forced to live in a suffocating environment was like a scar etched into their bones, never truly healed. Chapter 633. Zhao Yan's vegetable basket clattered to the ground, scattering the freshly bought potatoes, still covered in mud, everywhere. She seemed oblivious, her face deathly pale, as she stared intently at the loudspeaker broadcasting a repetitive, desperate countdown, as if trying to detect a possible false alarm. After a brief silence, the surrounding crowd erupted in chaos. Panic ensued in the farmer's market, as people frantically scrambled for food from the stalls. The base, prepared for this, had deployed a large number of high-ranking sentries to the city center, quickly bringing the situation under control. Don't panic, the base has everything arranged. Everyone, return to your quarters in an orderly fashion. Pack your belongings and report to the air raid shelter. A sentry shouted through a megaphone. The cold countdown echoed from the overhead loudspeaker. 28 hours. A man shoved his still-stunned wife, his voice trembling with extreme panic, to the air raid shelter. Hurry! The Dawn base's air raid shelters were distributed throughout the inner city. However, most residents of the outer city had no idea how many people the shelter could accommodate. Given the base's rapid population growth in recent years, many were already worried that the shelters might not be able to hold everyone, and what if they arrived late and there were no seats left? The crowd began to stir again. Everyone, clutching their newly purchased food, started pushing towards the exit. Despite the sentries trying to calm them down through the loudspeaker, most people were deaf to their pleas. Their only thought was to hurry home, pack their belongings, and seek refuge in the safe shelters. Zhao Yin stumbled from the jostling crowd, quickly regaining her senses, and hurriedly crouched down to pick up the potatoes that had fallen to the ground. Second sister-in-law, He Guangyang and his group, who ran a stall in town, came looking for her and quickly pulled her up. Forget about those potatoes, come back with us. Qishan town had just harvested a batch of grain, and the public warehouses were full of food. Safety was the most important thing at this time. They had to get back to the assembly point as soon as possible. He Guangyang pulled Xiao Yan out, bumping into a town sentry rushing towards them. He shouted, Xiao Lu. The children are still at school, quickly tell Xiangzi and the others to pick them up. Zhao Yan seemed to remember something, shaking off He Guangyang's hand and anxiously asking, Where's Zhao Zhao? Where's Zhao Wao? Seeing that she was about to be separated from the crowd, the town sentry quickly grabbed her again. Auntie, come back with us first. Yuan Xiao, as the guide, the base will definitely protect her safety. The sentries were strong and quickly pulled her out of the farmer's market. No one cared about the coal and handicrafts on the stalls. The group hurried towards home. A large number of sentries were stationed along the street. Despite the initial panic, order remained intact, shops were closing up shop, and there was no looting. People gradually returned to East 3rd Street. Upon hearing the broadcast, the old mayor, leaning on his cane, went downstairs to the entrance of the apartment building. A considerable number of people had already gathered on the first floor, including Cheng Dongqing and the other sentries. Seeing He Guangyang and the others running back, Xiao Lu, Yu and Dongqing go to the inner city to find Dong Shu and try to rent a logistics warehouse. While you're at it, find out which air raid shelter our street has been sheltered in, the old mayor calmly instructed. Try to keep everyone together so we can support each other. If necessary, you're allowed to use Xiao Zhao's name. In times of disaster, one must always prioritize their own safety. Okay, we go right away. Cheng Dongqing and Xiao Lu quickly agreed, ran to the parking lot, got into their car, and headed towards the inner city. Xiangzi and the others have already gone to pick up the children from school. The rest of you should go back and pack your things, and wait for news from Dongshu. The old town mayor, though aged, still held considerable authority. The townspeople felt like they had found a pillar of support when they saw the old man. Moreover, many had realized that the situation was different now than before. They weren't in Qishan town anymore, but in a powerful base, so their safety wasn't a major concern. The base's order to evacuate to air raid shelters was most likely to prevent attacks from mutated avian species. Thinking of this, the people of Qishan town calmed down and lined up orderly on the first floor to wait for the elevator. Zhao Yan stood in the stairwell, her mind a jumble of thoughts. Unable to calm her nerves, she asked the town mayor again, Mayor, where's Zhao Zhao? Is she coming back? The old mayor paused for a moment, then said, Zhao Zhao has her responsibilities. You take care of yourself and the two children first. Zhao Yan was stunned, her eyes instantly reddening. Actually, even without the mayor's words, she knew that Zhao Zhao had been keeping it a secret from them. Inner city. Compared to the panic and chaos on the outskirts, everything here remained orderly, even exuding an almost cold calm. The inner city was mostly inhabited by sentries, guides, core researchers, and their families. Everyone had been notified that the air raid shelters couldn't accommodate everyone, they wouldn't be evacuated, and life would continue as usual. The shopping center opposite the central square was open as normal, supplying daily necessities. Technicians were at work. Layer upon layer of reinforced barbed wire was installed inside the towering walls to prevent the influx of more aggressive avian mutants brought in by the dark matter. Several patrol squads of sentries marched in orderly formation across the square. Researchers hurried about, carrying heavy data panels as they moved between buildings. The eerie tranquility calmed even the influx of residents from the outer city. Everyone began to follow instructions, receiving their designated air raid shelter numbers based on their home addresses. 200,000 residents from the outer city were evacuated into the air raid shelters in just one afternoon. In the conference room, Minister Duan hung up the phone and looked up, saying, residents from the 3 nearby small shelters are migrating to Dawn Base, totaling approximately 20,000 people. The security department is prepared to receive them. Minister Han nodded, don't worry, the security department was fully staffed yesterday and has made advanced preparations. We will not allow any mutants to enter the city. Minister Duan didn't inquire further and began reporting the situation outside to base chieftain at the head of the department. Communications are currently intermittent. Within our jurisdiction, 17 signal towers are out of service, and 32 outposts have been attacked by nearby mutants. Base Commander Shen listened intently, his expression serious. 28 hours is just a conservative estimate from the calculation team. If more high-level contaminated areas continue to collapse, the time frame could potentially increase. The base should prepare for the worst. Minister Duan opened the data sheet and continued, furthermore, many teams on duty outside won't be able to return in time. They have already been dispatched to the nearest Dawn, and Hope bases. I have issued a new order. Absolutely no one can remain in place seeking cover. Even when darkness falls, they must move forward in the darkness and reach the nearest shelter as quickly as possible. Base Commander Shen nodded. Your arrangements are correct. Minister Duan continued reporting the data. Next came Minister Xiao from the Logistics Department, who reported on the reserves of supplies, medicine, and ammunition from all sides. Minister Bai sat at the very end, appearing somewhat distracted throughout the meeting. His daughter, Bai Yu, had been out of contact since the day before yesterday. The Sichuan Western Plateau region is all mountain roads, with complex road conditions and many polluted areas. I don't know if I can make it back within 28 hours. Chapter 634. Inside the Manor Castle, the 5S squad members were making their preparations. Yuan Xiao went upstairs alone to retrieve a special wound medicine. The quantity was indeed limited, only 13 vials. According to Carrie, this medicine was remarkably effective. Sprayed on wounds, it could quickly stop bleeding, and as long as the bones and internal organs weren't damaged, even the most severe external injuries could heal rapidly. Yuan Xiao offered the medicine to the injured sentries, but they refused. The sentries learned they wouldn't be accompanying them. It's just a minor injury, it'll heal on its own. We don't need such good medicine. Yes, the captain should keep it for critical moments. We're already physically strong, giving us this medicine would be a waste. They had originally asked Carrie for the medicine to avoid hindering the team, but now that they weren't going, they naturally didn't need it. Yuan Xiao didn't insist, giving each member of the 5S squad 2 vials, including herself. She planned to give the remaining 3 vials to Carrie for safekeeping. Such precious medicine, it wouldn't be worth losing it, it's better to keep it separate. Yuan Xiao found Carrie in a room on the 2nd floor, around the corner. Carrie was facing a huge full-length mirror, holding up a newly made pink combat suit. Seeing her, he said happily, "Little master, look, the clothes you ordered are finished. It's a very beautiful pink." Yuan Xiao's eyes widened when she saw the pink combat suit. Whose combat suit is pink? This color, let alone Xie Tu and Jiangmu, even Fu Bei would never wear it. She looked around and found that Carrie only had one suit in his hand. "Where are the other clothes I ordered?" Carrie replied, "The guest's clothes? Of course, the naughty robot made them. Only the little master's clothes were made by me. My clothes are the best." The little bluebird, however, was quite pleased. It flew over to examine it closely. What a striking color! Its true form would definitely be the most dazzling sight on the battlefield. Look how much the little bluebird loves it. Carrie was very satisfied with his craftsmanship. His little master's aesthetic sense was the same as his own. She must be speechless with joy. Yuan Xiao, She was leaving that afternoon, and it was probably too late to have Carrie make her a new one now. But did she really have to wear such a conspicuous color? What difference would it make from being a sitting duck? "Little master, quickly take off your dirty clothes and put on this," Carrie urged urgently, determined to get her to wear it. Yuan Xiao thought that at the last minute, she had to get Carrie to do it. Unable to refuse, she gritted her teeth and put it on. The clothes fit perfectly, much more comfortable and breathable than the original, and the material was clearly several grades higher. But this color. It even had a glittery effect, making her sparkle all over as she moved. Yuan Xiao closed her eyes and began to hypnotize herself. "It's all right," she used mental manipulation. "Anyone who dares to laugh at her will be forced to do 100 forward rolls." Carrie circled around her, excitedly saying, "Beautiful. Little Master is definitely the most beautiful little one on the battlefield." The little bluebird was also very happy, as if it had received a praise itself, proudly raising its head. "The most beautiful little one." Yuan Xiao weakly corrected them. "Being beautiful is the most unimportant thing on the battlefield." "It's all right. Little Master's happiness is the most important." "Do you think I'm happy?" Carrie was very certain. Little Master is definitely very happy, because you would definitely refuse anything that makes Little Master unhappy without hesitation. Yuan Xiao was speechless. If everyone was going to wear it, she'd go check out the other people's combat uniforms. Yuan Xiao opened the door and went downstairs, bumping into Fu Heng at the bottom of the stairs. Fu Heng was searching the castle's high-tech gadgets when she looked up and saw a guy dressed entirely in shimmering pink coming downstairs. Their eyes met. Yuan Xiao, adhering to the principle that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was others who were, calmly asked, "Does it look good? Want one?" Fu Heng's lips tightened, and she looked away. Between gouging out my eyes and tearing this suit apart, wouldn't you choose one? Yuan Zhao looked disappointed. Looks like you won't be the most stylish one on the battlefield. What the hell? Fu Heng turned to leave, but Yuan Zhao grabbed her arm and explained, the material used in this combat suit is quite special. It's said to be not only corrosion resistant, but also has some resistance to erosion, making it very practical for you sentinels. Upon hearing this, Fu Heng turned back and sincerely asked, do you have black? Yuan Zhao seriously dismissed her question. Probably not. Carrie said black is the worst color in the world. It probably won't make black. Even if it was sewn by a Nani robot, the material was provided by Carrie, so it's highly unlikely to be a color it dislikes. Fu Heng, She couldn't imagine 5 people dressed like a rainbow fighting. Yuan Zhao had already dragged her to find the babysitter robot. Come on, I take you to open a blind box, and see what color your combat suit is. Fu Heng didn't struggle, resignedly letting Yuan Zhao pull her along. She was very excited about the effect of this combat suit, but seeing its pink and sparkly color, her face twisted in a dilemma. The castle was enormous, with several corridors on the first floor alone. Yuan Zhao led Fu Heng familiarly to the robot's workshop. The Nani robot wasn't as efficient as Carrie. The other 4 combat suits were still being sewn, but their basic forms were already visible. After the door opened, seeing the colorful array of colors on the workbench, Yuan Zhao felt completely relieved. I wonder what Xie would look like in it. I really want to see. Fu Heng had the same reaction as Yuan Zhao earlier. After seeing it clearly, her vision blurred. Which one is mine? She had to confirm quickly, acting first and choosing a color that wouldn't be too conspicuous. Unfortunately, the Nani robot was sewing according to their body shapes, and the clothes were already half finished. Changing them was impossible. Yuan Zhao led Fu Heng into the room, distinguishing the 4 different colors for a while, and found the mark belonging to the Dawn base. It's this dark purple one. Fu Heng's lips twitched. The color is fairly normal. But it's hard to say now. What if it's too shiny when she wears it, and then it starts flashing when she walks around? Enemies 100 meters away could see her. But their enemies are mutants and gatekeepers. Should they go out and ask Uncle He, are mutants colorblind? A few seconds passed. Fu Mo's thoughts had already gone through several twists and turns. As a straight-laced woman, she really couldn't accept the Kree's aesthetic sense, but she was also very excited about the effects of the advanced civilization's combat uniforms. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. For example, Yuan Zhao was in a good mood right now. She had been waiting here for the clothes to be finished. It's almost lunchtime. Let's go and tell them to come and pick up the combat uniforms. Chapter 635. Xie Tu and Yi Guanghai first went to the northernmost part of the park's lake. The burly, bearded man walked ahead, followed 2 steps behind by a man in a sharp combat uniform, walking along the edge of the forest. Yi Guanghai couldn't remember where he picked up the stone, so Xie Tu accompanied him in the search. Neither of them were talkative, and they walked from the north to the southernmost point without uttering a single word. The Fire Phoenix was very uncomfortable with the eerie atmosphere. It kept complaining, "Can I go now? I want to go play with the Azure Phoenix." Xie Tu didn't respond, but simply caught the fiery red bird in his hand, preventing it from escaping. The Fire Phoenix was utterly dejected. It wasn't welcome in its own body, and now it was being dragged down with it. They walked for a while longer. Yi Guanghai, who had been walking silently forward, finally spoke. "I asked Kree, and as we guessed, that stone was a barrier that Zhao Zhao's father put up outside. Later, as its power increased, the stone became dispensable, and it never bothered with it anymore. When Zhao Zhao first fell asleep, Kree also entered a dormant state, sealed inside the children's hospital, relying on the outer barrier to prevent the mutants from entering. It wasn't until Zhao Zhao woke up that Kree's power as a gatekeeper was truly activated. Its obsession was to protect Zhao Zhao. The barrier was built on the outer edge of its domain, not within its own territory. Kree didn't care about the exact number or where the rest were. It never bothered with it. They had to find it themselves. Xie Tu was very patient. "It's alright, we should be able to find some if we search slowly." Yi Guanghai hummed in agreement, then turned around, his gaze falling on the Fire Phoenix in his hand. "Your spiritual body." The phoenix trembled upon hearing its uncle mention it. Its head emerged from its physical palm, its neck arched high, trying to let its uncle see its beautiful plumage. Yi Guanghai asked, "When did you awaken?" Xie Tu suddenly looked up and replied, "When I was 19. Yi Guanghai, also 19. Xie Tu, yes. Same spiritual form, same age of awakening. Coincidence? Are there phoenixes in Zhao Zhao's hometown?" He Guanghai suddenly asked a seemingly random question. Xia2's eyes flickered slightly. I asked Kree, but it didn't answer. He Guanghai sighed, then changed the subject, subtly reminding him, in our eyes, S rank is something to look up to, but in Zhao Zhao's parents' eyes, it's probably not enough. After spending these past few days together, He Guanghai found Xia2 quite impressive. Calm, caring, emotionally stable, his strength and character were impeccable. But Zhao Zhao's parents were too powerful. From their perspective, Earth was backward, small, remote, and ravaged by war, its land scarred and devastated. Xia2 was born on such a planet. Even though his combat power and wealth were among the best on the planet, the disparity in strength created a cruelly objective reality. Could Zhao Zhao's parents accept this? As He Guanghai finished speaking, Xia2's fingers tightened almost imperceptibly. The pressure made the fire phoenix struggle and flutter desperately. The unspoken words, like a fine needle, precisely pierced his carefully maintained facade of calm. How they see me doesn't affect my choices. Xia2's voice remained steady, devoid of any emotion. I stand here because Yun Zhao needs me. And Blue Star needs her. As for the rest, if he can't reach that starry sky, he'd protect this land for her. If she's destined to return to the Star Sea, he'd cut through all obstacles and go back with her. This is Xia2's way. He Guanghai was stunned, then suddenly laughed, a hearty laugh with an indescribable cheerfulness. The two continued walking, wandering behind the amusement park on the east side, finally finding 3 scattered crystal stones there. Xia2 dug through the surrounding soil, confirming there were only 3. He bent down, using a bag to isolate his scent, and put the stones into a sealed bag. The stones should be on the outer edge. We search around again after we get out. He Guanghai interrupted him, meeting his gaze slowly, and said, no need, 3 are enough. 8 uncles, excluding He Guanghai, would need at least 7 more crystal stones. But he said 3 were enough. Xia2 instantly understood, his eyes darkening slightly. A Nani robot wearing a cartoon apron, carrying a large megaphone, walked along the lakeside park, announcing that it was time to eat. Jiang Mu and Xia Mengang went to the robot's ammunition depot, returning with boxes and boxes of magazines behind them. As soon as they reached the door, they saw the guide, dressed entirely in shimmering pink, and Fu Heng, standing behind a crystal curtain, only one boot visible. Xia Mingong's eyes lit up, and he dropped the rope he was holding and came over. Carrie made you a new combat suit? Yun Zhao, thinking that everyone would be wearing it later, didn't feel embarrassed at all. Yes, Carrie made it himself. It suits his aesthetic. She emphasized the last few words. Xia Mengang, oblivious, gave her a thumbs up. Cool. Absolutely unique. Using glittery pink to make combat uniforms? No human could possibly think of that. Truly a robot. Xia Mengang had been fed up with the same old combat uniforms for a long time. He always modified his own combat trench coats. Why hadn't he thought of changing the color back then? Xia Mengang circled Yun Zhao, finally spotting Fu Heng standing behind the curtains. One glance, and it was as if he'd been choked, all sound fell silent, his mouth slightly agape. Fu Heng leaned against the heavy curtains, arms crossed, her dark purple combat uniform, a cool grayish-violet, shimmering in the sunlight. Her face was cold. What are you looking at? Xia Mengang turned back to Yun Zhao, pressing, what about mine? I don't want pink or purple. The young master still had his standards. He felt those 2 colors didn't suit him. Yun Zhao glanced at Jiang Mu, who remained motionless in the distance, and winked at him. No rush, wait until everyone's here. Jiang Mu looked at the conspicuous pink of Yun Zhao's clothes, then caught a glimpse of Fu Mo's eerily shimmering purple, and his brow twitched violently. His eyes were filled with an undisguised don't touch me. Jiang Mu felt that if he didn't speak up, his fate would probably be like Fu Mo's, forced to wear a brightly colored combat suit. I won't wear it. Before Yun Zhao could even speak, Fu Mo was the first to object. No! Fu Mo looked at him coldly and explained the functions of the combat suit. The material of this combat suit can effectively resist the corrosion of dark matter and weaken some mental erosion, which is crucial for sentinels operating in contaminated areas. The words resist corrosion struck Jiang Mu and Xia Mengang, who was listening intently beside him, like precise bullets. Jiang Mu's resistance visibly wavered. Fu Yin sighed, staring at him. Even for the sake of the team, you have to wear it. When survival is at stake, aesthetics definitely take a back seat. One person wearing it is an oddity, a group wearing it is a bunch of peacocks. Anyway, everyone has to wear it. Jiang Mu frowned, his gaze sweeping back and forth between glitter and dark purple, forcing out a TSK from his throat. Xiao Mingang, on the other hand, accepted it well. Now he just wanted to see the color of his clothes. At the door, Xia Tu and Yi Guanghai finally appeared. Chapter 636. Yuan Zhao saw the person running towards her, the bright pink color shimmering in the sunlight, making her appear as a moving light source. Xia Tu watched the pink shooting star hurtle towards him, his face ashen, only a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his eye. "Uncle, did you find it?" Yuan Zhao stopped in front of Yi Guanghai and asked. Yi Guanghai smiled and nodded, pointing to Xia Tu. "Found it, it's all in his bag." Yuan Zhao felt relieved. Xia Tu was always reliable, so she didn't ask about the number of stones. She waved to Xia Tu and turned to go inside. "Come in quickly, the clothes are all ready. Change and we go eat." Xia Tu looked up, his gaze meeting Jiang Mu's. Jiang Mu leaned against a pillar, and shook his head very slowly and slightly at Xia Tu. His eyes were filled with a heavy warning, high alert ahead, good luck, and a subtle hint of schadenfreude. You can't escape either. Xia Tu's gaze swept across Jiang Mu's face without any expression, but his steps faltered almost imperceptibly. His gaze swept over Yuan Zhao's undisguised bright pink, then caught a glimpse of Fu Mo's cold, dark purple in the distance, finally settling on Jiang Mu's face, which clearly showed resistance. Everything was understood without words. However, Xia Tu simply walked on expressionlessly, following Yuan Zhao. The group entered the workshop and saw the finished products of the other three combat suits. The most eye-catching was the bright orange-red one. Jiang Mu's eyelids twitched. After recognizing the other two colors, he spoke first. "That dark blue one is mine." "Xia Tu, mine." "Jiang Mu, orange-red suits you better, it matches Yuan Zhao perfectly." Xia Tu couldn't refute it. But making him wear that color combat suit? The Fire Phoenix was overjoyed and flew into the room. "Red. It's red." "My color." Xia Tu corrected it expressionlessly. "It's orange, just with a touch of red." The Fire Phoenix. "It's red too." It had long wanted its main body to wear the same color as itself. The Fire Phoenix flew around excitedly. Carrie heard the commotion and came over. "That's not yours." The Fire Phoenix froze. As Xia Tu felt relieved, he looked at Carrie and asked in surprise, "You can hear spiritual beings talking?" Carrie looked back at him with the look of someone looking at a country bumpkin, pointing at the Fire Phoenix. "Of course, I heard them playing at the amusement park yesterday, but I prefer jellyfish with wings." The little bluebird suddenly turned its head and stared intently at Carrie. Carrie, enduring the murderous glare of the little bluebird, silently raised his arm, covered his eyes with a bow on his head, and changed his tune, saying, "That was before. Now I prefer the phoenix." The little bluebird was pleased. "The phoenix is the most beautiful and powerful spiritual entity." Carrie, "Yes, indeed." Even the Fire Phoenix received praise, proudly raising its head, like the little bluebird. Yuan Zhao repeated, "A jellyfish with wings?" She remembered seeing one on the wall of the children's hospital. Carrie, "Ah, little master, you're so clever. You even discovered it. Its name is Zhiling, a species from mist-weaving star." Meanwhile, Jiang Mu, realizing the orange-red color wasn't Xia Tu's, sensed something was wrong and stepped into the house, searching for the base markings on the clothes. Upon seeing the orange-red uniform without the unicorn pattern, his movement slowed considerably. Finally, he spotted the familiar insignia on another dark green combat suit. The green had a grayish tinge, a dark tone. It looked perfectly normal. But thinking of the shimmering effect Fu Hong would have on it, Jiang Mu pulled away his own suit, saying leisurely, "I change later." Carrie followed him into the room, tossing the dark blue one to Xia Tu, emphasizing, "This is the closest to black." It disliked black, having specially prepared a color almost identical to black for this composed gentleman. Xia Tu reached out and took it. "Thank you for your consideration." Carrie? Xiao Mingang, seeing they had all finished choosing, went over and took the orange-red one. He wasn't opposed at all. In fact, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He wanted to go back to his room to change. On the battlefield, he would be the most eye-catching, the most handsome presence. Xiao Mingang picked up the clothes and turned around. Looking up, he was almost blinded by Yuan Zhao's shimmering pink outfit. "Damn! I almost forgot there was someone even more conspicuous than him." Bishi couldn't bear to look. The phantom of the stone tablet slowly appeared and slammed down on his head. Yuan Zhao glanced down at himself. Great minds think alike. It seemed only Xia Ming'an could rival him. But it didn't matter, everyone was dressed, so no one paid her any attention. "All right, little master, let's go eat." Carrie knew they were leaving that afternoon, but as a robot, it had no concept of time. The little master's departure over 10 years was just a fleeting moment to it. So Carrie still cheerfully said, "There's lots of meat for lunch today, all of little master's favorites." Yuan Zhao responded, urging everyone to go back to their rooms to change. Inside the restaurant, the atmosphere at the table was extremely oppressive. The 9 sentinels were already seated at the table, backs ramrod straight, but no one touched their chopsticks, nor did they speak. According to Carrie's explanation, the Shadow Clan was an advanced civilization from outer space, far more powerful than imagined, and humanity's hope of defeating them was almost hopeless. And the 5S squad's departure was practically a death sentence. The sentinels were warriors who had faced death, warriors who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They were not afraid of death, but the feeling of knowing that what lay ahead was an abyss, a war almost impossible to win, yet being forced to watch helplessly as their most elite comrades went forth to sacrifice themselves, was more suffocating than facing death directly. Until 5 people dressed in brightly colored, sparkly clothing entered the restaurant. 9 pairs of eyes snapped open, their pupils reflecting a scene resembling a spilled palette of colors, tinged with glitter. All the solemnity and heaviness choked in their throats, transforming into pure, unprepared bewilderment. The sentinels, Jiangmu hadn't wanted to change now, but Fu Han was overseeing him, keeping a close eye on him. Since he had to change sooner or later anyway, he didn't bother struggling. At this moment, the scene in the restaurant became incredibly bizarre. On one side were 9 sentinels dressed in solemn standard combat uniforms, their expressions somber, as if attending a funeral. On the other side were 5 people with extremely high color saturation, a completely different style, as if they had just escaped from some interstellar anime convention. Silence. Dead silence. Xia Ming'an was satisfied with their reaction. The elite combat troops should be different. Yuan Zhao didn't want to speak, silently eating. Chapter 637. After dinner, everyone started packing up. Before leaving, Yuan Zhao called Carrie upstairs to say goodbye, instructing it to guard the house well, and that she would return after dealing with Red Eyes. Carrie, oblivious, replied, "Okay, little master is great, you care about Carrie now." Yuan Zhao felt a pang of sadness, and reached out to stroke the bow on its head. "Carrie is great too, wait for me to come back." When she returned, Carrie would temporarily disappear until her father appeared and retrieved its spared ship. When it awoke again, it would not remember what had happened here. It would not remember that it had guarded her for 100 years in the dangerous contaminated zone. This time, Team 5S unanimously decided not to use armored vehicles. While vehicles could help transport supplies, they also had significant limitations. In many narrow and rugged terrains, areas with dense mutated plants, or scenarios requiring covert operations, the massive size and roaring engines of armored vehicles would become a burden and a sitting duck. When Yuan Zhao came downstairs, she held the simple map her uncle had given her earlier. "I checked the map with Carrie, it hasn't been anywhere else, it could only sense the general direction." Yuan Zhao spread the map out and passed it around for everyone to see. "It's pretty much as uncle described. Red Eyes has almost taken over the entire south. If we're going to the big city where the artifacts are located, we go straight out from the east, and Carrie will take us into the city. The 6th contaminated zone is spreading rapidly. Besides Carrie, almost every gatekeeper's territory is constantly expanding. It's possible that Red Eyes, in order to find her, didn't choose to absorb the other gatekeepers, but instead spread together until they found Yuan Zhao. This has led to a continuous increase in the strength of each gatekeeper. Individually, they might all have reached the 5-star standard. Looking at the map, that woman's territory borders Red Eyes, clearly separated from Red-Crowned Crane's territory, with the castle sandwiched in between." Jiangmu handed the map to Fu Qian. "Red Eyes can't touch the castle, which gives them room to live. Isn't there an unclaimed public area?" Fu Qian studied the map carefully. "Do you think the gatekeepers might communicate with each other? Reach some kind of agreement?" "Xia Ming'an, how can the collection be exchanged? I even doubt its intelligence." Jiangmu looked up. "You better hope it has some intelligence. With intelligence, at least its actions would be logical. It's not the strength of the enemy that's scary, it's the enemy's occasional erratic behavior." Fu Yin returned the map to Yuan Zhao, saying, "We only know once we go in. Our objective is clear this time, we must take it." Xie Tu handed her a packed backpack, saying, "Let's go." Yuan Zhao put away the map and nodded, "Let's go." The 5 of them shouldered their backpacks and headed towards the amusement park. Carrie, the 9 sentries, and He Guanhai saw them off. He Guanhai didn't go with them. He was a mutant. If he entered the gatekeeper's territory alone and was controlled, He could easily become a bargaining chip for the gatekeeper to threaten Yun Xiao. Although He Guanghai was worried about Yun Xiao's safety, knowing that Red Eyes wouldn't dare harm her, he struggled all night and finally decided to stay. He couldn't become a burden to Zhao Zhao. He had already told Xie Tu what needed to be said. With Yi Jun and the others there, they would persuade Zhao Zhao. The group arrived at the back of the amusement park, where a boundary line was obscured by greenery. Faintly visible behind the trees, a silent, swirling gray mist created an eerie disconnect with the music emanating from the amusement park. It was as if an invisible wall separated two completely different worlds. Kree glided to the front. With its will, the tangled greenery seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, and the swirling gray mist was forcibly torn open, revealing a pitch-black passage where even light could not penetrate. Kree turned to face Yun Xiao. "Little master, come back soon." Yun Xiao nodded, reaching out again to pat the bow on its head. "Okay." He Guanghai took a piece of candy from his pocket, placed it in Yun Xiao's hand, and instructed, "Be careful, remember you're the captain now, don't be reckless." Yun Xiao didn't understand the hidden meaning, assuming his uncle was worried about him. "Uncle, don't worry, I will." The 9 sentries looked even more solemn, as if they were heading to their deaths. The 9 of them came from Dawn Base and Dawn Base respectively. Seeing Xie Tu explaining something to them, Jiang Mu went over and offered a few words of encouragement. It was nothing more than telling them not to neglect their training, to ask Carrie for more supplies, and to search the area around the castle for any other high-tech equipment. They were treating this place like a resource point. "Let's go," Fu Heng urged, carrying the Gatling gun. Yun Xiao didn't delay any longer, and called everyone over. The 5 of them stood before the passage. She glanced back one last time at Carrie, He Guanghai, and the 9 solemn-looking sentries, waved to everyone, and followed them into the dark passage. The darkness receded, and the scene before them gradually revealed itself. 5 people stepped onto the solid, cold stone slabs, a complex aroma mingling with the scents of old wood, cheap fried food, and some indescribable sweetness. Before their eyes came vermilion lacquered pavilions with upturned eaves and brackets, coexisting with brand new modern billboards. An ancient town? Yun Xiao quickly erected a barrier before looking around. They stood in the middle of an extremely wide street in an ancient town, their faces stiff, their clothes tattered, the mutants huddled together, all wearing the same exaggerated, eerily bright smile. The sky was overcast. The surrounding light came from various sources, dim red lanterns, glaring neon lights, and stark white spotlights from who knows where, stretching all the shadows into bizarre shapes. At the same time, a cacophony of sounds filled their ears. The cacophony of gongs and cymbals, the shrill whistling of swanas, the off-key playing of stringed instruments, the clamor of voices, the roar of machinery, the distorted fragments of pop music, all sounds were amplified. A chaotic cacophony, blurring the sense of distance. Like a tsunami, it relentlessly assaulted her eardrums, making her dizzy and almost unable to think. If she was like this, imagine the 4 S-rank sentinels beside her. Yun Xiao dodged the approaching mutants, using a barrier to shield the sentinel senses. Behind her came Fu Qian's tense voice. "Try removing the barrier first." Yun Xiao didn't understand, but did as she was told. Instantly, the chaotic noise assaulted her ears again. The deafening clamor, the bizarre colors, the pungent smells, like a burst dam, surged in, assaulting everyone's senses. Xie Tu looked up, his gaze quickly meeting that of Jiang Mu, Fu Qian, and Xia Mingong. The expressions on everyone's faces were intriguing. Strange, incredulous, even tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Yun Xiao immediately noticed the eerie silence and his companion's unusual expressions. "What's wrong?" Xie Tu withdrew his gaze and said, "It seems like our senses are being blocked by something." Chapter 638. Jiang Mu frowned, unusually not using a lazy tone, but rather a cautious confusion. "The moment I entered, the world seemed to be covered by a thick layer of frosted glass." Fu Heng continued, her voice still calm, but a hint of tension could be detected upon closer listening. The sounds were both far and near. I could hear the noise, but I couldn't pinpoint the exact location or level, like an ordinary person standing in a bustling city center. Xia Mingong rubbed his ears vigorously, his expression contorted. "Before, I could clearly hear the teeth-grinding sound of mutated creatures gnawing on things 100 meters away, but now it just feels noisy. Purely noisy. My brain is about to explode from this lousy, grating voice, but I can't hear a single useful fart." It was as if overnight, he had been stripped of his innate, most relied-upon weapon. From a hunter with superhuman perception, he had become an ordinary person trapped in a storm of noise and light. Yun Xiao was extremely surprised. She acted swiftly, a bluish-green glow appearing from her palm, flying to Xie, who was closest to her, and slowly merging into his body. Xie was already very familiar with her mental threads and remained calm throughout. The glow probed along his mental core. The center of the ancient town was bustling with activity, people coming and going. Standing there, they could easily be bumped into by the mutated creatures if they weren't careful. Fu Qian scanned the area and gestured for everyone to move to the flower bed. The group's combat awareness was extremely high, and the mission wasn't delayed by any unexpected event. A short while later, the figure of the white she beast appeared in the air, overlooking the entire ancient town from above, searching for the busiest location where the gatekeeper might appear. Yun Xiao's brows furrowed even more deeply. A few seconds later, she withdrew her hand and looked up at her companions. We didn't detect any external mental shielding force. It's more like the rules of this area itself are covering your sensory systems. Xia Mingong's gaze fell on the tea house on the second floor across the street. The sound of gongs and drums seemed to be coming from inside, like a theatrical performance. He heard Yun Xiao's voice and, without thinking, casually asked, "What does that mean?" Xie translated it in plain language. Here, the sensory limits of all living beings are set at a very low level. The figure of the fire phoenix appeared behind him, and flew in the opposite direction from the white phoenix. Jiangmu glanced at the fire phoenix, arms crossed, a gatekeeper that craves excitement and creates excitement itself, yet it sets the rules for receiving excitement. Yun Xiao felt something was off. It possesses the ability to establish or block senses. Fu Heng didn't dwell on this. It means that with the senses of an S-rank sentinel, we can find it quickly. Consider it helping to avoid the danger of sensory overload. After we kill it, everything will naturally return to normal. Their goal in coming in was very clear. Find the gatekeeper of the collection, and help Yun Xiao recover his strength. Xia Mingang shrugged. There's no point in studying this now. Seeing that they didn't seem to care and there were no leads, Yun Xiao decided to end the conversation. The surroundings were incredibly noisy. A constant stream of mutated beings passed by, their faces bearing stiff smiles, occasionally stopping to observe, truly behaving like tourists. The core rules of this area were even more bizarre than they had anticipated, forcibly leveling the playing field, immersing everyone in this false liveliness with equality. Not long after, the two spiritual entities quickly relayed their messages. Jiangmu spoke first. It really is a tourist town. Every street is bustling. I can't see anything wrong with it. Fu Yin paused for a second, then blurted out, it would be a miracle if the white sheep beast could figure it out. This child only knows how to play. Asking it what's wrong is less helpful than asking it what's fun. Yun Xiao looked at Xie. Xie nodded to her. The fire phoenix discovered a few unusually lively places. As for whether the gatekeeper is there, we have to go and see for ourselves. He then pulled a notebook and pen from his backpack and sketched out the general layout with a few quick strokes. The entire town was nestled against the mountains and beside the water, an irregular rectangle with dozens of streets. It was larger than many ancient towns from the old era. However, Xietu's tone shifted, drawing everyone's attention. Jiangmu had already spoken. The town isn't the whole story. The front and back gates connect to the highway. Not the isolating gray fog, but the highway. Clearly, the gatekeeper's territory extended beyond the ancient town. This place matched Uncle He's description of being lively, but it clearly wasn't a large city. It was just one of the possible hiding places for the gatekeeper. The 5S team had received some intelligence before entering and didn't react much. They could simply spend some effort searching for it. Xie circled several unusually bustling spots that Fire Phoenix had noticed. Yun Xiao stared at Xietu's sketch, confirming the directions, and said, "Shall we split up? Let's try to search the entire ancient town before dark." Everyone agreed. Yun Xiao and Xietu formed a group, while the other three decided to work independently. Contact me via spirit if anything comes up. I'm off. Fu Heng finished checking her magazine and stood up nimbly. She didn't take the usual route. Instead, she took 2 steps back, made a very short running start, and her military boots precisely landed on the edge of a waist-high granite flower bed, using the momentum to leap upwards. Her body stretched out in midair, her right hand gripping a thick, outstretched branch of an ancient tree beside her. Using her core strength, she deftly flipped onto the rooftop of a nearby ancient town building. Although some of her senses were blocked, it didn't hinder her performance in the slightest. Looking around, she saw rows of white-walled, black-tiled wooden buildings with gently sloping roofs of almost uniform height, spaced relatively evenly apart, truly resembling an aerial corridor. The 2-story height was easily overcome by a sentry. Xia Mingang didn't want to be squeezed with the mutants, so he decided to imitate her and cross the rooftop. He dusted off his orange-red combat uniform, mimicking Fu Qian's running start, and leaped from the edge of a flower bed. His leap was slightly less powerful. The grip on the branch made a noticeable scraping sound, and his flip onto the rooftop was clumsy and heavy, the gray tiles beneath his feet making a soft crack. Fortunately, they didn't shatter. Xia Mingang stood on the roof, catching his breath slightly, and muttered, "TSK, this lousy place really limits my performance." But at least, he avoided being squeezed together with those strangely smiling tourists below. After getting onto the roof, the two quickly began running along the ridge. The dark purple and orange-red figures flashed across the continuous gray-tiled roofs, becoming a striking yet swift sight in the eerie ancient town sky. Jiangmu also planned to go up to the roof. Before leaving, he turned to look at Yun Zhao and recklessly said, "Looks like the captain has to take the approachable route." Yun Zhao, After saying that, Jiangmu nimbly flipped onto the roof, his figure quickly disappearing from sight. Yun Zhao turned her head and forced an explanation to Xia Tu. "Even if I could go up, I couldn't. We're all going on the rooftops. What if we miss the gatekeeper?" Xia Tu's lips curved into a slight smile, and he nodded. "Yeah, you're right." Yun Zhao stared intently at him. "Are you trying to laugh?" Xia Tu's smile faded. "No." The ancient town's cobblestone streets were teeming with mutants. It was uncertain whether touching them would trigger an attack. How to get across was still a problem. Yun Zhao hadn't forgotten her business and didn't argue with him, standing under a tree by the flower bed, planning her route. As she intently observed, she caught a glimpse of something unusual out of the corner of her eye. Xia Tu seemed to sense something and looked up with her. Above the first building on the street, directly opposite the white billboard with black lettering, the lettering vanished instantly, as if erased. New lettering appeared. "You're looking for me." Chapter 639. The words quickly disappeared. Like ink spreading in water, the signboard returned to normal, as if everything had been an illusion. Yun Zhao turned to Xia Tuesday. "Did you see it?" Xia Tu's gaze remained fixed on the signboard, his jawline slightly tense. He nodded slightly. "I saw it." The question in black letters on a white background carried a chilling calmness that seemed to know everything. It knew who they were, what they were doing, and even accurately predicted their location, presenting this information to them in an almost provocative manner. The streets of the ancient town were bustling with pedestrians. Green hills and clear waters, ancient charm lingering. Under the cover of the deafening drums and clamor of voices, it was as if a layer of glass separated Yun Zhao and Xia Tu from this joyous torrent, placing them in a cold, silent, and watched dimension. The two reacted relatively calmly. "The message appeared immediately after everyone else left," Yun Zhao said. "Was it specifically shown to the two of us?" Xia Tu didn't answer. Having lost his keen senses, he couldn't see anything unusual on the street. Yun Zhao pondered for a moment. "Is it possible that it recognizes me? Was the message shown only to her? After all, she was the only anomaly in Zone 6 of contamination. The other gatekeepers should know of her existence to some extent." But Yun Zhao felt something was off. "For example, the gatekeepers used you all in their sentences." Xia Tu suddenly moved. He saw a shop selling oiled paper umbrellas, approached the shop along the wall, and quickly retrieved 2 bamboo oiled paper umbrellas. Regardless of who it knows, or how many targets it has, hesitating now is tantamount to standing still. He pointed out the most dangerous key: stillness. Faced with a potentially omnipresent adversary, remaining still is the biggest weakness. Xia Tu stepped aside, using his body to slightly shield her from the alleyway entrance, and handed her the umbrella. "Let's go in first. Clues won't come to us on their own." Yun Zhao thought he was right and decided to put the matter aside for now, discussing it again after finding clues. She took the umbrella and opened it. "Will this umbrella protect me from the mutants?" Xia Tu tested the strength of the umbrella ribs. Walking along the shops, it should be fine as long as we avoid necessary contact. It was isolation, not defense. Without further hesitation, the two opened the oil paper umbrella, tilting it slightly forward, as naturally as they would in a light rain, cleverly constructing an invisible safety barrier. They left the edge of the flower bed and merged into the flow of people in the ancient street. Or rather, they merged into that seemingly bustling torrent composed of countless slowly writhing, strangely shaped mutants. As soon as Yun Zhao entered the crowd, she was immediately hit by a foul stench of rotting flesh. The smell was faint, masked by the other odors on the street. It could only be detected up close. Yun Zhao held her breath, surrounded by layers upon layers of these things, her vision filled with distorted forms, the pressure increasing constantly, squeezing her lungs. A slightly weaker mental defense would likely have been crushed instantly by this pervasive and eerie presence. Xie held his umbrella horizontally to her right, blocking any monsters that tried to approach, protecting her as they walked forward. As planned, the two walked along the shops, Xie using the end of the umbrella as a stick, occasionally poking away any mutated creatures that got too close. The little bluebird didn't want to squeeze in with the monsters, so it and the fire phoenix flew overhead, scouting ahead. Yuan Zhao walked on the inside, Xie on the outside, but once they started, Yuan Zhao realized she also needed to constantly watch out for the people coming out of the shops. She scrutinized every mutant she encountered. Upon closer inspection, the approaching tourists were blurry, or their facial features were slightly misaligned, their limbs twisted at inhuman angles, and they were all unfamiliar faces. The crowd moved slowly, emitting a cacophony of mixed laughter and hissing sounds, forming the noisy foundation of the ancient town. Yuan Zhao felt a moment of disappointment, then rallied her spirits, and used some of her mental energy to move the monsters away from her, freeing up time to investigate suspicious areas. Currently, they had two leads. The gatekeeper might be a collectible item. It likes crowds. There are many lively places in the ancient town. The closest one the Fire Phoenix had previously investigated was a sugar painting stall. The area was crowded with people. The stall owner, a master, moved with the supple grace of a vine, skillfully scooping up scalding syrup and sketching dragons, phoenixes, or other distorted, indescribable patterns on the stone slab before handing them to waiting customers. As Yuan Zhao and Xie approached, umbrella in hand, the patterns on the sugar painting turntable blurred and changed again. "You want to kill me?" The words vanished almost instantly, lasting only 3 seconds before the turntable returned to its original 12 zodiac animal designs. This time, Yuan Zhao remained much calmer. He pretended not to see anything, carefully observing each item on the sugar painting stall. Xie stood on the outside, watching for any mutants attempting to approach. Having lost his 5 senses, everything he saw felt the same, but Yuan Zhao possessed the ability to sense the gatekeeper. Given sufficient distance, she should be able to identify the gatekeeper. Yuan Zhao used her spiritual energy to probe every item on the stall, including the old man making sugar paintings. After confirming there were no clues, she shook her head at Xie and continued walking. Neither of them discussed the writing they had just seen. In this domain, nothing could escape the gatekeeper's notice. Not knowing its purpose, there was no need for discussion now. The two, mingling with the monster horde, couldn't move quickly. Compared to the others, their progress was slower. Meanwhile, Fu Imo, with her ghostly movements, traversed the rooftops as if walking on flat ground, arriving at the third, more bustling spot. Below was a whole street of food stalls. It was also the busiest street in the vicinity. Looking down from the rooftops, the various food stalls were shrouded in smoke, bustling with people, making the street incredibly crowded. Fu Sheng scrambled from the rooftop to the second floor. As she rounded the corner to descend, she nearly collided head-on with a mutant climbing the stairs. Her pupils contracted sharply. She took 2 steps back, holding the Gatling gun horizontally in front of her to avoid direct contact. Having lost her extraordinary sensory abilities, the fact that she hadn't detected the danger at such close range made Fu Sheng feel incredibly insecure. She'd rather have overloaded senses than be blind. The mutant's clothes brushed against the Gatling gun's metal surface, as if it hadn't seen her. The two passed each other, and the mutant went up to the second floor, heading towards the dining table by the window. When Fu Sheng looked up again, she only saw a back view. It was a male mutant, broad-shouldered, his clothes dusty and gray, his gait stiff, but he carried a string of melted candied hawthorns. Fu Imo withdrew her gaze, and was about to leave, when she suddenly stopped and looked up again at the mutant. Chapter 640. Those who disturb the peace will ultimately become exhibits. When the third line appeared, Yuan Zhao, just like last time, pretended not to see it and began searching the items in this handicraft workshop. At this moment, the entire shop was completely empty. Yuan Zhao used his mental power to control all the mutants, inviting them all out. In just over 10 seconds, the previously cramped and noisy shop, filled with mutants, became completely quiet. Xie stood on the inside of the threshold by the door, his oil paper umbrella slightly lowered, watching the faces of the mutants passing by. This was a pottery handicraft shop called Inayin Fong, Mud Rhyme Workshop. The shop was small, with various pottery works densely displayed on the wooden shelves on all 4 sides. In the center of the shop was a huge wooden table, on which were scattered unwashed clay, a turntable, scrapers, sponges, and other tools, and even a few half-finished, crooked blanks. The gatekeeper's words appeared on the instruction manual laid out on the long table. Yuan Zhao meticulously scanned every inch of the shop, every item, along the wooden shelves, trying to discern if it contained the gatekeeper's special aura. "You will never find me." The handwriting on a painting on the wall changed again. Yuan Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he finally spoke. "We only been to 2 places, and you already appeared 3 times. Can't you stand the silence?" Receiving no response, the words quickly disappeared again. Yuan Zhao stared at the painting for a while, confirming there was nothing wrong, and continued searching along the shelves, his mind racing. Why did he say he would never find it? Was he going in the wrong direction? Was it not some kind of collectible, but something extraordinary? Or was it a diversionary tactic to distract them? The pottery shop was quickly searched thoroughly, but nothing was found. Yuan Zhao, however, remained calm and unperturbed. Given the frequency with which the gatekeeper appeared, this guy who loved excitement would eventually slip up. Sure enough, when Yuan Zhao and Xie Tu finally reached the ancient bridge, where the crowds were heaviest, the words reappeared on the most prominent safety warning at the bridgehead. "How about we play a game?" The surrounding area was bustling with noise and people, shoulder to shoulder. A dense swarm of mutants almost filled the ancient stone bridge, slowly wriggling and emitting meaningless noises, creating an eerie and chaotic backdrop. There was absolutely no room to step on the bridge. Xie Tu looked around, then, carrying Yuan Zhao, jumped onto a sightseeing boat below the bridge. The boat swayed slightly, creating ripples. Once they were steady on their feet, Yuan Zhao immediately looked up at the warning sign, her voice clear and calm as she directly responded to the inhuman invitation. "What game?" Her gaze was fixed on the blue sign with white lettering, expecting it to disappear quickly like before. However, the lettering changed again. "If you can guess my true identity within 6 hours, you win." "What kind of game is this?" Xie Tu asked. "What if you win? What if you lose?" "If you win, I will reveal myself and give you a chance to end me." The two couldn't see the gatekeeper, but they could sense its arrogance from the tone of the lettering. "If you lose, you will remain here forever." The wooden boat swayed gently on the murky river, creating ripples that reflected the twisted, writhing figures on the bridge, broken and grotesque. Yuan Zhao gripped the rough edge of the wooden boat, her gaze shifting from the warning sign to the densely packed mutated swarm on the stone bridge, before returning to Xie Tu's face. Xie Tu's eyes were calm and still, waiting for her to make her own decision. "You're the captain." Yuan Zhao decisively replied, "Okay." After her verbal agreement, the white lettering disappeared, and the warning sign returned to its original state. It was more like a silent declaration that the game had begun. It was confident, or rather, it was certain that Team 5S couldn't do it. This confidence stemmed from 2 things, either perfect concealment or a deadly trap. Yuan Zhao, however, felt a sense of unease. The guardian of the collection had appeared time and again, seemingly more anxious than them. What was it so anxious about? Besides, her castle was right next door. Even if she lost, this guy might not be able to keep her here. Didn't it know that? Yuan Zhao lowered her head, lost in thought, looking as if she were in a daze. Xie Tu slightly turned his body and raised his wrist to set a 6-hour countdown on his communicator. His gaze swept across the river, past the ancient buildings lining its banks. The oil-paper umbrella in his hand, corroded by the mutant slime, could no longer be opened properly. Just as he was about to lead Yuan Zhao around to the other side of the bridge to investigate, the figure of a water unicorn appeared out of thin air in the distance, barking loudly. "Fire Phoenix translated. It tells us to go over, saying it has found something." Xie Tu looked down at Yuan Zhao and asked, "Should we search this side first, and then go over, or should we meet up immediately?" Yuan Zhao looked up, her arms naturally encircling Xie Tu's waist. "It's not here. Let's go now." The gatekeeper was so confident, knowing the countdown was ending, they would speed up the search. The possibility of it hiding at the starting point was extremely slim. Xie Tu thought the same thing. He threw away the tattered oil-paper umbrella, carried Yuan Zhao, and went out onto the street. While avoiding the mutants, he found a secluded corner, then led the group onto a rooftop and crossed over. Jiang Mu and Xia Mingong appeared simultaneously. Their combat uniforms were too conspicuous. Even under the dark sky, their movements were still visible, shimmering like starlight. The 4 met on the rooftop, a considerable distance apart. Yuan Zhao let Xie Tu lead her, raised her other hand in a greeting, indicating they would talk after they crossed over. Seeing her expression, the two instantly understood that she had made a discovery. The 5S team rushed towards the food street from 3 directions. Just as they reached the location of the water cairn, they heard clear sounds of fighting coming from the 2nd floor below. Xia Mingong was the fastest. Worried about the big-eyed girl's safety, He didn't hesitate for a moment, flipping over and silently descending through the roof gap into the dimly lit second-floor room like a hawk. His sidearm was already at his waist, the muzzle pressed down, quickly locking onto the only two moving targets inside the room. One was a mutant lunging in an extremely bizarre posture. The other was the big-eyed girl constantly dodging and weaving, avoiding combat. The mutant's movements carried a clumsy yet stubborn madness. Its face was slightly clearer than the other mutants, vaguely revealing the outline of a weathered man. Xia Mingong's eyes sharpened, his finger on the trigger, ready to help Fu Heng. "Don't shoot!" Fu Heng noticed his movement out of the corner of her eye and immediately shouted to stop him. "Xia Mingong?" ? He blocked the window. The others rushing down from the roof couldn't get down and could only hear the sounds of fighting. Yuan Zhao stood rooted to the spot, still unaware of what was happening beneath his feet. Chapter 641. The sounds of bodies dodging and objects being knocked over continued to echo from inside the house. Hearing footsteps on the roof, Fu Heng, while dodging attacks, shouted, "Yuan Zhao, come down first." Xia Mingong finally realized he was blocking the way. He awkwardly touched his nose and jumped into the house to make way. Xia too, almost the instant Fu Heng spoke, had already sensed something. There was only one possibility for Fu Heng to only dodge and not retaliate. Feeling the stiffness in the person in his arms, Xia too didn't hesitate, carrying her down from the roof, while Jiang Mu stood guard at the window watching the outside. As soon as Yuan Zhao landed, his gaze fixed on the mutant that was constantly trying to attack Fu Heng. Despite his distorted face, vacant eyes, and near-grown appearance due to the pollution, the familiar features of his eyebrows and eyes were something she had dreamt of countless times. Yuan Zhao's breath caught in her throat, her face turning deathly pale. She stumbled forward instinctively, her lips parting slightly, barely managing to squeeze out broken syllables. "Uncle?" The familiar call failed to stir her mind, completely consumed by the pollution. The mutated creature let out a muffled roar and relentlessly lunged at Fu Heng, who was closest to it. The dripping slime hissed gratingly in the wooden building. Fu Heng cursed under her breath, forced to focus again to dodge, and quickly explained to Yuan Zhao, "His clothes look a lot like Uncle He's. I thought he looked familiar, so I tried to probe him." Fu Heng had initially only been trying to strike up a conversation. But the mutants here have no self-awareness. The man didn't respond to her questions, and just sat down by the window with his candied hawthorn. She observed for a moment, and to confirm her suspicions, decisively snatched the candied hawthorn from the man's hand. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly went berserk, roaring as he lunged at her. Yuan Zhao didn't react to Fu Qian's words. She stood there, her body ice-cold, watching her uncle's completely unfamiliar, twisted form, now only filled with aggression. His appearance was like a cold all-piercing Yuan Zhao's heart, twisting violently. She had found her second uncle, but in this situation. Yuan Zhao's hands trembled slightly. She took a deep breath and slowly released her mental energy. The man before her was quickly subdued, gradually ceasing his aggression. Fu Qian stopped as well. The man became motionless, even under the control of her mental energy, his eyes still fixed on her, as if there was some deep-seated hatred between them. Who would have thought it was all because she had taken a string of candied hawthorn that had already melted? Xia too, on the other side, had already taken off his backpack and taken out a small square box. The box contained sealed crystal stones. Xia too quickly retrieved the items, immediately zipping up his backpack after taking out the box. Jiang Mu, standing on the windowsill, glanced down and caught a glimpse of the backpack's interior. It seemed there were only 3 boxes. "Give this to Uncle to try." Xia too stood up, silently placing his hand on Yuan Zhao's shoulder. "It's all right, Uncle will return to normal once he gets the stones." Yuan Zhao's hand was still trembling slightly. The instant their spiritual threads touched, she sensed the murky world her uncle inhabited. Without thought, without shape, not even consciousness, only a boundless, utterly swallowed vortex of chaos remained. She seemed to smell the nauseating stench of candied hawthorns rapidly rotting after their initial sweetness. This sensation lasted only a fleeting moment. Yuan Zhao felt a sharp, aching pain rush to her nose, but finding him was enough. Just as Xia Tu had said, her uncle would recover. She bit her lower lip, struggling to steady herself, before taking the box. According to Carrie's explanation, the crystal would record the first sense it detected. Xia Tu took out gloves from his backpack, his eyes slightly lowered, and carefully put them on for her. Once everything was ready, Yuan Zhao approached her uncle, box in hand. She had 8 uncles. The others had no idea which one this was, so they simply stood silently to the side. The box was opened. Inside was another sealed bag. Yuan Zhao couldn't bear to look at her uncle's contorted face. She lowered her head, tore open the bag, and quickly stuffed the stone into her uncle's arms. Then, after a moment, "Why isn't there any reaction?" Fu Yin frowned slightly, turning to ask Yun Xiao. "Did Uncle he say how long it took him to recover?" Yun Xiao shook his head, his voice very soft. "He doesn't remember the time. In the early stages of regaining consciousness, Uncle, he was in a dazed state. He only remembered things after he regained consciousness, and because he was in the contaminated area, he couldn't sense the passage of time, so he couldn't perceive how much time had passed." The 5 people remained silent upon hearing this. This was troublesome. If it took several years to recover, they simply couldn't afford to wait. Yun Xiao also knew very well that time was crucial. A bluish-green fluorescent light emerged, enveloping the entire second-floor room, quickly dissipating into the air, forming an invisible barrier. They decided to keep their discussion from being overheard by the gatekeeper. "We just got a clue." Yun Xiao didn't look up, his hands unconsciously clenching, and briefly explained what had just happened. Upon learning that the gatekeeper had actually provoked them, the other 3 reacted differently. Xia Mingon's brows furrowed instantly, almost blurting out, "What does it mean? Is it bored and using us to amuse itself?" Fu Hang's thinking leaned more towards analyzing the gatekeeper's behavior. "It's not just for amusement. It knows we came in to find it. Proposing a game is more like absolute confidence, believing we can't guess its identity. Uncle He once said that he had never seen the gatekeeper's true form, only guessing it was an artifact." Jiangmu said slowly, "Is it possible that Uncle He's guess is wrong?" His speculation wasn't without merit. The gatekeeper was clearly intelligent. If it were an object, what object could provoke such a move? Xia Tu glanced down at the countdown timer on his wrist. 8 minutes had passed. He spoke up, "I have a question." Everyone present looked over, including Yun Xiao. "Why 6 hours?" Xia Tu's gaze met Yun Xiao's, and he continued, "This is its territory. It has plenty of time for us to play with it, yet it deliberately sets the bedtime so short." His intuition told him this was important. The gatekeeper seemed very anxious. From the moment they entered, it eagerly revealed itself, enticing them to participate in this game. Winning saved them time, losing was insignificant to Yun Xiao. They had no reason to refuse. Yun Xiao, with his back to his motionless uncle, was also pondering this question. Is it related to the situation outside? The other 3 understood immediately. Fu Heng quickly said, "We learned from Carrie that Red Eyes is spreading again, and its spread has already threatened the other gatekeepers. Assuming Red Eyes doesn't deal with the other gatekeepers, it needs to help find the lost Yun Xiao. So, after Yun Xiao returns, is there still any need for the other gatekeepers to remain?" Chapter 642. Yun Xiao suppressed his emotions and analyzed, Kree isn't afraid of Red Eyes, so the spread won't affect the castle. Therefore, Kree isn't too concerned. This indirectly lowered their guard, and they didn't even consider the reason for the spread. For the other gatekeepers to be on high alert. Something happened outside? Fu Heng's eyes immediately changed. This conjecture was like a bucket of ice water poured over her head, instantly changing the tense atmosphere that had just been surrounding the game itself, tinged with a deeper, more ominous color. If even the other gatekeepers felt threatened, it was definitely not an ordinary contamination spread incident. Xia Tu's expression became extremely grave. He raised his wrist to announce the time. All officers, set the time. Time ticked by. Everyone became increasingly anxious. They were trapped in the contaminated zone. Even if something happened outside, they couldn't provide support. They had to find a way to eliminate the gatekeepers here first. Jiangmu set the countdown and said, "There are still 4 streets left to search. Let's look for more clues." The second clue was very clear. It likes excitement, so for now, we can only use the process of elimination to gradually narrow down the possibilities. Although the gatekeeper's arrogance made everyone feel that the chances of finding it were extremely slim. Xia Mingang suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Yun Xiao, "It doesn't limit the number of guesses?" "No," Xia Tu answered. Xia Mingang curled his lips into a smile and said something surprising. "We can point to the bridge, the houses, and those ghostly things one by one and ask if it's you. That's not against the rules, is it? What if we guess right? Yun Xiao, Fu Han was speechless for a moment. But upon further thought, she felt that it might actually work. Since there are no clear clues yet, might as well try something random. "I'm leaving now. Remember to keep an eye out for transportation." Jiangmu grabbed the eaves and climbed back onto the roof. His figure quickly disappeared. Fu Mu's gaze fell on her motionless uncle, who was still staring intently at her. She glanced at the candied hawthorn in her hand, quickly shoving it back into his, returning it to its rightful owner. I'm leaving too. We meet at the town exit later. The withered hand holding the candied hawthorn made an extremely slight crackling sound from its knuckles, and incredibly slowly, with an almost stiff gentleness, bit inward a tiny bit. The candied hawthorn, already melted beyond recognition, with its sticky syrup almost dripping, seemed like a priceless treasure to him. He held it tightly. Yuan Zhao saw it clearly, his breathing becoming rapid. Uncle Qin, it's me, Yuan Zhao. As soon as he finished speaking, those empty eyes that were staring intently at Fu Mu seemed to flicker for a moment. But like a pebble thrown into a bottomless, stagnant pool, it only stirred up a negligible ripple before being swallowed by endless chaos. Yuan Zhao was somewhat disappointed, but quickly rallied. Since the crystal was useful, it was only a matter of time before her uncle remembered her. The most important thing now was to find clues. Fu Heng had already gone downstairs. As for Xiao Minghong, like a mental patient, he began talking to the tables and chairs in the room. Are you the gatekeeper? Or you? A stool? A chair? The stairs? The stone tablet slowly appeared behind him. Bai Shi probably realized this was a mission, hesitated for a long time, and didn't make a move. Xie Tu ignored Xiao Minghong's neurotic behavior and walked over, his voice somewhat low, let uncle follow us first. The mental threads could control the mutants, so going with them should be fine. Yuan Zhao nodded, controlling her uncle as he went downstairs. The two ignored Xiao Minghong, who was still inside, and went straight down the stairs. The restaurant was a two-story Chinese restaurant, the first floor packed with people, almost entirely filled with mutants. Fu Heng searched downstairs. When they came down, she was facing an ethnic-style ornament on the wall, trying the method Xiao Minghong had suggested. Fu Heng, her face cold, questioned the ornament, "Are you the gatekeeper?" Losing her sharp senses, she seemed unaware of the two people coming down behind her. Yuan Zhao, Yuan Zhao tugged at Xie Tu's sleeve, signaling him to hurry up. Fu Heng was proud. It would be incredibly embarrassing if she realized they had seen her. Xie Tu understood, and quickened his pace with her, as they left the restaurant. Uncle Qin followed stiffly behind, a stone in one hand, and a melted candied hawthorn in the other. This was Fu Qian's assigned area. The two dodged the mutants on the street, while trying to find a way back to the stone bridge they had crossed earlier. There was a wishing tree over there, and beyond that was another street they hadn't searched yet. Yuan Zhao looked around, trying to recognize the faces of every mutant she passed, occasionally glancing back at Uncle Qin, while also using some of her mental energy to control the mutants on the street and keep them away from them. Once they returned to the stone bridge, she cleared her mind of distractions and, together with Xie Tu, began searching each street. This street faced the lake on one side, and the entire street was lined with small taverns and bars, their LED signs flashing in various colors, displaying seemingly romantic names, like Romantic Encounters, Drunken Dreams of the Martial World, and Stories of the Ends of the Earth. The two entered the first bar at the intersection. The music was deafening, and the place was packed with people, the lighting dim. A mutant, posing as a bartender, stood at the bar, unconsciously wiping the already gleaming glasses. The booths were crowded with shadowy customers, motionless, as if frozen in time, yet still maintaining postures of raising glasses, playing dice, or whispering, creating a series of noisy yet deathly eerie scenes. Yuan Zhao and Xie Tu were already used to the bizarre scenes, and split up to search the bar. Uncle Qin was left at the entrance. Yuan Zhao first checked on the mutants, confirming that none of the uncles were inside. She approached the bar, and noticed a prominently displayed Lucky Cat figurine. It wasn't a popular cartoon character, but a more retro one, carved from wood. And it faced the booths, fitting the description of someone who likes being watched. Yuan Zhao glanced back at Xie Tu, making sure he was some distance away, then quickly picked up the Lucky Cat figurine, pursed her lips, and asked, "The gatekeeper is the Lucky Cat?" Although Xiao Mingang was unreliable, Yuan Zhao thought this method could help quickly eliminate suspicious items, so she figured it wouldn't hurt to try. The Lucky Cat didn't react. Yuan Zhao put it down and continued searching. The two searched 5 bustling taverns, but found nothing, no clues, no sign of her uncles. Since she agreed to the game, the gatekeeper hadn't shown up again. Xie Tu remained calm, glancing at the countdown on his communicator. No rush, only an hour has passed. Yuan Zhao nodded absent-mindedly. Being late didn't really matter to her. It was just that the outside world might be facing a crisis, and she worried that red eyes might attack the base. The two quickly finished searching their assigned area and headed to meet at the town's exit. Meanwhile, the Lucky Cat remained unresponsive. Xiao Mingang had one last place to search. With his heightened senses diminished, he was slowing down considerably, to avoid missing crucial clues. Xiao Mingang searched and asked along the way, "Are you the gatekeeper?" He even questioned the entire cobblestone path. What exactly is a gatekeeper? Xiao Mingang was at his wit's end and finally asked Bishi. He had initially thought he would find the gatekeeper quickly after entering, but this thing was so intelligent that it had completely outmaneuvered them. Bishi replied, "You ask me? Who should I ask?" Xiao Mingang answered as he walked, "Ask the heavens, ask the earth, ask the way. If all else fails, ask the window next door. That's better than the asking alone. Asking a spirit should count too, right?" He then used a stick to poke aside the mutated creature blocking his way and entered the last gift shop, nearly blinded by the abundance of fluffy toys. How long would it take to ask him one by one? Xiao Mingang casually picked up an Arctic fox and urged Bishi, "Hurry up and help." Chapter 643. After urging him on, Xiao Mingang righteously questioned the Arctic fox plush toy in his hand, "Aren't you the gatekeeper?" Bishi was disgusted. "That's not how you ask, you idiot." Xiao Mingang threw down the toy, angrily saying, "Damn it, can you stop swearing?" He couldn't be insulted, but others were. "You said it yourself." "Damn." Xiao Mingang picked up a teddy bear. "Then how do you ask?" Bishi demonstrated. "The gatekeeper is the Arctic fox plush toy." Xiao Mingang rolled his eyes. "Isn't it the same?" Bishi's stone tablet slowly appeared, but suddenly stopped. The light bulb above its head suddenly went out, and there seemed to be an unusual fluctuation in the air. "Did you feel it?" It moved. Xiao Mingang subconsciously threw down the toy in his hand, exclaiming, "The teddy bear moved." Bishi, "Idiot, I said the gatekeeper." Xiao Mingang, He felt nothing at all. The gatekeeper seemed to have deliberately blocked your senses, preventing you from perceiving its movements. Xiao Mingang asked curiously, "Then how can you sense it?" They were one entity. If only the sentinel was blocked and not the spiritual entity, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Bishi, "I don't know." Xiao Mingang instinctively felt this was a clue. If he couldn't figure it out, he let someone smarter figure it out later. He picked up the Arctic fox he had put down, hugged the plush toy to his chest, thought for a moment, and decided to ask about the other plush toys in the gift shop before leaving. The gatekeeper is a teddy bear. The gatekeeper is a penguin. The gatekeeper is SpongeBob. Xiao Mingang asked each item on the shelf one by one. After more than 10 minutes, he felt parched and lost patience. The gatekeeper is an idiot. When Xiao Mingang finished and rushed over, the others were already waiting at the town's exit. The town's exit wasn't a grand gatehouse, but rather the natural end of a bustling market street. The smooth, polished cobblestone path gradually gave way to a wide, flat asphalt road. On one side were the last row of antique-style shops with white walls and gray tiles, selling tea and silk souvenirs, their windows gleaming. On the other side was a row of newly planted willows, their soft branches drooping and brushing against wooden benches. The four gleaming figures stood in front of a white car, the door was open, and Uncle Qin could be vaguely seen sitting inside. Jiangmu had found the car. The plan was to gather and go outside together. The gatekeeper's territory wasn't limited to the ancient town. For now, Team 5S definitely needed to expand their search area and explore further. "I made a major discovery," Xiao Mingang shouted to the group before even getting close. He approached the group, holding up a fluffy Arctic fox plush toy, and casually tossed his hair. When Bishi called to this Arctic fox toy, he noticed the gatekeeper moved. He was, after all, the second person to discover a clue. Xiao Mingang was prepared for the stares of the crowd, deliberately striking what he thought was a cool pose. Unexpectedly, the other four remained calm. Yuan Xiao glanced at the Arctic fox toy in his hand and quietly said, "Little Bluebird sensed its frequent vibrations, and we all initially thought it was a clue." Xiao Mingang paused. "What do you mean?" Jiangmu slowly raised his eyes. "Oh, about half an hour ago, I passed by the generator room and, on a whim, cut all the wiring inside." Fu Yan looked at Xiao Mingang speechless. "Didn't you notice the town was without power when you came over?" Xiao Mingang, He didn't want to squeeze in with the mutants, so he came via the rooftops. As for the gift shop losing power, he assumed it was because he discovered a clue. Xiao Mingang realized what was happening and turned to Jiangmu, asking, "Why did you cut the power lines?" Jiangmu didn't bother to answer. Yuan Xiao kindly explained, "Our only definite clue right now is that it likes noise and bustle." Jiangmu wanted to try and disrupt the bustle, so he turned off all the stereos and neon signs in the town. Attacking the noise itself, the gatekeeper did indeed react. But it only moved slightly, remaining hidden for the time being. After understanding the whole story, Xiao Minggang stared suspiciously at the doll in his hand, unsure whether to throw it away or hold it. This means the method works. Xia Tu glanced at the doll in his hand and said, the gatekeeper is arrogant and loves excitement. The fact that it can tolerate this level of interference means it's within its tolerance range, or perhaps it doesn't think it's worthy of its personal response. Fu Yu thought for a moment. Blindly searching has a high probability of failure. Since it's working, we might as well turn the tables and force it to reveal a weakness. The game rules didn't say that other means couldn't be used to obtain clues. Everyone agreed on this point. Jiang Mu's actions inspired Yun Xiao. She thought for a moment and asked for everyone's opinion. How about we do something big before we leave? Everyone looked over. Jiang Mu already had a premonition that if she said something big, then this matter was definitely not small. He hadn't forgotten that upon their first meeting, their guide, Yun, had incited everyone to become terrorists within the contaminated zone. Xia Tu's eyebrows rose slightly, seemingly already knowing what she was planning. Soon, Yun Xiao, unfazed by her teammates' gazes, said, let's cut off its supply line directly. It likes excitement, so let's make sure this place isn't lively. Xiao Minggang, clutching his Arctic Fox plush toy, became excited upon hearing her plan. Great! How do we do it? In the tourist town after the power outage, all lights, sound systems, and electronic billboards went out. The streets were still bustling with people, a dense mass of heads, but without a stage and background noise, the mutant's behavior became sluggish and chaotic. A few minutes later, the little bluebird appeared above the town, emitting a clear, melodious cry. In an instant, its body became transparent, its wings long and beautiful, its tail feathers extending with dazzling light trails, and elegant feathers sprouted on its forehead. A magnificent blue phoenix, its body shimmering with a lustrous, azure light, appeared. At the exit parking lot, a deep, downward-sloping, pitch-black passageway opened up before it. The great blue bird raised its head and cried out, its sound waves rippling outwards, like tangible waves, carrying an aura of purification and dominion. Its enormous, dreamlike blue wings suddenly flapped. Beneath the shimmering feathers, countless emerald green fluorescent lights surged forth. The lights twinkled like billions of tiny fireflies, or like a flowing blue galaxy, stirring up gusts of wind that instantly spread throughout the entire town. Leave. Enter. Sleep. Chapter 644. The command was simple and brutal, yet it contained immense mental power. The mutants, who had been wriggling and wandering the streets, mimicking various lively behaviors, all froze. Their empty eye sockets collectively turned towards the passage. The next second, the densely packed mutant horde began to surge towards the passage entrance mechanically and silently, like a tidal wave. The rustling sound of countless limbs scraping the ground coalesced into a suffocating torrent. Then, without hesitation, one after another, they headed towards the exit, orderly entering the dark passage, their figures swiftly swallowed by the deep darkness. This was the path Yun Xiao had gleaned from the red eyes. When she was close enough to the manor castle, Carrie could sense her, and the manor's passage would open according to her thoughts. The tourist town was conveniently located where they had entered. The distance was sufficient to open the passage. Yun Xiao had considered killing the mutants, but firstly, they didn't have enough ammunition, and clearing the monsters would take too much time. Secondly, she was afraid her uncle might be among the mutants. After much thought, the best solution was to lure them all to the manor castle. Carrie, as the gatekeeper, should be able to control the mutants, and Uncle, he could help with the search. If her uncles were there, he would definitely recognize them. The group stood still, watching helplessly as the mutant army coalesced into a silent torrent, marching into the darkness. A glowing blue phoenix hovered high in the sky. The scene was both magnificent and eerie, filled with a powerful sense of awe, a blend of the sacred and the sinister. Xiao Mingong felt a chill run down his spine. They had thought they could cause trouble in the contaminated area, but the guide's big move meant directly controlling the mutants to leave, leaving them with absolutely nothing to do. Inside the manor castle, Carrie, now wearing a light green bow tie, sensed the passage reopen and happily went out to greet its young master. However, halfway there, it realized that swarms of monsters were pouring in. The young master is still as mischievous as when she was little, Carrie muttered, turning back home. Dark matter surged, seeping from the cracks in its shell. All the robots in the castle received the order, raising their cannons and advancing towards the passage entrance. Hearing the commotion, Uncle he came out of his room and asked what was going on. Carrie replied, the young master let the monsters in. She's playing with that gatekeeper. Uncle he was shocked. Why did Xiao Xiao let the mutants in? Carrie, with its large bow tie, said in a childlike voice, I don't know, but it's okay, I handle it. I just killed them all. Kill them? Uncle He, a member of the mutants himself, felt a chill run down his spine. I go check it out, he said hastily, calling the 9 sentries loading the truck outside with him. The sky remained dark, blurring the lines between day and night. Just over 10 minutes later, the once bustling town was now deathly silent. All the lively decorations were still there, but the only actors and audience had all left. The 5 men stood at the exit, waiting for the gatekeeper to react. The result was utterly disappointing. Even after the last mutant in town disappeared, the gatekeeper remained silent and motionless. Jiangmu crossed his arms, staring at the empty town. Wrong direction? Yun Zhao was also pondering something. Why did it react when Jiangmu sabotaged the power switch, but ignore the entire town being emptied? Yun Zhao turned her head. Xia Mingong. What? Xia Mingong reacted promptly. Yun Zhao held out her hand to him. Let me see the doll. The two stood very close, separated only by Xia Tu. Xia Tu took the doll. Its fur was fluffy and soft, with a slightly cool, velvety feel, like an ordinary toy. He checked it over, and after confirming it was alright, handed it to Yun Zhao. The fluffy texture touched her hand. Yun Zhao examined it for a moment, her spiritual energy slowly seeping into the doll's interior, and whispered, "The gatekeeper is an Arctic fox doll." There was no reaction. The little bluebird hadn't noticed its movement, dispelling her doubts. Strangely, she hadn't sensed the gatekeeper's movement either, yet the little bluebird and the bee she had. Why could the spirit sense it? Let's discuss this further in the car. After confirming that the doll was no longer a suspect, Xia Tu opened the driver's door and gestured for everyone to get in. Fu Yin glanced at her communicator. 1 hour and 50 minutes had passed. They only had a little over 4 hours left. They had to hurry. Let's go, let's think while we drive. Fu Yin was the first to step into the car, carrying her weapon and bending down. It was a 7-seater minivan. The left door was open. In the second row, on the left side, sat a man dressed in tattered clothes. He had his head down, clutching a candied hawthorn and a crystal in his hands, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Fu Yin glanced at him, trying not to touch him, and bent down to enter the last row. Yun Zhao, clutching her Arctic fox plush toy, silently got into the car and sat in the second row right seat. She wanted to stay with her uncle. If he saw her every now and then, perhaps he would recover faster. Xia Tu saw this but didn't say anything, got into the driver's seat, and started the car. Xia Mingong reacted quickly this time. He was already standing next to Xia Tu, and seeing Yun Zhao sit in the back, he immediately went around to the other side, and took the passenger seat first. Childish. Jiangmu scoffed lightly, then climbed into the last row to sit with Fu Qian. The car quickly started moving, steadily passing the antique-style archway at the exit of the ancient town. Outside the window, an unexpectedly beautiful landscape of mountains and clear water came into view. The asphalt road was smooth and clean, stretching forward along the winding river valley. To the right was a clear stream, its waters babbling softly. To the left, a lush green hillside stretched out, the dense forest a deep, dark green under the gloomy sky, various unnamed wildflowers blooming quietly in the roadside grass. It felt jarring. The verdant natural landscape was completely at odds with the guard's preference for a lively atmosphere. But Uncle, he couldn't have lied to them. Where had things gone wrong? Everyone seemed to be pondering this question, and for a moment, no one spoke. Yun Zhao carefully reviewed the bet she had with the guard. To guess its identity within 6 hours. Guess? The atmosphere inside the car was too oppressive. The little bluebird, probably bored, suddenly hopped onto her lap. Its 2 little paws stepped on the Arctic fox nestled between her knees, the furry texture amusing it. It reached out a paw and poked the blue eyes embedded in the fox's face. The eyes are made of glass, a product of an old-fashioned industrial production line, with tiny silver specks adorning the pupils. The corners of the mouth are embroidered with fine stitches into a barely perceptible upward curve. Unlike the typical doll's endearing smile, the expression is more like an all-knowing, ambiguous, almost mocking indifference, tinged with a subtle, eerie quality. Chapter 645. The car drove for a while. Xia Mingong couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere any longer. He felt everyone must have discovered something, and they weren't bringing it up now. Were they afraid the gatekeeper would hear? But Yun Zhao was there. Why not just create a barrier? So Xia Mingong broke the silence. The mutants and the excitement themselves had nothing to do with each other, right? This is just a decoy. The gatekeeper's true form has always been hidden beneath the excitement? Yes and no. Jiangmu rarely spoke up, reminding him, think carefully about what Uncle he said back then. It likes to be seen, often lying in the open-air plaza, surrounded by layers upon layers of people. But the current situation doesn't match up at all. Xia Mingong leaned out from the passenger seat, looking back suspiciously. So we're going to find the open-air plaza? Jiang Mu, Forget it, why bother arguing with a Chinibu, a person with delusions of grandeur? We already concluded that the liveliness has nothing to do with popularity, after we lured away the mutants, Fu Heng added. The situation is completely different from what Uncle he described, and Uncle, he wouldn't lie, so there's only one possibility. Therefore, we must go elsewhere to confirm again. Xia Mingong was speechless. What possibility? Just tell me. Then there was no further explanation. No one in the car seemed inclined to reveal anything, leaving Xia Mingong anxiously waiting. The car drove on for a while longer. Fu Heng and Jiang Mu frequently checked the time. Nearly 20 minutes passed, the unusually tranquil landscape outside the window rushed past, but no new scene appeared. Something was clearly wrong. Even if the contaminated area was vast, at the car's speed, the environmental changes should have been visible long ago. Xia gripped the steering wheel, his eyes scanning every seemingly identical inch of the scenery, searching for subtle flaws. About 10 minutes passed. Less than 10 meters directly ahead, a brown tourist attraction sign stood by the roadside, clearly indicating the directions to the parking lot and bus stop. Xia Mingong, sitting in the passenger seat, saw it clearly and his eyes widened suddenly. It's the sign for the ancient town. They're back? A ghost wall? Fu Qian's voice turned cold, her hand already on her weapon. It doesn't want us to leave the ancient town? No wonder there's no limit to the number of guesses in the game. Yun Zhao said calmly. So it was waiting here. Xia glanced at the sign, not slowing down at all, and continued driving. Sure enough, the entrance to the town soon came into view. They left through the exit, but somehow ended up circling the highway, returning to the front entrance. Xia slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement. Everyone looked up. The ancient buildings were deserted. Not a single writhing mutant could be seen on the streets, not even a shadow. In the dim light, the scene appeared particularly eerie, shrouded in an inexplicable aura of gloom, sending chills down their spines. We wasted half an hour on the road for nothing. It's really cunning, Jiang Mu chuckled, patting Yun Zhao's seat back. Looks like its guess was exactly what it said. It didn't offer any opportunity to expand the search, leaving them to rely entirely on their imaginations. The world is full of countless items. Just the catalog of collectibles alone could contain tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. How could anyone possibly guess in 6 hours? Its condition is to guess my true form. True form. That word is crucial. Yun Zhao's voice was unexpectedly calm. Xia Mingong, holding his breath, looked at Fu Heng. Now that we can't get out, what's the possibility? He'd been pondering this for so long. Xia picked up his backpack, opened the car door, and got out, replying, no rush, we know the answer after we try. Xia Mingong retorted angrily, of course you're not in a rush, but I am. It seemed everyone knew except him. How embarrassing. Yun Zhao waved her hand in front of Uncle Qin, but seeing no reaction, she was somewhat disappointed. The door was on either side of her and her uncle. Jiang Mu and Fu Heng, sitting in the back, couldn't get out unless she got out. Yun Zhao opened the car door, first handing the backpack to Xia who was waiting by the door, then got out of the car and said something startling. Everyone suspects this place has been merged. The map had been confirmed by Carrie, but Uncle He's account didn't match. The clues they had were completely contradictory. Excluding Uncle He's deliberate deception, there was no other possibility besides a change in the gatekeeper. Merged? Xia Mingong's reaction was one of utter shock. He whirled around, his weapon striking the car wall with a sharp crack. Jiang Mu raised his eyes slightly. Don't be so alarmed. Didn't Fu Heng hint that you should go to other places to confirm? If the next scene also didn't match up, then they would be 100% certain. As for why they didn't say anything earlier, everyone understood without tacit agreement. The Twin Towers. Who knew the immature teenager couldn't even pick up on a hint? Xia Mingong, Was he at the very bottom of the food chain? We can't get out now, so there's no need to worry about the gatekeeper eavesdropping. Let's just guess here. Fu Heng got out of the car and looked at Xia and Yun Zhao. According to the map, the area bordering the collection gatekeeper is the red-crowned crane. Shining, the founder of Dawn Base. Yun Zhao's feelings were complicated. Has Shining already taken over this place? As a guide, she certainly has the ability to block the sentry's senses. So if she says her name, will she win the game? According to the bet's rules, if she wins, the gatekeeper will show up. Next. Should she kill Shen, a predecessor who founded Dawn Base and sacrificed herself to save the world? Many thoughts flashed through Yun Xiao's mind, and then she looked up at Xia Tu. The man happened to turn around and look back. What are you thinking? Yun Xiao patted his shoulder, with the Arctic Fox plush toy in her hand. He was so engrossed in thought. He almost forgot about the little bluebird perched on the toy. The little bluebird lost its footing and fluttered its wings. Yun Xiao hurriedly retrieved the toy, picked up the little bluebird, and apologized and comforted it. Whoever she was before, now, she is the gatekeeper. Xia Tu's voice was lower and hoarser than usual. He grew up at Dawn Base, served the base, and his heart was far from calm. Shen and her friends founded Dawn Base with the initial intention of preserving the last embers of humanity amidst the ruins, to light an inextinguishable lamp in the long night. That ideal was too fervent, the responsibility too heavy. At some unknown turning point, the initial protection quietly twisted into another form of obsession. From despair to extremes, it became a grand and tragic, a decadent hymn. And Team 5S had to bring their story to a close. Yun Xiao held the little bluebird, gently stroking its head, her gaze fixed blankly on Xia Tu's profile. She looked away, took a deep breath, and said, "Then I do it." With that, Yun Xiao looked up at the dark sky and spoke each word clearly. The gatekeeper is Shen. Chapter 646. The dark matter in the air fluctuated slightly. Little Bluebird sensed it, and angrily notified everyone. Yun Xiao soothed Little Bluebird while retreating to the car. Xia Tu stood in front of her, drawing his tang sword and observing the surroundings. However, having lost his extraordinary senses, what he saw and heard was no different from an ordinary person. The sky seemed to darken further. A cold wind swept through, swirling fallen leaves and dust in the air. The lanterns along the street were already extinguished, their shades swaying in the wind, emitting eerie sounds. Everyone placed their hands on their weapons, silently observing the surroundings. However, after about a minute, the fluctuations, after rippling out a few times, slowly subsided. Everyone's heart sank. They were going the wrong way. At this moment, Team 5S seemed to be in a stalemate. They couldn't find a way out, and they couldn't find any other clues. Even their last remaining guess was dismissed. For a moment, all was silent. Xiao Ming'an couldn't hold back any longer. He didn't bother pretending anymore and asked directly. It wasn't a red-crowned crane, so the intelligence was correct, and we guessed wrong? Don't panic. Let's review the information again. Xia Tu remained calm, especially in this situation. When they first entered, they found their senses weakened, so they decided to split up. However, after they separated, the gatekeeper appeared and offered a wager. The others explored the town, but found no useful clues. Aside from what they had gathered before entering, this was all the information they currently possessed. It says, those who disturb the peace will become exhibits. Yun Xiao slowly said, it also said that we will never find it. Never find it. Jiang Mu, I remember the game rules only required guessing it. Yun Xiao, yes, but those two sentences were said before the game started. Xiao Ming'an's attention was focused on the words exhibit, and he turned his head, his face filled with horror, and said, could it be that the exhibit being watched isn't it, but something that disturbs the peace? Like an ancient execution, letting all the mutants come and have a look? When Uncle he came in, he happened to see this scene and mistook the thing being watched for the gatekeeper? Xia Tu slowly uttered, that possibility cannot be ruled out. If that's the case, then wouldn't it be even more confusing? I have two questions. Fu Yu frowned and said, first, why does it react when Shen Ying's name is mentioned? Yun Xiao had just thought of this as well. Their suspicion that the other gatekeeper was Shen Ying stemmed from the illusion Xiao Ming'an saw in another passage domain. But in that illusion, there were two girls. Xing Nandai? Yun Xiao quickly dismissed the idea. Xing Nandai was a sentinel. It was impossible for her to seize the twin towers right under the Red Eye's noses, because sentinels couldn't resist the Red Eye's influence. When Yun Xiao learned that the twin towers were located in that territory, she wondered if it was the Red Crown Crane's doing, her desperate gamble, guarding the twin towers, her obsession being to open them. Jiang Mu looked up. What's the second point? Fu Heng looked at Xiao Mingang and replied. The second point, why can the spiritual entity sense it? With all the sentinel senses sealed, it was clearly illogical that the spiritual entity could perceive the gatekeeper's movements alone. Xia Tu said, not all spiritual entities can sense it. Fu Heng nodded. Indeed, the water Qilin didn't react. The little bluebird was easy to understand. Its spiritual power was too strong, and having awakened in contaminated Zone 6, it wasn't surprising it could sense the commotion here. But why could Bai Shi also sense it? Everyone looked towards Xiao Ming'an. including Yun Zhao. Xia Mingong received everyone's gaze, maintaining a cool and aloof demeanor, but inwardly he was relentlessly questioning Bai Shi. Do you know the reason? I said I didn't know. Xia Mingong didn't believe him. Impossible. Aren't you supposed to be very smart? Bai Shi didn't want to talk to him anymore. Without any clues, we can't guess. Xia Tu checked his communicator. Almost half the time had passed, only 3.5 hours left. The gatekeeper's domain, more or less, contains its obsession. Xia Tu said, since we can't leave, let's go back into the town and search again. Everyone agreed. Yun Zhao suggested, now that the mutants are all gone, let's search inch by inch this time, without splitting up. Previously, due to the interference of the mutants, there might have been some missed areas. The group didn't delay any longer, shouldered their backpacks, and took out flashlights, preparing to re-enter the ancient town. Yun Zhao was worried about leaving his uncle outside, so he had him hold the 2 items and silently followed at the back of the group. The sky was dark, like 7 or 8 o'clock at night. Stepping into the ancient town again, a lifeless, deathly darkness greeted them. The atmosphere was completely different between a town with people and one that was deserted. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the empty streets, amplified with unusual clarity, even producing an unsettling echo, as if something in the shadows was mimicking their footsteps. The flashlight beam swayed wildly, casting shadowy, eerie light in its wake. I initially thought the ancient architecture was quite beautiful, but without the lights and human presence, it just looks a bit creepy, Xia Mingong said, gazing at the dark, carved windows of the 2nd floor across the street. Yun Zhao suddenly blurted out, are you afraid of ghosts? Fu Heng, walking at the front, froze involuntarily. Xia Mingong chuckled and replied, this young master isn't even afraid of gatekeepers who come back to life. How could I be afraid of that thing? Fu Heng gripped her Gatling gun tightly, deliberately slowing her pace to walk alongside Jiang Mu in the middle. Jiang Mu glanced at her, knowingly saying, looks like Captain Fu is afraid of that thing? His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the extreme silence, carrying his usual teasing tone. Hearing this, Fu Heng straightened up abruptly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, but her grip on the Gatling gun tightened even more. Bullshit! Yun Zhao and Xia Tu, walking in front, overheard their conversation and suddenly remembered that she had once asked Fu Heng about her fear of ghosts. She smiled silently. Fu Heng forced a calm expression and said, let's get down to business. How are we going to search this time? Start from the first house. Try anything that seems suspicious. Xia Tu reached out to take Yun Zhao's hand, but in the darkness, he felt something furry in her arms. That Arctic Fox plush toy? Xia Mingong's flashlight happened to shine on it, and he exclaimed in surprise, why are you still carrying that thing? Chapter 647. Yun Zhao explained to Xia Mingong, the little bluebird likes it. She had been so engrossed in her thoughts that she almost knocked the little bluebird over. The little guy was still angry. Seeing that it liked the doll, Yun Zhao kept it. Xia Mingong had only asked casually. He said, oh, if you like it, take it. There are tons in the boutiques, including penguins, teddy bears, and stuff like that. It's a good thing I loved reading old-fashioned cartoon books when I was little, otherwise I wouldn't recognize them all. Yun Zhao paused, you asked them all? Yes, I asked them all. Xia Mingong said proudly, don't worry, I didn't miss a single one. Yun Zhao nodded, and didn't say anything more. Jiang Mu and Fu Yin went inside. Xia Tu, waiting for her, stood guard at the door checking the nearby decorations. The first shop at the entrance was selling local specialties. The 2nd floor belonged to the restaurant next door. There were no stairs leading up, and the spacious wooden door was open, allowing a clear view of the layout. Shelves were overflowing with neatly arranged dried mushrooms, cured meats, and beautifully packaged pastries. The air was thick with an overly strong, even pungent, aroma of spices and oils. Fu Yin slung her Gatling gun over her shoulder, her flashlight beam slightly erratic, resolutely shining on the central area of the shop and her teammates' backs, refusing to sweep into dark corners, especially the narrow gaps between the shelves. She was afraid that if the light shone through, a face would suddenly appear. Yun Zhao stepped over the threshold, glanced at her, and silently moved to the next shelf to begin rummaging. She took all the packaging bags off the shelf, then, without using her flashlight, released a few strands of spiritual energy and strolled around the innermost part of the shelf. It was strange. She couldn't sense the gatekeeper's presence at all. The 5 of them searched the shop inside and out, making sure nothing was missed, then hurried to the next shop. Time ticked by. They searched each shop one by one. Perhaps because they had others with them, They were all hesitant to ask questions when they first found suspicious items. Luckily, Xia Mingong was there. He wasn't burdened and immediately asked, "Are you the gatekeeper?" Suspicion was eliminated one by one. The 5 of them searched the entire street and reached the end, where an arched bridge connected to a nearby pedestrian street. On the other side of the bridge, the first shop on the corner was the boutique Xia Mingong had searched. He had thoroughly searched it. Through the glass, Yuan Zhao saw densely packed dolls piled together, some pressed against the glass, the dark glass beads facing the group on the bridge. No matter how cute something is, when there are too many, it gives a creepy feeling. It felt like countless eyes were staring intently at you. "I think we're wasting our time," Jiangmu stopped and said. "We can't see any obsession with it in the ancient town, and we can't find any clues about it." Only 2 hours remained, and they knew nothing about the gatekeeper. Xie Tu looked at him. "Do you have any other ideas?" "No," Jiangmu answered decisively. Fu Mu, however, refused to give up. "Keep searching. I refuse to believe we can't catch a glimpse of its tail. There had been gatekeepers who hid very well in the past, and they were eventually caught." She didn't believe this time would be an exception. Fu Heng took the lead, gesturing to the others, "Let's go, keep going." Yun Zhao was the first to follow. The big-eyed cutie was afraid of ghosts, and Yun Zhao was worried she'd be frightened by so many eyes once inside. Sure enough, the two stepped into the boutique and instantly felt surrounded by dolls. The store was dimly lit, the only light source being the beams of their flashlights. Hundreds of dolls of various shapes and sizes lay scattered across the shelves, counters, and every corner of the floor. Among them were quite a few humanoid dolls. Their upturned lips gave off a half-smile, their cold eyes silently watching them. Fu Heng immediately felt goosebumps rise on the back of her neck. Yun Zhao kindly inquired, "Were you scared?" Fu Heng stubbornly replied, "No." "Oh." Yun Zhao, holding the Arctic Fox doll in her hand, said to herself, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Fu Heng, Yun Zhao's eyes scanned the dolls. There were all sorts, but she didn't see a second Arctic Fox. The strange feeling in her heart grew stronger. Could it be buried at the very bottom? Just then, footsteps sounded behind her. Xie Tu and the others had entered. "I told you, I asked about every single doll here," Xia Mingong muttered as he walked into the gift shop, quite certain that he had searched very thoroughly. Yun Zhao turned around, holding up the doll in her hand, and asked Xia Mingong, "Where did you get this Arctic Fox?" Xia Mingong pointed to the most conspicuous spot on the right side near the door, right there. In the direction he pointed, there was a miniature display cart next to the door, piled high with dolls. Yun Zhao stepped forward and began rummaging through the items, asking, "Did you see any other identical ones back then?" "Yes, probably at the bottom," Xia Mingong replied. He hadn't expected a second search, so he just tossed them aside carelessly when putting them back. Xie Tu seemed to sense something, and immediately came over to help. Jiangmu sighed, "Let's look together." Fu Heng didn't move. Because of the dolls' haphazard, tilted positions, no matter which direction they turned, they couldn't escape the chilling feeling of being collectively stared at. Fu Heng looked at the eerie smile and cold eyes in the shadows, paused for a moment, and carefully spoke, "Don't you guys feel like we're being observed by these dolls?" It wasn't just a figment of her fear. Hearing this, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up. The way the dolls were stacked layer upon layer subtly formed an invisible encirclement, trapping the 5 of them in the center. Her words instantly reminded everyone of the gatekeeper's fondness for liveliness, his enjoyment of exhibition, and his being watched. If the gatekeeper's pleasure lay in being observed, then weren't the 5 of them, now surrounded by these dolls, precisely objects on display? This thought instantly amplified the eeriness of the entire scene to a new level. Yun Zhao searching for the dolls suddenly stopped. "It likes to be observed. You will never find me." Under what circumstances would the gatekeeper utter such an absolute statement? It must be an answer they couldn't have imagined, one that would completely surprise everyone. Chapter 648. Sometimes overthinking isn't a good thing. Actually, Uncle he had already given them the answer from the beginning. Yun Zhao searched for a long time before finally finding another Arctic Fox. She placed the 2 Arctic Fox plush toys side by side for comparison. It was too dark. Yun Zhao beckoned with her finger, and Xie Tu understood. He took the flashlight from her hand, adding it to his own, and shone it on the 2 Arctic Foxes respectively. "Do you think there's something wrong with the Arctic Fox?" Xie Tu asked. Yun Zhao lowered her head, comparing the 2 plush toys in her hands, and answered, "It shook twice in a row." The first time was probably Bishi's casual probing, but coincidentally, Jiangmu destroyed the power room at that time. Because of its love of excitement, we mistakenly thought that was the reason. Jiangmu had arrived first to gather, so they learned about the power room incident first and witnessed the entire ancient town losing power. So when Xiao Minggang arrived later, everyone thought Bishi had sensed the disturbance caused by the power room. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The other three heard her words clearly. Xiao Minggang said irritably, "Serves you right for not trusting me. It made us take so many detours. There's nothing I can do, mainly because you don't seem very reliable." Jiangmu was probably too bored, constantly poking at people's hearts along the way. Fu Heng gave him a cold glance. Xie Tu followed Yun Zhao's train of thought, his gaze on the Arctic Fox doll gradually sharpening. But this Arctic Fox doll, Baishi tested it once, and Yun Zhao, still unsure, tested it again, yet the game wasn't over. What was causing this? And why couldn't Yun Zhao sense it? Xie Tu recalled the question Fu Heng had just raised. Why could his spiritual body sense it? Yun Zhao couldn't sense it. But her spiritual entities could. Bishi and the little bluebird reacted, but the other three spiritual entities were completely oblivious. Could it be because Bishi was very close to it at the time? No, there's actually another reason. Yun Zhao was still comparing the two dolls, scrutinizing even the slightest detail, like the curve of a needle's thread at the corner of their mouths. Upon closer inspection, the two were almost identical, indistinguishable in every way. But Yun Zhao felt that the one she had initially held had deeper, more lustrous blue eyes, and the silver specks in its pupils were clearer and more vibrant, as if they truly had focus. If the gatekeeper was truly in such a conspicuous position, why did they feel they could never find it? She seemed to have grasped a crucial point, just one last thing away. Yun Zhao turned to the others. Shall we play another round? You're the captain, you decide, Jiangmu said indifferently. An Arctic fox? Xiao Minghan thought it was unlikely. Didn't we already guess 3 times? He had guessed, Baishi had guessed, and Yun Zhao had guessed. The answer wasn't that at all. Yun Zhao thought for a moment, maybe we answered in the wrong format. Xiao Minghan, question mark. Baishi, question mark. Yun Zhao put a doll back on the float, turned around, and beckoned Fu Heng to come out. The big-eyed cutie was tense all over in the pile of dolls, almost unable to think. Let her come out and breathe some air filled with dark matter. Fu Heng followed her, squeezing Xie Tu to the back, until they walked out of the dollhouse. She slowly exhaled and said, I kind of understand your line of thinking. Yun Zhao looked up at the dark sky and said, huh? She hadn't quite figured out the last loose end. You're not guessing what it is, you're guessing what its obsession is, right? Fu Heng said, perhaps we all overestimated the gatekeeper. After all, it's not a humanoid creature, we can't think of it from a human perspective. It doesn't hide itself like a human, and it will instinctively react to familiar things. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to be detected by the spiritual entity twice. I've been struggling with this. The gatekeeper should know Shening, the Arctic fox Shening. Fu Heng concluded, there must be some kind of connection between these two. It's just that they haven't found that connection yet. Yun Zhao was stunned by her words. Detected by the spiritual entity. Jiangmu looked at Xie Tu, do you know? As a member of the Dawn base and having obtained the Red-Crowned Crane's diary, Jiangmu didn't believe Xie Tu hadn't investigated privately beforehand. He heard he even knew the minister's computer password. Given his position, accessing top-secret documents would be effortless for him. Xie Tu replied, I have indeed checked all the publicly available information about the base. A lot of data is missing, most of it isn't logged into the system, but stored in text form in the homes of Commander Shen and a few others. For example, Ding Lang and Xingnan Dai, almost no information about them can be found in the publicly available data. The top-secret documents only contain a few lines recording their names and sentry identities, nothing else can be found. However, Xie Tu had some suspicions. Time was of the essence, and he didn't intend to hide anything. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Yun Zhao suddenly come over and shove a doll into his hand. I know their relationship now, Yun Zhao said. If we disregard the gatekeepers, Dawn Base is located inland, and there's only one way for red-crowned cranes to contact Arctic foxes. Her words were clear. Fu Yu and Jiangmu's expressions immediately changed. Xiao Minghan, Why exclude him from a conversation of 5 people? He quickly asked Baishi, did you understand? Why don't I understand? Baishi, exasperated, idiot. Xiao Minghan was shocked. When did Baishi learn a new word? Then, a voice echoed in his mind, it's a spiritual entity. The only way for sentinels to contact animals from the old era. Xiao Minghan's pupils dilated in shock. He suddenly looked at Xie Tu, whose spirit form. Xing Nandi's? Xie Tu's reaction was calm, even utterly unfazed, replying, "The base's records don't mention what her spirit form is." Everyone knows Shen Ying's spirit form is a red-crowned crane. Of course, it couldn't be hers. So the gatekeeper knows Shen Ying and Xing Niandai? Xia Mingang realized they were a bunch of monsters, completely relying on guesswork, and they were almost able to figure out the gatekeeper. Less than 2 hours remained, and they were getting closer and closer to the truth. Xia Mingang suddenly understood, becoming more and more enthusiastic as he spoke. "It thinks we never find it, because it has no physical form, right? A spirit form is a creature created from the spiritual power of the sentinels and guides. It doesn't inherently possess a physical form. It exists in the form of spiritual power." The little bluebird and the bishi, whose spiritual power is relatively strong, sensed it. "See? He told me his bishi was the most powerful. It loves excitement, because spirits are inherently playful, and the more lively the place, the more fun it has," Jiangmu added, adding that it was the most qualified to speak on this point. Fu Qian, however, frowned. "That doesn't make sense. How could a spirit from the Dark Ages know about an old-world tourist town? The contaminated zone exists solely based on the gatekeeper's spiritual world. Without imagination or factual basis, it couldn't possibly create such a realistic scene." The line of thought had been opened. Yuan Zhao boldly guessed, slowly uttering, because, from beginning to end, two adjacent domains complement each other. Their direction was correct. This is actually a merged contaminated zone, like contaminated zone 249, maintaining the complementarity and mutual support between domains through a master-servant relationship. Otherwise, even if the red eyes didn't act for the time being, a single force simply couldn't take the twin towers from the red eyes and hold onto them. So the answer is Chapter 649. The Arctic Fox, the spiritual entity of the red-crowned crane and Xing Niandai? Yuan Zhao frowned, reading aloud the answer in his mind. Everyone didn't think it was Xing Niandai, simply because she was a sentinel and couldn't resist the mental invasion of the red eyes. But what if Shen Ying, along with the mutated sentinel spiritual entity, they grew up together and were very close? The Arctic Fox would definitely be very familiar with Shen Ying and wouldn't reject her spiritual power. With Shen Ying's power as a dark guide, controlling two domains wouldn't be impossible. Perhaps they could even use the Arctic Fox to force Shen Ying out. But do they really have to do that? To possess a complete domain, to become a light guide, to kill Shen Ying and the Arctic Fox? The Dawn Base's initial beliefs, fighting style, and the principles for which they were willing to sacrifice everything, all trace back to the spiritual legacy left by Shen Ying. The one who once lit a torch in the post-apocalyptic wasteland, defining protection and order. Yuan Zhao's mind suddenly became a mess, feeling the red-crowned crane badge on his right shoulder faintly burning. She tried to relax. "Give me 10 minutes to adjust." Everyone present understood, after all, they were about to face what might be the spiritual totem of the Dawn Base. No one rushed her. There was still plenty of time. Xie Tu silently placed the Arctic Fox plush toy back on the float, his movements slow, his back straight as a pine tree, yet exuding an indescribable loneliness. The toy was placed on the top shelf of the float. Amidst the surrounding mess of toy piles, it stood out conspicuously, its overly white, fluffy fur clashing with the dim surroundings. Those 10 minutes were eerily silent. The time was up. Xie Tu shifted his gaze from the doll, pulling Yuan Zhao along as they began to retreat. The phantom of the fire phoenix slowly appeared behind them. Jiang Mu immediately understood his intention, and turned to signal everyone to retreat to the middle of the street. They were at a crossroads, the street wide, offering ample space to maneuver. Yuan Zhao's mind was in turmoil, but she was still worried about her unconscious uncle, so she slowly moved him to the back of a large tree. Xie Tu gripped his tang sword tightly. "Shall I go?" Yuan Zhao knew this was directed at her, so she nodded gently. Compared to her, who had joined the Dawn Base halfway through, Xie Tu's feelings were far more complex. The fire phoenix had fully emerged from its domain, its massive body looming over everyone. Xie Tu stared at the Arctic Fox doll, and slowly said, "The gatekeeper is the Arctic Fox's spiritual form." In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire ancient town changed. The previous deathly, viscous atmosphere receded like a tide, quickly filling the streets with a dim, yellowish light, like faded old film, making even the scenery appear hazy and unreal. Seeing this, everyone knew they had guessed correctly. The gatekeeper wasn't some kind of artifact, but a spirit that loved excitement. Xie Tu suddenly looked up at the sky. The dark sky began to distort violently, the dark matter transforming into countless wisps of black mist, crashing down on the streets of the ancient town. "There's something in the mist." Xie Tu's words had barely left his lips, when a wisp of black mist slammed directly into the street in front of them. Stone fragments flew, dust billowed. A water unicorn emerged from the waves, blocking the shards, hurtling towards them. Ignoring the pain, the water unicorn, like a curious child, stared intently into the black mist. As the smoke cleared, everyone saw the faint outline of an animal emerge from the black mist that had lingered in the street. It was 4 or 5 times larger than the doll, its eyes, like 2 burning, icy blue flames, its limbs treading on the black mist. Its entire body was pitch black, and the mist slowly slid off its body, turning into a viscous liquid. It dripped to the ground with a grating, corrosive sound. It said it had kept its promise and appeared. A fire phoenix circled overhead, helping to translate. Yuan Xiao looked at the black mist, then suddenly turned her head, her gaze falling on the Arctic fox doll at the very top of the float. 2 Arctic foxes. One had fluffy, snow-white fur, the other was pitch black. Did it also dislike its current appearance? No longer pure white, its body stained and entangled by this filthy black mist, becoming so grotesque and terrifying. This thought, like a fine needle, gently pricked Yuan Xiao. She felt she couldn't think any further. Sympathy for the enemy is the most fatal weakness on the battlefield. The Arctic fox is dead, its true form has long since vanished into the annals of history. History doesn't wait for anyone. She should do what she must do, what she believes is right. Suddenly, the black mist launched its attack. Countless swords formed from dark matter hurtled towards the direction where they stood. Yuan Xiao gently raised her hand, without even summoning the little bluebird. The surging black mist, imbued with bone-chilling cold and stubborn pollution, struck a point just an inch in front of her fingertips, as if it had struck an invisible, absolutely pure barrier, emitting a muffled groan. The dark matter rapidly dissipated, turning into wisps of harmless blue smoke, ultimately vanishing completely into the air. The entire process was executed with effortless ease, as if brushing away a speck of dust. "You are no match for me," Yuan Xiao said softly, slowly approaching it. Within the thick fog, the 2 icy, flame-like eyes flickered violently, revealing disbelief. It instinctively took a half step back, the churning black fog around it freezing. Everyone understood its meaning. This Arctic fox gatekeeper had never seen a guide as powerful as Yuan Xiao. With each step Yuan Xiao took closer, the enveloping black fog instinctively retreated. Xie translated, "It says, but you can't kill it either." Gatekeepers without a physical form are the most difficult to deal with, when they are deeply integrated into the entire contaminated zone, almost becoming the rules themselves. Like Nanjing City, only by finding a way to fulfill its obsession will it truly dissipate. But what was the Arctic fox's obsession? As a spiritual entity, what kind of obsession drove it to break through everything, and become one of the gatekeepers of contaminated Zone 6 in the final moments of its physical life's demise? Yuan Xiao no longer wanted to guess. Guessing was too exhausting. "Tell me, what is your obsession?" The creature hiding in the black mist had long since lost its original form. The black mist continued to retreat, seemingly trying to escape. It said, "Obsession? Forgotten everything." It only remembered the endless cold, remembered the necessity of guarding this territory. But why guard it in the first place? What was it guarding? Those warm, soft, memorable things had long been blurred and eroded by the vast expanse of time and the thick, dark matter. Yuan Xiao's fingers curled slightly. She already knew the answer in her heart. The Arctic fox guarded the Twin Towers, the source of the pollution, and also the origin of humanity's catastrophe. Chapter 650. It was a silent standoff that lasted a century. The Twin Towers from an advanced civilization became an almost insurmountable barrier. The Red Crown Crane team found the source, but discovered they couldn't enter no matter what they did. Hope was so close, yet like a mirage, unattainable. The specific process is unknown. But the final result presented to them was that the Red Crown Crane team, in an incomprehensible and unrepeatable way, forcibly pried open a trace of the rules surrounding the Twin Towers. Shining failed to enter the towers, but successfully stripped the Twin Towers and their surrounding area from the coordinates of the red-eyed beings, dragging them into an independent contaminated zone dominated by their will. They failed to create a miracle, but with the most resolute attitude, they transformed themselves into the stubborn rock sealing the insurmountable barrier. Isn't there any other way? The one who spoke was Xia Ming'an. After learning part of the truth, he felt a tightness in his chest. No. Jiang Mu's voice, unusually devoid of sarcasm, carried a deep weariness. In the darkness where there's no shore, someone has to burn themselves out first, to show those behind where the reefs are where. At least there was light. Fu Heng's lips were pressed tightly together, turning white with effort. If Yuan Xiao couldn't awaken her complete domain, they had to be prepared for that. Xiao Mingong remained silent. Xie looked up at Yun Zhao, who was facing the Arctic fox alone. Her back was to the others, and less than 2 or 3 meters in front of her, the black mist was still slowly receding. No one knew what she intended to do. The purpose of this trip was to enhance Yun Zhao's strength and prevent everything from failing. They couldn't interfere. As everyone fell silent, the Arctic fox launched another attack. Yun Zhao raised her hand to block it, continuing to approach it step by step. The Arctic fox's attacks didn't stop. Countless conjured objects of dark matter rained down like meteors, carrying an aura of annihilation. Given your intelligence, betting this wasn't your idea. Yun Zhao didn't even look up, asking, "Where is she?" The pure light flowing naturally around her acted as the most solid barrier. The dark meteorites, upon touching the aura, didn't even cause a ripple. No matter the attack, it couldn't touch her at all. It's useless. Yun Zhao finally stopped in front of it, as if stating a simple fact, "Let her out, or I kill you." The Arctic fox roared unwillingly, mobilizing the power of its entire domain in a final, desperate struggle. The little bluebird appeared at some point, its patience worn thin by the waves of attacks. It still said the same thing, "You can't kill it." The Arctic fox's power unleashed the most thorough and frenzied backlash in this region. The entire ancient town trembled violently. Xie glanced at Yun Zhao, who stood at the very center, and decisively retreated to Uncle Qin's side to prevent him from being taken away by the gatekeeper. Meanwhile, just as the immense energy mobilized by the Arctic fox was about to erupt completely, Yun Zhao keenly detected an anomaly in the surging fluctuations. The spiritual power contained within the Arctic fox's power was vast and boundless, far beyond what a mere sentinel's spiritual body could possess. In a flash, a previously overlooked name flashed through Yun Zhao's mind like lightning. Their guess about Xing Nandai stemmed from the scene Xiao Mingong had witnessed. From beginning to end, one member of the red-crowned crane team remained missing. "You are not Xing Nandi's spiritual entity." Yun Zhao swiftly acted, creating a new barrier to block its escape route. "Are you Lao Bai's?" As soon as the words fell, an even more overwhelming power surged forth. The buildings of the ancient town crumbled inch by inch, the surrounding scenery changed, and the wooden houses, like burning paper, silently turned into countless black ashes drifting in the air. Yun Zhao, as if realizing something, suddenly withdrew his hand, giving up resistance and allowing the power to envelop him. A soft, coquettish voice seemed to drift from the sky. "Xing Nandai, I'm a guide now. Can you take me out next time?" Xing Nandai coldly refused. "No, our team already has a guide." "What? Can't a team have 2 guides?" "I don't want to team up with anyone else." Another male voice rang out, "Stop faking it. Can you stop using that trick every time? It works on Lao Bai, but it won't work on us." "I'm talking to Xing Nandai, Ding Lang. Why are you interrupting? Didn't you say you wanted to join us? Guides are already scarce. The leaders won't agree to you joining us." Da Dao added a muffled, blunt truth. The girl's voice sounded somewhat dejected, "But I don't want to be separated from you." Her childish voice echoed throughout the area. Everyone heard it, and quickly guessed who the people in the fragments of memory were. The initial Shining, not the later red-crowned crane with her determined eyes, and burdened by everything. She was a young girl who had only recently awakened her guiding abilities, feeling both curious and somewhat bewildered, still carrying a touch of childishness and complete dependence on her companions. Those familiar with history know that Shining later joined her friend's team as she wished. Soon after, their shelter, the predecessor to the Dawn base, was contaminated. In those days, experience in eliminating contaminated areas was lacking. Shining, however, shone brightly in that rescue operation, instantly becoming a savior-like hero. The world was too cruel, allowing no room for naivety. Repeated losses and fierce battles rapidly honed everyone. Shining grew rapidly amidst blood and fire. Her innate empathy and leadership potential gradually emerged. She was no longer merely someone needing protection, but began to use her powerful willpower to connect the entire team, becoming the true core and brain of the group. The details of this period can only be glimpsed in fragmented records. The sounds from the sky continued. Fragmented scenes appeared faintly like mirages. Ding Lang shouted at the top of his lungs, "Old Bai is here." The girl's figure was blurry, but upon hearing this, she ran towards the man in the distance, like a fledgling returning to its nest. As the man appeared, the realm shifted again. The cobblestone path beneath their feet crumbled, the entire ancient town vanished, turning into a void of chaos. The Arctic fox in the black mist, like the girl, stumbled and staggered towards the man. Yun Zhao looked down at the chaotic abyss beneath his feet. He never expected that the gatekeeper of this merged contaminated zone wasn't a red-crowned crane, but by Yu's ancestor. He stood there quietly, his figure slightly ethereal, but his face clear. Yuan Zhao looked up and thought Old Bai resembled Minister Bai. His temperament was gentle, with a scholarly air rarely seen in the apocalypse. His tattered combat uniform didn't look disheveled on him. Instead, it resembled a cloak, imbued with the vicissitudes of a century. He gazed at the illusory figure of the girl, and the Arctic fox running towards him, his eyes filled with tenderness. The girl, Shining, leaped into his arms, bringing a fleeting warmth that only served to highlight the coldness and emptiness of his own soul. The illusory figure of Shining vanished like starlight. He stretched out his translucent hand, his fingertips lightly brushing against the surface, as if trying to hold onto something. Chapter 651. A long time ago, I told her I didn't want to be a guide, but a sentinel. The man's voice sounded ethereal, his gaze seemingly piercing through time, landing on that long-buried memory, a bittersweet smile playing on his lips. She was so foolish. Back then, she was only focused on mocking him. She completely missed the probing in his tone. That hidden desire to become strong enough to stand before her. The girl who burst into his world like a little sun, so dazzling. What he wanted to do was never to support her from behind, but to stand in front of her, shielding her from all the storms. Yuan Zhao was silent for a long time. You did it, didn't you? Not in the way he once longed for, the way of a sentinel. Without a burly physique, without fierce attacks, but with a more resolute, more brutal, and more protracted method. He sacrificed his soul, merging it with his spiritual body, transforming himself into the rules of this polluted realm, firmly locking the source of human catastrophe, the Twin Towers, within his own territory. A century of solitude, twisted obsession, dancing with madness. All the price was to stand at the forefront, shielding her and all those who followed from the devastating storm. Yes. His voice was as soft as a sigh, yet carried an unprecedented calm. I think I really did it. But the one he wanted to protect was already gone. In her last moments, she succinctly described her life in just a few words. She had lived, loved, struggled, failed, and now the curtain had fallen. Shining. She's tired, let her rest. The rest? The man's voice, carrying a regret spanning centuries, echoed softly in the shattered space. Like that unfinished sentence. The rest? He was there. The Arctic fox in the black mist came to his side, gently nuzzling him. The man bent down and stroked it. I know your purpose, and I know you can enter the Twin Towers. He looked up at Yuan Zhao, his tone as gentle as ever, and said, but if I let you in directly, I'm afraid you return empty-handed. Yuan Zhao's heart sank, as if he knew what he was planning. The next moment, Old Bai raised his hand, and gently pressed it into the void beside him. The entire chaotic space suddenly trembled violently. The already unstable void rippled like a lake with a boulder thrown in. Then, around Yuan Zhao and his companions, 5 enormous vortexes, radiating an ominous black-red light, appeared out of thin air. The vortex spun wildly, emitting a deafening hiss that devoured everything, from which came the chilling sounds of dragging chains and heavy footsteps. Bang! 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 5 tall, stiff figures, shrouded in thick, inky black energy, stepped out from the center of the vortex like manipulated puppets, landing heavily in midair, surrounding Yuan Zhao and the others. Xia Tu and the others immediately recognized the 5 as the 5 missing sentinels. Defeat me to the best of your ability, or you stay here forever. After Old Bai finished speaking, the 5 sentinels moved in unison, attacking the group. Their faces were expressionless, every move ruthless, imbued with a corrupted madness and destructive will, mercilessly attacking the nearest one. Jiang Mu dodged to the side, displaying his agility to the fullest, narrowly avoiding vital points each time. Fu Heng lowered her weapon, also adopting a purely defensive stance. The 5 individuals were clearly not yet fully corrupted. There was a possibility of recovery, and their lives could not be harmed. Not far away, Xia Mingang fled across the ground, fearing that a misstep would severely injure or even kill his opponent. His face was filled with suppressed anger and struggle, his defense extremely frustrating. The one under the most pressure was Xia Tu. He was fighting 2 opponents, with Uncle Qin by his side. The flames of the Fire Phoenix were limited to defense and interference, not daring to truly burn his opponents. This completely passive defense was extremely taxing on his mental and physical strength. In the center of the battlefield, Yuan Zhao and Lao Bai faced off across the distance. The surrounding area echoed with the roar of their teammates struggling against the 5 controlled sentinels, and the clash of weapons. But between these two, there was an eerie silence. Yuan Zhao understood his intention. Letting them indirectly wouldn't affect her domain, so Old Bai took on the final responsibility, trying to force back the last wisp of white mist in her spiritual realm. Is this really necessary? Yun Xiao asked, her heart churning with emotion. Old Bai glanced at her slightly, nodding with a smile. The road to victory is always accompanied by sacrifice. Ding Lang has completed his mission, and I, too, miss her. Yun Xiao still didn't move. Old Bai sighed softly. You seem to have forgotten how you got out. 13 years ago, I let you out. Have you forgotten? The lost little girl, arrogant and haughty. She possessed the most powerful strength in the world, moving freely through all domains. The moment Old Bai saw her, an unfathomable sorrow settled in his deep, unfathomable eyes. 20 years ago, when he noticed the red eyes changing, countless dark substances gathering, compressing, and making way for them. At that moment, he finally understood that the guide of light they had been searching for had only just hatched. He waited a century, finally witnessing her awakening and bringing light to the outside world. Yunju's daughter. A guide of light from an extraterrestrial civilization, born with immense power. You came to me asking for directions, saying you wanted to go find your father. I opened the door for you. Calling and asking for directions was a euphemism. The little girl's commanding tone was still vivid in his mind. Upon seeing her, Old Bai knew he had to let her out. Otherwise, if she grew up in the contaminated zone, she would have no feelings for this world, becoming cold and aloof, perhaps even siding with the red eyes, coldly watching the destruction of Blue Star. It seems my decision back then was right. The man felt gratified at this moment, his gaze lingering on the badge on her shoulder. There, a pure white red-crowned crane. I just didn't expect you to go to Dawn Base. Yun Xiao followed his gaze, raising her hand to touch the badge on her shoulder. She also hadn't expected that her escape from contaminated Zone 6 back then wasn't an accident. Make your move. If you don't act soon, there will be casualties over there. Old Bai casually pointed in the air, and his powerful mental energy once again rushed towards the 5 controlled sentinels. The black aura around the 5 surged, and their attacks became even more ferocious. Even Xiao Mingyang found it somewhat difficult to cope, gradually moving towards Jiang Mu and Fu Heng. Humans, as insignificant as dust, yet as tenacious as wild grass. In the end, he had waited for them. A true game-changer not only sees through this game, but also possesses enough power and wisdom to accomplish what they failed to do back then. Chapter 652. Yun Xiao had no choice. Xie Tu and the others might be able to hold on a little longer, but those 5 A-level sentinels had received another large amount of dark matter. If they continued to dawdle, they would be stuck here forever. Yun Xiao took a deep breath, slightly raised her hand, and a luminous, tangible mental shockwave pierced directly into Lao Bai's core consciousness. She attempted to forcefully break through his defenses and interrupt his control over the sentinels. Lao Bai's expression remained unchanged. He simply raised his hand slightly, and a mental barrier, flowing with chaotic colors and condensed from countless fragments of memory and obsessions, instantly formed in front of him. Boom! A silent collision exploded on the mental level. The green light impacted the barrier, creating violent ripples, but failed to penetrate it. Lao Bai's figure swayed slightly, but the barrier remained stable. He said slowly, "It's useless. If you don't go all out, you can't save them at all." The black light in the eyes of the 5 sentinels surged again, their attacks instantly becoming frenzied and reckless. A fight of attrition, a fight to the death. This forced Xie Tu and the others into grave danger, adding several wounds in an instant. Yun Xiao's hand froze in midair, the condensed fluorescent light trembling slightly. She was caught in a dilemma. Either kill Lao Bai, or watch her companions get hurt, and watch the 5 sentinels transform into monsters. Lao Bai didn't give her a chance to think, switching from defense to offense. The last trace of warmth in his eyes vanished completely, and a torrent of spirit, like a burst dam of the Styx, swept towards Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao immediately felt countless negative emotions and fragmented memories flooding her mind like a tidal wave. It was the despair of Shen Ying's fall, the coldness of a century of solitude, the hatred of her own powerlessness. Countless images flashed rapidly through her mind like a revolving lantern. "Xing Nandai, can I ask you a question?" "What is it now, my dear lady?" "Do you think guides can marry?" Xing Nandai answered without hesitation, "No, the base won't allow it." Shen Ying was disappointed, but stubbornly retorted, "The old days advocated free love. It's only been a few decades. How come we're getting more and more backward?" No further developments. The scene shifts too quickly. Inside the contaminated zone, the environment becomes dark and oppressive. 2 guides, clutching a data bag, are separated from their companions. Outside, snow is falling. The two huddle together in a safe corner. Shen Ying's voice is no longer as light as before, carrying a slight, almost imperceptible tremor, but more than anything, it's filled with reliance and trust. Bai Shu, this road will be very difficult for us. Are you afraid? No. I was quite afraid at first, but when I think of you all, I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Old Bai gazed at her, his voice gentle yet powerful. Me too. Shen Ying's voice was soft, carrying a sliver of hope. Will we achieve victory? Definitely. Throughout, Yuan Zhao couldn't see Shen Ying's face clearly. It was like watching a historical documentary unfold. The scenes were too chaotic. From the initial playful banter to the increasingly tense team atmosphere, the scenes flashed by rapidly, frame by frame. The end of the story. She saw Ding Lang, amidst the flames of the explosion, still grinning, throwing the last enemy into the abyss. She saw Han Dao use his broad, door-like back to shield his teammates from a fatal blow, falling like a mountain. She saw Xing Nandi's cold eyes look at Shen Ying in the final moments, conveying a silent farewell and entrustment. Seeing Lao Bai's gentle profile gradually blur in the storm, transforming into the last barrier protecting Shen Ying. One by one, her companions fell. Finally, only Shen Ying's regretful voice echoed. So, I wasn't the savior. These words, spoken lightly, were more heartbreaking than any roar. Yuan Zhao watched, feeling like she could hardly breathe. The overwhelming collective memory, the near collapse brought on by the emotional torrent, felt like a personal experience, crashing heavily against her heart. Fragmented pieces strung together the life of the red-crowned crane team. Shen Ying, Bai Shu, Xing Nandai, Ding Lang, Han Dao, and countless others who sacrificed themselves without knowing their names. Lao Bai had already endured far too much. Now he only wanted release. But the more he wanted this, the less she could bring herself to do it. Bai Shu's voice rang out. Everyone who has glimpsed a corner of the truth has spent their entire lives searching for a guide to light. They see you as their savior, their only hope. We come this far, we must win, and we can only win. Yuan Zhao, don't you understand? His voice seemed to come from a great distance, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Yuan Zhao replied hoarsely, with difficulty, I understand. Old Bai was using the most extreme method to force her to break free from her inner shackles. Only if they continued on this path, would all the sacrifices not be in vain. The second wave of attacks arrived. Yuan Zhao wanted to defend herself, but her hands felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Some invisible shackle deep within her heart was at work. For victory, was she really going to let these hands be stained with blood, to kill her former hero? She began to doubt her own ability to truly shoulder all of this. In that fleeting moment of clarity, Yuan Zhao vaguely sensed a small figure silently observing her every move in the chaotic void. She suddenly focused her gaze. Not far away, fragments of shattered space floated like mirrors, and within one of the larger fragments, a little girl of about 6 years old was clearly reflected. She wore a beautiful princess dress, arms crossed, tilting her head as she looked at Yuan Zhao, her eyes filled with undisguised disdain. Yuan Zhao froze. The little bluebird looked at its original form, then at its younger self, its mind blank, not understanding why there were two forms. The little Yuan Zhao in the fragment spoke first, her voice childish. Have you found your father? Yuan Zhao answered hesitantly, no. Then you're really useless. The little Yuan Zhao realized her mistake after saying that, and tilted her head to correct her. It's me who's really useless. Yuan Zhao didn't reply, only staring blankly at the little girl. She couldn't understand how her younger self had appeared. Logically, people from different timelines could never appear simultaneously. Those large eyes were meeting her gaze. The younger version of herself held no fear or confusion in her eyes, only an innate, condescending sense of scrutiny. I heard your conversation just now, little Yuan Zhao pouted, pointing at Lao Bai with her little finger, her eyes devoid of even pity. What do his pain and regret have to do with me? His trivial emotions, how could they become a stumbling block for you? She then realized something was amiss. Yes, they actually became a stumbling block for me. Yuan Zhao looked at her naive, self-centered younger self, a complex sense of acceptance creeping into her eyes. You don't understand. When everyone places their hopes on you, you're no longer just yourself. Yuan Zhao's voice was soft. I've seen hope slowly extinguished, seen the helplessness of those who give their all yet still fail, seen how a life taken for granted can be so easily torn apart. Back then, Lao Bai used a very clever, overt scheme to push her into this world. She could no longer remain unaffected. Little Yuan Zhao seemed to understand, but she walked to the edge of the shards, almost face to face with Yuan Zhao, her attitude nonchalant. It's okay. If you feel you can't do it, Just give me your body, and I complete it for you. Because I am you. Chapter 653. Yun Xiao shook her head. I can't run away. She didn't know if her current situation indicated a mental problem. Like those who collapse under immense pressure, she imagined a powerful second personality to take over everything. The arrogant little princess could do as she pleased, without considering the consequences. Handing it over to her seemed to solve everything. But gaining a moment of relief was meaningless. She couldn't escape, couldn't let Lao Bai's century-long commitment become a complete joke. So Yun Xiao decisively refused. This is my responsibility, my battlefield. Even if she had a split personality, she should be the primary one facing everything. Then kill him quickly. Little Yun Xiao turned her head to look at the man's ethereal body, her tone mature beyond her years. Anyway, he's already dead. His current wish is to reunite with his loved ones and companions. Just grant his wish. In little Yun Xiao's view, this was a very simple matter. She didn't understand why her grown-up self was so conflicted. Our power is enough to surpass this world. What do the opinions and expectations of others have to do with us? Why must we be bound by the identity of Savior? The source of power may not lie in how much external expectation we can bear, but in how steadfast our own will is. Not far away. The other four were struggling to cope. Ignoring the risk of being corrupted, they all released their spiritual forms. The Fire Phoenix's destructive power was too great. It was almost useless in the defensive battle. Xie Tu dodged another fatal blow, carrying Uncle Qin towards Xia Mingong's direction. Although he himself was unreliable, he had a spiritual form with maxed out defense. The massive body of the Bishi landed, causing a slight tremor in the chaotic space. It stood at the forefront, blocking the relentless pursuit of the sentries, and giving everyone a chance to catch their breath. Jiangmu, his old wounds compounded by new ones, looked quite disheveled. Is it mental attraction? Yes. Xie Tu replied briefly, his brow furrowed. He handed Uncle Qin over to Fu Qian's care, then immediately looked up in the direction of Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao's current state was extremely strange. She stood there silently motionless for a long time. Around her, the light within a radius of several dozen meters distorted and folded, making her figure sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, as if seen through a layer of shimmering water. What unsettled Xie Tu was Yun Xiao's expression. An extreme emptiness and bewilderment appeared on her face, her lips occasionally moving silently, as if conversing with some unseen entity. Xie Tu gripped his tang sword tightly, a strong sense of unease spreading through his heart. He couldn't tell what Yun Xiao was going through. Was it deep meditation, a mental struggle, or something worse? You're half right. Yun Xiao stood at the eye of the storm, gazing into the untainted eyes of little Yun Xiao, and slowly said, the source of power truly lies in a steadfast self. But the self isn't a stone that grows out of thin air. For the first time, little Yun Xiao abandoned her nonchalant arrogance. She tilted her head, as if truly observing this grown-up self for the first time. She couldn't understand this bond, but she could feel a strange light emanating from Yun Xiao's soul as she spoke, a warmth that pure power supremacy had never provided. My steadfastness was ignited precisely because I witnessed how they burned themselves. Yun Xiao pointed to Bai Shu not far away. So, the way to fulfill his wish isn't to send him to meet the dead, but to prove that his and his companion's sacrifice can bring a worthwhile future. Could she promise a future for all humanity? This was the shackle that bound her. Little Yun Xiao keenly caught that fleeting hesitation. See? Little Yun Xiao's voice held no sarcasm, but rather an almost cruel clarity. You don't even believe yourself, spouting beautiful words while fearing to repeat their mistakes. She floated closer, her fingertips almost touching Yun Xiao's heart. We don't need to prove anything to the dead. Little Yun Xiao's gaze passed over Yun Xiao, landing on Xie Tu standing outside. Letting the cook smile, as he sees the sun rise tomorrow is more effective than swearing 1,000 oaths to a tombstone. Isn't that right? Yun Xiao shuddered. If you don't want to give your body to me, fine. Anyway, I am you, and you are me. Xiao Yun Xiao said, extending her small, white hand to her. I don't care about them, but we have to find Daddy, end all this quickly, kill that big guy, and then have the cook build us a spaceship to find Daddy and Mommy. Those tender little hands finally touched her. The two figures quickly overlapped in the light. A flash of dawn appeared, and the pale green light instantly transformed into thousands of pure white gold streams of light, like a magpie returning to its nest, gently yet irresistibly flowing into her limbs and bones. The surrounding black air currents rippled outwards incessantly. The little bluebird's body instantly became transparent, and disappeared into the air. It could feel the power of its original form continuously surging into its body, breaking through the white mist left by its father. The white mist in the area quickly dissipated, finally revealing the whimsical children's hospital. Sunlight streamed through the shattered glass windows, dappling the colorful walls and scattered toys, creating a warm, mottled effect. The arrogance of childhood and the responsibilities of adulthood no longer clashed, they intertwined, forming a solid foundation for her soul. Yuan Zhao felt a sense of wholeness she had never felt before. Power was no longer an external force that needed to be consciously mobilized, it flowed naturally like breathing, an instinct. She could even see deep within her spiritual landscape, a blue phoenix spreading its shimmering wings, emitting a clear, melodious cry that resonated perfectly with her heartbeat. The surrounding greenish-blue fluorescence was gradually turning platinum. The platinum-gold light spread in all directions, instantly pulverizing the murky, regretful fragments of the barrier upon contact, scattering them into dust in the air. In a single glance, the murky darkness that shrouded the sky was gently erased. The entire chaotic land seemed on the verge of collapse. The 5 sentinels ceased their attack, frozen in place like wooden stakes. Bai Shu, severely wounded, swayed precariously. The Arctic fox anxiously approached him, frantically pawing at something with its claws. But he was laughing, a low, hissing laugh, unusually light and relieved. There was no grief, no resentment. Instead, it was like a traveler on a long journey finally seeing the waiting light at the end, a weight lifted from their shoulders. His translucent body rippled even more violently with laughter. He stroked the Arctic fox's head, lifted it, and gently patted it. "It's all right, don't be afraid." Chapter 654. Yuan Zhao's eyes were tightly closed, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows in the halo of light. Behind her, the azure phoenix solidified like a true divine bird, each feather clearly visible, flowing with 7-colored radiance. It spread its magnificent wings, enough to blot out half the sky, and let out a clear, piercing cry. Where the cry reached, the black mist in the eyes of the 5 stationary sentries instantly evaporated, revealing their previously weary yet clear gazes. They looked around blankly, as if waking from a deep dream. But no one spoke to explain what was happening. Xie stared intently at the distant commotion, remaining silent for a long time. The dark substance permeating the air, like a deadly fog, before the pure platinum light, twisted and boiled violently like burning dry grass, finally turning into wisps of smoke, completely purified, and merging into the newborn air. The vast power transcended time and space, the filth receded, and everything within the contaminated zone was becoming ethereal. Cracks began to appear in the sky, allowing faint light to filter through. Bai Shu's figure became almost transparent, like a sheet of cellophane, in the increasingly intense light, yet the smile on his face grew more relaxed and serene. The black mist surrounding the Arctic fox dissipated, revealing its true form. It nestled weakly in his arms, no longer anxious, seemingly understanding that this was its final fate. Yuan Zhao slowly opened his eyes, meeting Bai Shu's gaze. His eyes held a smile. Yuanju didn't lie to us after all. The light guide is strong. If it were her, she could surely end this 200-year-old catastrophe. Next, I entrust it to you. Yuan Zhao looked at the Arctic fox in his arms. And what about you? I have done what I had to do. His obsession would dissipate, and so would his demise. Bai Shu lowered his eyes, and gently waved his hand. Behind him, the twin towers he had hidden revealed their clear outlines. The 2 towers soared into the clouds. The dark purple energy swirling around the black tower was violently boiling, while the light of the white tower seemed to be drawn by some force, becoming increasingly pure. Yuan Zhao, having just learned she didn't have to kill Lao by herself, felt her tense nerves relax, but in the blink of an eye, the twin towers appeared before her. Her pupils contracted, and she abruptly looked at Bai Shu again. The man's body appeared exceptionally dim in the light, much like the embers about to be extinguished under the setting sun. Go. Bai Shu didn't look at her, but instead turned his gaze to the others. He was weak, but his voice was steady. I can sense that its spread this time is extraordinary. Something may have already happened outside. Upon hearing the news, everyone's expression changed. Although everyone had suspected it beforehand, hearing it from Lao Bai's mouth added credibility, making them even more worried. After my fall, everything here will cease to exist. It will find this place soon. Bai Shu sighed. Don't blame me for wasting these few hours. I need to confirm whether you have the ability. If they couldn't even pass his test, how could he entrust the responsibility to them with peace of mind? Yuan Zhao knew time was of the essence, and after only a moment of silence, she said, I understand. She turned and approached the twin towers, but suddenly stopped and looked at her teammates, her gaze finally settling on Xie. The distance between the two was considerable. Xie stood there tall and straight, gripping his tang sword tightly, gazing at her from afar. Deep within those eyes, always as calm as an ancient well, lay concern, worry, and a heavy burden of having to let go. He didn't speak, nor did he step forward, suppressing all his emotions deep within, like a silent mountain, guarding her rear, yet clearly drawing a line that she must walk alone. Yuan Zhao looked back from afar, understanding all the unspoken words in his eyes. She said, "Wait for me, I be out soon." Xia Tu forced a smile, wanting to tell her not to worry about them, but he failed. He replied in a hoarse voice, "Yes, I wait for you." No matter how long he would wait. Platinum light swirled around her. Yuan Zhao turned, without looking back, and ran towards the twin towers. Bai Shu wouldn't last long before dissipating, and then the red eyes would immediately take over the collapsing domain. If she didn't get out in time, those outside would be in great danger. But there was only one badge, and she heard the entrance would test genes. Only she could go in, and only she could go in. Before going in, however, there were some things she needed to tell Lao Bai. "I have a good friend, her name is Bai Yu, she's also a guide," Yuan Zhao said as she ran. This was his domain. Lao Bai could sense her wherever she was. "Bai Yu?" Bai Shu's almost completely transparent figure paused, a slight tremor in his eyes. His voice was as soft as a whisper, yet carried immense weight. Yuan Zhao hummed in response. Becoming a guide of light hadn't changed her physique much. She was already out of breath after running only a short distance. She was almost at the tower. She's lively, cheerful, and has her own ideals and ambitions. She earned her position as a guide at an outpost through her own efforts. She's always been proud of her ancestors, taking them as her role models. Also, the current head of the Bai family is Bai Mo, the head of the Special Abilities Department at the base. Base Chieftain is like a kind old man, balancing the conflicts between various departments at the base, always smiling and easy to talk to. And the descendants of Han Dideo. I only met Minister Han 2 or 3 times, but they are all very good, managing the Dawn base impeccably. Yuan Zhao said, "Seniors, the flame you protected with your lives has never been extinguished." Bai Shu listened to her description, stunned for a long time. He looked up, as if seeing a scene 100 years later through the collapsing sky. The new generation running on the training field, the busy figures in the command center, and the girl named Bai Yu, who bore his and her blood. "Thank you for telling me all this." Bai Shu suddenly felt no regrets. Yuan Zhao had already run to the middle of the 2 towers. She glanced at them only once and chose the black tower. The white tower possessed purifying power, capable of balancing the forces of dark matter. The source was most likely in the black tower. Just as she was about to enter, cracks spread across the sky like a spiderweb, emitting a crisp cracking sound. Fragments of light fell softly from the cracks, like a reverse rain of light, cleansing this world that was about to vanish completely. Yuan Zhao instinctively reached out, her fingertips passing through the falling fragments of light, as if trying to hold onto something, or perhaps to lift the veil of this ending, to see it more clearly. She knew time was running out, and turned to look at Bai Shu one last time. "Senior, take care." There was no grand farewell, only a sorrowful yet warm sense of relief. Bai Shu's figure grew increasingly faint in the rain of light. He glanced one last time at the silent twin towers, then looked at Yuan Zhao, filled with endless expectation. "Take care. Go and end it all, for all that has passed, and for all that lives." Chapter 655. Yuan Zhao didn't turn back. Standing before the massive entrance to the Black Tower, the tower's cold obsidian was within reach, radiating a chilling aura. She took out the hexagonal badge from her backpack, pondering how to open the entrance. Vital signs detected, gene sequence matching, passed. Access confirmed. Yuan Zhu, SSS level dark guide. Risk assessment, extremely high. Entry permission granted. A stream of information swept across the door, and the gate opened instantly. Yuan Zhao had no time to think, her figure quickly disappeared outside. After she entered, the gate closed instantly, and the Black Tower entrance returned to its deathly shadow, as if nothing had happened. Xia Tu didn't look away until she could no longer see her. A door that others couldn't open even in their entire lives became extremely simple for her. Yuan Zhu threw the badge and crystal outside, perhaps with the intention of leaving a way for the people of this planet to survive. If someone destined could obtain the badge, they might be able to find a way to approach the source. Unfortunately, that place was soon covered by a contaminated zone, and remained undiscovered for a century. The shattered sky teetered on the brink of collapse. After Yuan Zhao entered the Black Tower, Bai Shu's figure also disappeared from sight. In his final moments, he didn't want to be disturbed. He only wanted to quietly talk to his spiritual self. Silence fell over the group. Xia Tu lowered his head and edited a message. Jiang Mu went to a corner to treat his wounds, while Fu Bei sat cross-legged on the ground to replenish her strength. Xia Ming'an leaned against the feet of the Bishi, muttering something unintelligible. The oppressive atmosphere caused the 5 sentinels, who had just regained their senses, to open their mouths several times, wanting to ask something, but then dared not utter a sound. More and more fragments fell, the rain of light cascading down like a dream. How long had passed? Suddenly, everyone stood up, looking up at the sky. The domain had collapsed. Light suddenly appeared in their pitch-black vision, a century-old solitary dream, built of blood and fire, obsession and protection, was slowly drawing to a close. Also vanishing was the Arctic fox that had silently accompanied them to the very end, also turning into specks of light. A century of waiting and obsession finally came to an end, comforted by the realization that their bloodline had been preserved and they were passed on. But those inside saw no sunlight. Outside, dark matter filled the air, the sky was overcast, making it impossible to discern which part was contaminated. There was no time for grief, no time even for shock at the scene outside. Xia looked at the 5 people who had just regained their senses and quickly ordered, "Get out of here immediately." The 5 came to their senses. They had many questions they wanted to ask, but the timing was clearly wrong, so they quickly obeyed and started running. After running a short distance, one of them glanced back and found that Xia and the others were still standing in place. "If you can get out, send a message to the base that we found." Fu Qian's voice drifted through the air, but before she could finish, a blanket of gray fog rapidly moved towards the twin towers. "It's too late." Xia immediately grabbed his communicator and, taking advantage of the weak signal, sent out the edited message. Almost instantly, the gray fog arrived, covering the shattered domain once more. The surrounding scenery instantly underwent a bizarre change. The space that had just regained its clarity was once again shrouded in a thick, suffocating gray filter. "It's here!" Fu Yu shouted, instantly raising the Gatling gun. Countless vines, like tentacles, burst forth from the ground, writhing and coiling wildly, instantly covering every inch of land and ruins within sight, exuding a thick stench of blood and decay. Uncle Qin Zheng was protected in the very center. He seemed to react, his cloudy eyes gazing at the suddenly changed world, his body trembling slightly. Deep within the gray fog, the outline of an enormous eye slowly emerged. A cold, crazed, and malicious gaze pressed down on everyone's soul, as if it were a tangible force. The 5 sentries who had returned immediately suppressed all distractions, quickly forming a defensive formation, weapons in hand, their minds taut to the extreme. Too fast. So fast that there was no way to escape. That thing seemed to have been lying in wait outside, ready to retake the twin towers at any moment. Xia glanced one last time at the twin towers shrouded in gray mist and vines, then resolutely turning his back to his teammates to face the overwhelming terror. Destroying the source would only eliminate the contaminated areas. The red eyes wouldn't disappear. No matter how powerful the enemy, they had to fight. The intermittent signal, transmitted through a nearby, not yet completely damaged sentry post, finally reached the base command center. Minister Duan quickly read the message and immediately ordered communication with the other 3 bases. The signal was weak, and the video conference was unsuccessful, so the command center sent out the message via text message. "They're still alive, including 14 logistics personnel from the reinforcement force. Yuan Zhao entered the core area a few minutes ago, attempting to approach the source." Xia message was brief, succinctly stating only a few key points. The specifics of the situation were completely unknown to those outside. But in this darkest hour before darkness descends, any news from the front lines is enough to let people know that hope has not been completely extinguished. Less than 10 hours remain until darkness falls. The sky outside is already shrouded in a persistent haze. The news brought hope, but also heavier pressure. The atmosphere in the command center was extremely tense. While the signal was still relatively intact, staff were monitoring the movements of the mutants outside, calculating their directions. After the successive collapses of the contaminated zones, the mutants in each area lost their restraints and went completely out of control, converging into terrifying torrents of destruction, forming waves that moved aimlessly. And what they had to do was ensure that no matter what happened, the base could remain humanity's strongest support. Outside, dust swirled across the vast land. Not only were large numbers of monsters gathering, but many survivors were also appearing. Upon receiving the messages from the 4 major bases, several small refuge camps were rushing to safety, hoping to reach a more secure place before darkness descended. After all, if darkness truly returned, the small base's defenses and resources wouldn't last more than a few days, they would inevitably fall. Given that, they might as well take a gamble. The journey was more dangerous than before. Large hordes of mutants could be seen chasing after speeding vehicles. Many regular troops were also on their way back after breaking through the encirclement. Several modified vehicles were speeding madly along the bumpy, potholed road, their engines groaning under the strain. The vehicles were covered in grime and dried blood, clearly having endured a great ordeal to reach this point. Behind the convoy, dust billowed into the sky. A vanguard of dozens of mutants of various shapes and incredible speed, like a swarm of sharks smelling blood, relentlessly pursued them. Chapter 656. As the crowd moved, large numbers of mutants gradually arrived near the 4 major bases, forming waves of black energy. The outposts on the outer perimeter of the bases remained on duty, detecting the movement immediately. Soon, the operations department and the security department jointly mobilized, dispatching 5,000 sentries to the front lines. This was to both receive returning or defecting personnel and, more importantly, to eliminate the crisis brought by the monster tide. The city gates opened. Transport vehicles carrying soldiers, ammunition, and supplies rushed to the front lines, accompanied by 50 guides. This was the order from Base Commander Shin. After nearly a century, the guides were finally returning to the front lines. Yuanlan sat upright, her hands resting steadily on her knees, only her slightly trembling eyelashes betraying her inner turmoil. The once bustling and noisy city was now deserted. She could feel the restlessness and determination emanating from the countless sentries' mental images inside and outside the vehicles, like a burning thicket of thorns, scorching the edges of her senses. Not long ago, she had just completed her trial mission. To accommodate the guide, the team chose a 2-star contaminated zone as the trial mission. Despite her thorough preparation, once inside, aside from helping her teammates manage their mental states, she offered almost no assistance in advancing the mission. After returning to base, Yuanlan seriously considered whether she was suited for this path. Unexpectedly, before she could submit her formal application, the trajectory of the world abruptly changed, and humanity faced an even greater crisis. The roar of the transport vehicle sounded particularly jarring in the oppressive silence. Yuanlan viewed this trip as proof of the guides' return to the historical stage, and her attitude was extremely serious. The guides must be the strongest support. Sitting opposite Qin Zi, a different persona emerged. After only an hour's drive, Qin Zi picked up his binoculars and peered through the observation window down the winding mountain road. He could already see the distant horizon writhing. It resembled black waves undulating against the earth, or thick, churning asphalt boiling over the entire wasteland. As the distance closed, the details of the waves became increasingly grotesque. Tens of thousands of monsters. Some were on all fours, leaping and bounding like hunting dogs, their speed leaving after images. Others used their arthropods or tentacles to nimbly climb and swing across the complex terrain, flanking from the sides. Still others, while running, spewed corrosive slime from their twisted mouths, hurling it at the fleeing convoy. Seeing this, many guides venturing out of the base for the first time turned pale. Sitting by the car door, Yushu, clutching her gun and resting with her eyes closed, suddenly spoke, "If you're scared, you can go back." Many combat teams hadn't returned. Captain Yu of the 10th Combat Team was ordered to escort the guides and ensure their safety. Qin Zi, though afraid, firmly refused. "I came out with the determination to fight to the end. I won't go back." This battle for survival was not only the beginning but also an opportunity for them to hone their skills. No one could predict the outcome. Would it be the final echo of human civilization, or a spark rekindled on the ruins of destruction? Whatever the final result, at least they had fought hard and left no regrets. Fang Qingye's face was frighteningly pale, but he gritted his teeth. "That's right. Since we came out, we never intended to desert." His words, like a stone thrown into stagnant water, stirred ripples in the hearts of the other guides. An older guide stood up and said to the others, "Remember our duty. Stabilize the barrier, cultivate empathy. We are their strongest support. If even we retreat, what will happen to the sentries fighting on the front lines?" A complex light flashed in the guide's eyes. There was fear, there was shock, but more than anything, there was a sense of relief at finally facing the real world, and a stubborn refusal to be kept in captivity any longer. Yushu opened her eyes, scanning the faces that, though still etched with tension, had already dispelled any hint of retreat. She decisively reached out and opened the rear door of the vehicle. The guides looked up. Under the dim sky, below the mountain road, as far as the eye could see, were the figures of monsters, rapidly closing in on the human fortress. The dust kicked up by their movement cast an ominous, dark yellow veil over the horizon. "Remember, The mutants outside are different from the monsters bound by the gatekeeper's rules within the contaminated zone. Yu Shu's voice drifted into the vehicle on the wind. They have no formation, no strategy, only the most primal instincts. Once they spot their prey, they will relentlessly pursue it until death. So fight, guides! At that moment, a sound came from the ranks ahead. The first shot to defend the human base had been fired. Dangcheng Refuge Camp in the high-altitude region. Knowing that darkness was about to return, several local factions, unusually, put aside their differences and united. 6 hours to go. Yanli, Wukue, and others, carrying children and supplies, arrived at the Dangcheng Refuge Camp to assemble. The refuge camp had been heavily fortified, with outer moats and protective netting completed. Battle, leading 2 squads of sentries, conducted a final inspection along the outer perimeter. They were too far from the 4 major bases, and with only 1 day to prepare after receiving the notification, they were completely unable to support people traveling to the larger bases for refuge. Fortunately, the Party City Refuge Camp was located in a remote area, sparsely populated, and with a relatively small number of mutants and contaminated areas. Confident they could hold them off, they discussed the matter and abandoned the relocation plan. At this point, for these small bases with limited strength and resources, survival was a victory. Battle walked around the outer wall 3 times, confirming that the newly constructed fortifications were in good condition, before looking at the busy people. He raised his voice. Open your eyes wide. Grip your weapons tighter. There aren't many monsters here, but if anyone dares to come. He paused, his gaze sweeping across every face. Whether fearful or resolute, then let the monsters know that the people of the Northwest have bones as hard as the rocks of this plateau. There were no grand pronouncements, only the simplest resolve. In this seemingly forgotten corner of the world, the atmosphere of preparation for war was like a slowly freezing layer of ice, silent yet containing the power to shatter any invaders. On the other side, far to the southeast, the Qixia and Qinhuai refugee camps made the same choice. Not to migrate, but to defend their homes to the death. The situation they faced was far more perilous than that of Dangcheng. After the collapse of the contaminated zone, the surrounding area was teeming with monsters. They had nowhere to retreat. The Qinhuai camp, upon receiving the news, immediately raised all bridges leading to the base to prevent the mutants from entering. But Zhuangwan made a different decision. That is, to rescue Qixia camp before darkness falls again. Their camp is in the abandoned city area, surrounded by contaminated zones on 3 sides. If we don't rescue them, even if the camp isn't breached by monsters, they'd be trapped and die inside due to lack of resources, Xuanwan said. In times of crisis, humanity should unite. If the 4 major bases can't hold them off, then our small place has no chance of survival. In that case, why not take a gamble? Chapter 657. Yeah, what's wrong with taking a gamble? The rest of Team Zero thought the same. Armored vehicles and transport trucks rushed into contaminated Zone 320 amidst a swarm of mutants. The screech of brakes filled the air. Looking around, everything was both familiar and strange. The iconic mirror wall still stood, but the inverted city overhead had vanished. The streets were now filled with mutants, wandering aimlessly. The monsters chasing behind stepped in as well, their crimson eyes quickly dimming, instantly forgetting their prey, becoming empty, blank, and stiff. The vehicles had just come to a stop. Wang Jiayu asked anxiously, Qi Ling, how are you feeling? Qi Ling lowered his head, his heavy breathing unusually clear in the deathly silence of the street. Just moments before entering this area, the dark matter on his body was still spreading wildly. But now, everything seemed to have been paused. The dark matter had returned to its dormant state beneath his skin, no longer out of control. It's all right. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, filled with the bewilderment of someone who had just survived a close call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It's good that you're all right. Tao Haohao got off the transport truck and shouted into the compartment, Old Song, throw some food out, I'm starving. Song Liang, come and get it yourself. Although this was Han Dedeo's territory, it wasn't necessarily safe. Song Liang had remained vigilant since entering. Tao Haohao jumped into the compartment, picked up a box of food, and casually tossed 2 bags to Duan Shi in the driver's seat, saying casually, the road is full of monsters. We used up several boxes of bullets. What's going on? The scene along the way was horrifying. Almost all the contaminated zones below level 5 had collapsed, and mutants were roaming everywhere. Everyone was worried about Qi Ling's condition, fighting their way through the monsters at breakneck speed, with no time for discussion. There's no signal on the road, and we haven't received a single message from behind. Duan Shi, sitting motionless in the driver's seat, was worried. I wonder how things are at the base, and with the captain. The balance has been broken. Duanxi subconsciously asked, what balance? Then he realized something was wrong. Whose voice was that? The moment the voice rang out, Song Liang abruptly looked out of the car. The right side mirror suddenly rippled like water, revealing a blurry figure. The tall figure, backlit, seemed to have been watching them for a long time. Fortunately, everyone was prepared. They had met once before and acted normally. Senior? Song Liang asked, do you know what happened? Hondadeo shook his head. I don't know the specifics, but I can feel a violent force constantly impacting and weakening my domain. Song Liang's expression immediately turned serious. Something was impacting the outer gray fog. He told Hondadeo about the situation outside. Upon learning that the other contaminated zones below level 5 had collapsed, Hondadeo's expression turned grave. Ding Lang, he. Song Liang gave an apologetic look. I'm sorry, the signal here is almost completely cut off. We can't log into the system to check intelligence. Number 111 was too far away. But it was obvious that since the other contaminated zones had collapsed, they probably couldn't escape either. Hondadeo remained silent for a long time, then sighed heavily before saying, the balance outside has been broken. Is it related to that guide? Song Liang didn't deny it. Our guess is that the captain and Yun Zhao found the source, which triggered the chain reaction. Hondadeo's gaze suddenly sharpened. The source? She really did it. Hondadeo suddenly laughed, a laugh that felt inexplicably exhilarating, making the others afraid to speak. The mirror still reflected the distorted streets and wandering mutants. But upon closer inspection, one could see that the edges of the images in the mirror occasionally flashed with extremely unstable, electric-like ripples. I'm under immense pressure to maintain this domain. Hondadeo stopped laughing and looked at Qi Ling, whose condition had temporarily stabilized on the roof of the car. This place isn't absolutely safe either. I can temporarily suppress the dark matter within you, but when the domain collapses, you still need to find a way to face the completely insane world outside. The Zero Team's relaxed mood instantly sank to the bottom again. Senior, you can also. Wang Jiayu hesitated, glancing instinctively at Qi Ling before asking, how long can you hold out? Hondadeo replied calmly, it depends on when that thing outside calms down. Maybe in a few days, maybe the next moment. Tao Haohao couldn't help but interject, then we came in for nothing? He won't die for now. Hondadeo glanced at the people in the car. His condition is being forcibly suppressed. It's just a temporary fix. What you need to do is find a solution before my domain collapses, otherwise. His unfinished words sent chills down everyone's spine. Duanxi took a deep breath. Senior, do you have any suggestions? Hondadeo turned around, the mirror rippling again behind him. First, survive. Qi Ling hadn't spoken a word from beginning to end. Now, his expression was unusually calm. On the way here, he had actually resigned himself to his fate. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing, because only by completely eliminating the dark matter could peace be restored to the world. The outside world was in chaos. People didn't know the source, didn't know the truth about the disaster, yet they fought for a shared belief. The sunlight was completely blocked behind them. Before them was a circular hall, larger than they had imagined, empty, and sparsely furnished. Pale blue strips of cold light were embedded in the walls, the light weak but sufficient for visibility. Smooth metal walls lined both sides, the air filled with a faint smell of disinfectant, mixed with a slightly bitter odor similar to a sedative. The atmosphere was eerie and deathly. Yun Zhao had seen the blueprints for the Twin Towers with Minister Xiao, but knew nothing about their internal structure. Knowing she couldn't delay, she didn't linger and immediately released her spiritual energy to probe its source. The spiritual energy converged into a weak yet continuous fluctuation of spiritual power, like an invisible thread guiding her senses. The little bluebird perched on her shoulder, looking up at the top of the tower. Up there! Following the guidance of the spiritual energy, Yun Zhao saw the spiral staircase extending upwards at the end of the hall. The steps were also made of cold metal, but the handrails had a warm jade-like texture. The sound of her boots stepping on the metal surface echoed repeatedly in the vast circular hall. It was too quiet here. So quiet that she could hear the faint sound of her own blood flowing, like an infinitely amplified echo, making her eardrums tremble slightly. The spiral staircase before her seemed endless. The higher she climbed, the fainter the scent of the mental suppressant in the air became. Yun Zhao adjusted her breathing, supporting herself on the handrail as she steadily climbed. When she finally stepped onto the last step, the sight before her made her gasp. Chapter 658. Suddenly hovering in the center was a colossal black sphere, estimated to be over 10 meters in diameter, almost filling the entire space. The sphere's surface was smooth, writhing and tumbling, causing its massive form to undulate slowly and eerily. Its texture wasn't like a liquid, but rather like jelly. An extremely thick, bottomless black jelly, breathing at an incredibly slow pace. The little bluebird felt uncomfortable, tilting its head back and flapping its wings, exclaiming in disgust, "Ugh, what a disgusting thing." Yun Zhao silently agreed. The beginning of all disasters now hovered before her, like a sleeping, deformed god. Just standing before the black sphere, she felt a primal, instinctive repulsion. She forced herself to take a step forward. Let it all end. Yun Zhao adjusted her breathing, slowly raising her hand, and countless golden lights drifted towards the writhing black sphere. It contained the power of order, purification, and life, a stark contrast to the pure chaos and destructive source before her. The fluorescent light gathered in the air, forming threads that wove a net, completely enveloping the black sphere. The moment it touched it, the undulations on the sphere's surface intensified. Countless fine ripples emerged beneath its smooth, mirror-like surface. The dark matter surrounding the space swirled, seemingly drawn towards the sphere. It struggled. The black sphere expanded larger and larger, yet it could not break free from the golden net. The blue light bands on the walls flickered. Just then, from the dome above the tower, that familiar, enormous red eye appeared, indifferently watching her movements. Why resist? Helping them will do you no good. Leave with me, and I take you back to Mistweave Star to reunite with your parents. The voice was devoid of emotion, yet strangely sincere, trying to convince her of his sincerity. Yun Zhao didn't stop. The golden net was tightening. Instead of answering, she asked, "Leave? Are you willing to stop and spare humanity's life? What is a lifeline? The seeds have sprouted and borne fruit. After the final harvest, this planet is useless." The final harvest? What does that mean? Yun Zhao's heart sank. What have you done to the outside world? She did what should have been done long ago. If it weren't for finding you, those lower beings would have been extinct decades ago. Perhaps due to the characteristics of the pupil shadow clan, or perhaps because it was simply too powerful. The red-eyed creature disdained to weave lies. Survival of the fittest. They will soon all become food, part of the nourishment. Even if you destroy the core source now, you can't stop it. Yun Zhao stood before the black sphere, more golden light surging from her body. She seemed to glow, like a deity. Although the red-eyed man didn't directly answer her question, Carrie had said that to eliminate dark matter, the source of contamination must be destroyed. That was the core of the dark matter, responsible for spreading it. Only by destroying it could the world be saved. But now, the red-eyed man said that even destruction couldn't stop it. Then, there was only one possibility. The dark matter outside had become so abundant that it no longer needed a constant supply from its source. Yun Zhao knew the answer. She looked up at the enormous red eyeball and said, word by word, "You destroyed the contaminated area, releasing all the dark matter." The red-eyed man didn't hold back his praise. "You're clever, but that won't change anything. Even if you destroy this place, the dark matter outside is enough to devour all of human civilization." "You're wrong." Yun Zhao moved slightly, the mental network surrounding the black sphere tightening continuously. All the dark matter vanished the moment it touched her mental threads. "With me here, your plan will never succeed." Golden light suddenly surged, transforming into countless fine threads that coiled around the black sphere at an even faster speed. Her voice was unusually firm. "As long as one human is alive, we will not give up." The red-eyed man showed a clear emotional fluctuation, his voice gradually turning cold. "Insisting on being an enemy of the great pupil shadow clan will bring trouble to your parents. Have you thought it through?" Yun Zhao didn't answer. Dad probably isn't afraid of trouble, and Mom should be able to handle it. She just needs to take care of herself. The black sphere began to fluctuate violently, shrinking at a visible speed. The red-eyed creature's pupils contracted slightly. "You're actually absorbing dark matter?" Yun Zhao's hair moved without wind, his eyes shimmering with a dark gold light. "It's not absorption, it's purification." Each core source was a product meticulously crafted by the Shadow Pupil clan. The red-eyed creature wouldn't stand by and watch the black sphere be destroyed before its eyes. It attacked. A powerful mental pressure swept over, and Yun Zhao, using the same tactic, glared at it. "You dare touch me?" Unexpectedly, this time the red-eyed creature didn't stop. An invisible pressure swept across the entire tower's top space, and the blue lights on the walls exploded one by one. Pure and powerful purifying energy fiercely clashed with the vast and chaotic dark energy, stirring up an invisible storm throughout the space. "I will seal you away, and take you away from here. This will not violate the contract. It was my carelessness. I trusted your father too much, thinking he would return soon, so I didn't agree on a time with him. Back then, it thought Yunju would return in 2 or 3 years at the latest, and guarding human children seemed like an interesting thing, convenient for observing this race, so it agreed. But who knew that a century would pass? It even disrupted its entire plan. The little girl who hatched from the hibernation pod was deliberately released by Bai Shu, who had just become the gatekeeper. It lost Yunju and Sang Li's child, violating the contract. Fortunately, the child returned on its own. When Yun Zhao heard that it actually wanted to seal him away, its eyes darkened, and the golden net suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. The little bluebird flew towards the black sphere, its body instantly becoming transparent. After a cry, its enormous body appeared at the top of the tower. This was the first time it had revealed its true form to the world since Yun Zhao possessed its complete domain. The once emerald green feathers now faintly tinged with gold, and its enormous wings almost completely enveloped the black sphere. Countless fluorescent lights surged from its body, continuously purifying the core source. The surface of the black sphere rippled like black waves, violently churning, its volume already reduced by a third. Yun Zhao handed the black sphere to the great bluebird, focusing on fighting the red-eyed creature. The two forces collided continuously within the space, forming power storms. Cracks appeared in the walls of the tower, showing signs of collapse. Yun Zhao reached into her backpack, rummaged around for a while, and finally found the diamond bird Xie Tu had given her. Without hesitation, she pulled out her pistol and pulled the trigger towards the sky. Seal my ass? Chapter 659. This was the first time Yun Zhao had fired her sidearm since receiving it. At such close range, with such a conspicuous target, even her terrible marksmanship didn't matter. There was no possibility of missing. The bullet whistled out of the barrel, spinning and tearing through the air, heading straight for the enormous, bloodshot red eye suspended atop the tower. It was like striking a viscous, invisible swamp of energy. Upon contact with the ripples of red light on the pupil's surface, the bullet instantly sank in. Yun Zhao had tried a clever trick during shooting lessons, attaching strands of her mental energy to the bullet, attempting to alter its trajectory and increase its accuracy. She did the same thing this time. The strands of mental energy attached to the bullet quickly took effect. The instant it sank into the enormous eye, with a thought, the fluorescent light on the bullet dispersed, entering the depths of the red eye's consciousness. The two forces clashed. The red eye let out a roar that pierced the very soul. The sound exploded in her mind, reverberating deep within her consciousness, bringing waves of dizziness and nausea. Yun Zhao gritted her teeth, not retreating, but instead pulling the trigger again. Bang! 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 3 shots fired in quick succession, arranged in a triangular pattern, aimed at different parts of the red-eyed creature. But this time, the red-eyed creature was on guard. Its pupils glowed intensely red, and the 3 bullets, as if striking an invisible barrier, were instantly compressed, deformed, and then disintegrated into fine metallic powder, fluttering down. You, very good. Since that war, no one has been able to harm the Great Shadow Clan. Weak is weak, stop trying to glorify yourself. Returning to her true self, Yun Zhao felt her patience dwindling exponentially, especially when facing the self-proclaimed superior, yet utterly repulsive, intruder. At this moment, she had no desire for words. She only wanted to kill the guy in front of her. The great bluebird continued purifying the black sphere. Its azure gold feathers emitted a pure and gentle light, washing over the still violently undulating black sphere like rolling black waves. The so-called core source, under the continuous penetration of spiritual power, shrank in size. The churning motion on the surface weakened, becoming a lifeless, feeble writhing movement. The red eye clearly sensed the rapid weakening of the core source, and a power storm several times stronger than before erupted from its center, but Yun Zhao's spiritual power tightly bound its core consciousness, making it impossible for it to easily escape. The spiritual power of the two, or rather, the one person and the others, collided and annihilated fiercely in the void, causing cracks to spread rapidly on the already crumbling walls of the black tower. The tower shook violently, and large areas of the walls that were previously just cracks began to peel away, with debris raining down. The azure phoenix let out a high-pitched cry, its body radiating brilliant light. The spreading silver light pattern suddenly contracted, striking the core of the black sphere, now shrunk to the size of a basketball. Pop! A sound as faint as a bubble bursting. The black sphere, which had struggled for so long, finally ceased all movement. The deep black surface rapidly dissipated like a receding tide, then, starting from the core, it shattered inch by inch, transforming into countless tiny black specks of light, which were then completely purified and cleansed by the azure phoenix's azure radiance, disappearing without a trace. The core source was destroyed. The red eyes were filled with fury. This core source was the nexus of power it had carefully cultivated over countless years. The energy source relentlessly sowed seeds of corruption within this realm, then continuously replicated, spreading dark matter. Now that the core source was destroyed, its invasion frontline had completely collapsed. It not only lost its production base, but also severed any possibility of rapid future invasions and seeding. It never imagined that its impulsive decision years ago would bring it such immense trouble. The enormous red eyes looked at Yun Xiao with murderous intent and disappointment. Since you chose to stand on the opposite side, from this moment on, you are no longer the protected one, but a traitor and enemy who must be eliminated. Your father shouldn't blame me for breaking the contract. With the source destroyed, a devastating energy shockwave suddenly spread out across the entire space. Yun Xiao raised his hand to block, an invisible barrier intercepting him. Didn't you already break the contract? The shockwave instantly pierced countless massive cracks from the base to the top of the black tower, and the black matter that made up the tower began to turn to dust. The black tower began to collapse. Yun Xiao slowly raised her eyes, her face showing no panic at being accused, nor a trace of guilt, only a cruel clarity and mockery. Can't even keep an eye on a child, yet you dare call yourself a great race. Her eyes held utter contempt, her mocking expression reminding the red-eyed woman of her childhood. The power of a guide of light should be gentle, pure, and warm, possessing healing and guiding qualities. She seemed to be none of that. Rather than being influenced by dark matter, it was more like genetics, inherited from that man. The black tower collapsed completely. The dark matter that formed the tower's top vanished silently beneath her feet like weathered sand. A sudden feeling of weightlessness gripped her. The true black tower, eternally existing, wouldn't be so fragile. What collapsed was merely a fake, forcibly materialized by the red eyes using its core source power within the gaps of this place's rules. During the descent, the red eyes had already cleared the mental threads from its consciousness and struck again. A suffocatingly malicious lock-on. More intense, more focused than ever before. The red eyes clearly intended to give her no respite, its fury transforming into utter coldness. A gigantic pupil stared intently at the falling Yun Xiao against the backdrop of collapse. Deep within its pupils, the surging crimson was no longer replaced by a pure, unfathomable darkness. That darkness seemed to connect to the ultimate void of the universe, containing a will to devour and annihilate everything. A beam of light without energy, an impact without substance. In an instant, a vast and boundless spiritual power silently traversed the barriers of space, directly slamming into Yun Xiao's sea of consciousness. In the past, faced with such a large-scale and malicious spiritual intrusion, Yun Xiao's consciousness barrier, even if not instantly collapsing, would certainly be on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand it. But after becoming a guide of light, her consciousness barrier had undergone a qualitative change. All these impacts and contaminations, upon touching the layer of light within her consciousness barrier, were like hitting an absolutely smooth mirror. The vast majority were refracted and slid away. The few that managed to penetrate were quickly purified and neutralized by the ceaseless flow of light within the barrier. They could not truly shake her core consciousness. Yun Xiao continued to fall, black dust brushing against her cheeks. Fearless, she lightly said, "Is that all you got?" Chapter 660. Even as a guide of light, Yun Xiao wasn't confident she could kill Red Eye. She deliberately wanted to annoy it, repeatedly challenging its limits with a contemptuous attitude. But strangely, Red Eye wasn't angered by her words. Instead, it slowly calmed down. The ripples on the surface of its enormous eyeballs ceased, replaced by indifference and emotion, staring at her from its high above. The black tower had long since vanished into nothingness. Yun Xiao plummeted as if falling from the clouds, her body falling rapidly. The azure phoenix shook off the filth on its body and flew straight back to its true form. In the distance, another phoenix, seeing the falling Yun Xiao, swooped down at incredible speed. Below, a figure was running at top speed towards them. The scene outside the tower was even more horrific. As far as the eye could see, the entire earth was covered by writhing vines, the sentinels below appearing as tiny as ants. Xie Tu had no idea what had happened inside the tower. The instant he looked up, he witnessed a scene that nearly stopped his heart. A familiar figure plummeted from the now-vanished spire, like a kite with a broken string. Time stretched endlessly in Xie Tu's perception. From his perspective, only one simple, yet cruelly real fact remained. The tower was gone, and she was falling from there. Panic instantly gripped him. Xie Tu sprinted with all his might, desperately running towards the direction she had fallen. He gripped his Tang sword tightly in a reverse grip, the blade tearing through the air and slicing through the vines blocking his path. He ignored the thorns that grazed his cheek, ignored the muddy, dark substance beneath his feet. His eyes were fixed only on the plummeting figure. The fire phoenixes in the sky arrived first. Fearing their flames would harm her, the large creatures dared not approach too closely, frantically flapping their wings to create powerful air currents, attempting to slow her descent. The blue phoenix flew over, giving the fire phoenix a look of utter disbelief before releasing its spiritual threads to form a net, which floated below its main body and caught her. Yun Xiao's descent indeed slowed. She began to slowly approach the ground. As soon as she landed, a tremendous force rushed towards her, violently pulling her into a firm, burning embrace. That embrace carried the trembling of someone who had survived a near-death experience, and the almost ferocious confirmation of something lost and then regained. The force was so great that she could barely breathe. It was Xie. "Captain," Yun Xiao called out to him. Xie didn't speak, only uttering a soft sound in his throat, holding her even tighter. He reeked of blood, gunpowder, and sweat, an unpleasant odor, his tense body betraying the near limit of his panic. Yun Xiao paused for a moment, then relaxed, not struggling. "Did I scare you?" Yun Xiao began to explain. "When I fell, the great bluebird was already planning to catch me, but I was afraid red eyes would cause trouble, so I wanted to create some distance between us. My spiritual threads can materialize. I was fine in contaminated Zone 88 before." She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly remembering that Xie seemed completely unaware of the gatekeeper's attempt to kill her. The more she said, the more worried he might become. Yun Xiao simply shut up. She had only been gone a short while, but the surrounding scenery had become like hell. Fortunately, since she landed, the surrounding vines had retreated, clearing a large open space. Xie lowered his head, his deep eyes meeting hers. The emotions churning in his eyes had been forcibly suppressed, leaving only a heavy, unyielding darkness. He finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse, each word seemingly ground from the depths of his throat. "From now on." Xie paused, as if choosing his words carefully, or perhaps trying to calm his still unstable emotions. "Whatever the plan, tell me in advance." "Okay." Yun Xiao readily agreed, tilting her head back to give him a hug. Out of the corner of her eye, she precisely caught sight of the enormous, cold, red eye in the center of the darkness above. Just moments ago, when the source was destroyed, it had erupted in a raging fury. Now, the darkness enveloping the sky was as still as stagnant water, and within the enormous pupil lay indifference. An utter indifference, like looking down upon ants, devoid of any emotion. Yun Xiao was somewhat puzzled. Something was definitely amiss. She told Xie what had happened inside the tower. The source was destroyed by the great bluebird, but I learned from Red Eyes that all the contaminated zones have collapsed, and the outside world may already be in danger. Xie's pupils suddenly contracted, his personal emotions forcibly suppressed in an instant. He regained his composure and looked up. The eye in the sky was enormous, fixed intently on Yun Xiao, devoid of murderous intent, more like a cold gaze after a countdown had begun. "Is it waiting?" Xie quickly judged after observing for a moment. Yun Xiao instantly understood what Red Eyes was waiting for. The Kree called dark matter the black seed, and the source is the seeding machine. She gently pulled away from Xie's embrace, took a half step forward, stood beside Xie, and looked up directly at the eye. Destroying the source only stops it from continuing to sow, but the seeds already sown, taking root and sprouting in all the polluted areas, won't disappear. Yun Xiao said. Red Eyes also said that destroying the source won't stop it. It's preparing to harvest its last wave of food. The Pupil Shadow Clan feeds on consciousness. This is the purpose of this race's invasion of other planets. Once it completes its final harvest, all life on Blue Star will perish, and then... The two exchanged a glance. Xie understood her intention, his grip on the Tang sword tightening suddenly. "Let's try together." He couldn't attack Red Eyes, but Fire Phoenix could. In any case, he wouldn't let her risk her life alone again. Yun Xiao saw the determination in his eyes, and slowly nodded. "Okay." On the other side, Xie wasn't the only one who saw Yun Xiao fall from the top of the tower. "Is Yun Xiao alright?" Fu Heng emptied her bag of bullets, and flipped onto the back of the Bishi from the other side. The tortoiseshell was already crowded with its companions. Jiang Mu stood at the forefront, gazing into the distance. Dense vines obstructed their view, making it impossible to see what was happening over there. "I don't know, let's go check it out." The Black Tower wouldn't disappear without a reason, its source was likely destroyed. But Xie hadn't returned for a while, and they needed to confirm Yun Xiao's safety. "How do we get there?" "Let the Bishi carry us. As long as we don't touch the ground, the Bishi vines won't mimic human form. This was the rule they had just discovered. The Bishi vines were just plants, lacking the intelligence of higher life forms. If they couldn't be touched, they would remain just vines, not mimicking their appearance. Xia Mingong, already pleased with the Bishi's ability to materialize, didn't mind and readily agreed, "Okay, let's go." "Which way?" A woman's voice suddenly came from behind. Suddenly, a dilapidated iron gate appeared. A pair of pale hands turned the doorknob, and the door opened, revealing a woman in a white dress. The woman smirked at them. "Your opponent is me." Chapter 661. Outside. The instant the source was destroyed, the dark matter rippled violently, and a vast, invisible energy rapidly spread. Darkness had arrived. In an instant, the sky was completely covered and swallowed by the boundless, thick, almost tangible dark matter. The sun, moon, stars, the light from all celestial bodies was completely blocked. The four bases became isolated islands in the dark tide. Desperate cries and inhuman roars mingled together, and chaos reigned all around. Frontline. The sentinels, fighting the mutants, quickly sensed something was wrong. The dark matter was no longer content with eroding matter, it seeped into the air, soil, water, and even began to directly affect all consciousness within its range, like an invisible mist. Some sentinels quickly went berserk, launching indiscriminate attacks. Fortunately, the sentinels were fighting in squads, and the anomaly was quickly detected by their teammates. "Guides! Where are the guides? Come quick!" Explosions, shouts, and some inhuman screams mingled together, drowning out the sentries' cries. Figures swayed all around. Looking up, all they could see was a living, writhing, coldly malevolent dark sky. The dozens of guides scattered along the front lines couldn't see anything at all. "Guides, stay where you are. Turn on your flashlights." Sentry who need guidance moved towards the light sources. Yu Shu, enduring the discomfort, took out a megaphone and shouted to the surroundings. Several faint beams of light shone in the thick darkness, like fishing lights swaying in a storm. The frantic sentries, desperately held back and guided by their teammates, stumbled towards the light sources. The guides immediately began mental guidance, soft light shining in their hands, attempting to dispel the dark mire in the sentries' minds. The process was slow, with new sentinels constantly teetering on the brink of collapse under the dual pressures of battle and the encroaching darkness. The temporary chaos at the front gave the mutant army an opportunity. Countless monsters began attempting to break through the defenses. Freed from the constraints of the contaminated zone, these mutants descended into a final frenzy. Like a swarm of bees without a queen, driven by instinct, they devoured all food within range, striving for one last, grotesque burst before their destruction. The pressure on the defenses intensified. A gap appeared in the barrage of fire. "Protect the guides!" Someone roared hoarsely, and the sentinels who remained conscious immediately and spontaneously converged on the source of the fire. The battle became even more brutal and chaotic. Often, just as a teammate was being pulled back from the brink of madness, they had to immediately turn to face the onrushing monsters. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the three adjutants in charge of command immediately tried to call for backup. Fortunately, short-range communication remained intact. The command center received the message and immediately ordered a tightening of the defenses and the dispatch of more guides to the front lines. Everyone understood that if the base's outer perimeter fell, humanity would be trapped, utterly engulfed in endless darkness and madness within this last refuge. The number of guides was already small. This reinforcement meant almost half of them had been sent out. The Special Abilities Department dispatched another 20 guides, rotating shifts to guard the power plant and equipment room 24/7. Now, only a few lower-level guides with weaker mental strength remained inside the base. Those inside were not faring well. All entrances and exits to the air raid shelter were closed, and despite reinforcements patrolling, dark matter was still seeping in through the ventilation ducts. The monitoring instruments hanging on the stone walls in various areas beeped incessantly. Many people watched helplessly as their pollution levels rose. Panic spread rapidly. In the darkness, some began to sob softly, while others fell into an eerie calm, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if they had already accepted their fate. Base Commander Shen and Minister Bai, flashlights in hand, arrived at the air raid shelter entrance. "Don't worry too much. Xiaoyu has sentries with her, and the sentries at the outposts will evacuate with her. They will definitely protect her safety." The outposts in western Sichuan had completely lost contact. Even as darkness fell again, no news returned. Minister Bai gave a bitter smile. "How could I not worry? Judging by the timeline, they should have been able to evacuate back from western Sichuan. But now more than 20 hours have passed, and there's still no news. How can a father not be anxious?" Minister Bai sighed. I'm useless. I'm not as composed as Minister Duan. Duan Shi was also out of contact. Minister Duan remained silent, steadfastly holding his post in the command center. Base Commander Shen patted him on the shoulder. Let's wait a little longer. Once the people arrive nearby and there's a signal, news will come in. Minister Bai nodded, his heart heavy, as he looked at the dark sky. The scene of the sun reappearing is still vivid in my mind. I never imagined it would only be 20 short years. Base Commander Shen sighed as well. The two stood in front of the air raid shelter for a while. Deputy Commander Jean, responsible for the shelter security, received the message and came out to report the situation to the two leaders. Upon learning that the pollution concentration inside was rising rapidly, the two exchanged a glance, waved their hands, and began to climb the stone steps beside them. They reached the mountaintop. Commander Shen, panting heavily, stood amidst a biting, dark wind that whipped at their clothes. Below lay the air raid shelter, the last hope. Above them stretched a dark, all-consuming sky. Commander Shen paused for a moment, then stood at a ventilation duct entrance and said to Minister Bai, according to Sia2's intelligence, they are likely making a final attempt to save humanity. We can't hold them back. Commander Shen acted. A vast, boundless spiritual force silently erupted from him. The spiritual force didn't spread far, but rather, as if possessing its own consciousness, flowed towards all the ventilation duct entrances of the air raid shelter below. At each duct entrance, this force rapidly wove and extended, forming invisible yet undeniably real spiritual filters. The dark matter that had been seeping into the air raid shelter through the ventilation ducts was swallowed up by Commander Shen's spiritual force, as if encountering an invisible black hole vortex. Yun Xiao was right. Base Commander Shen was the hidden dark guide. Minister Bai's expression remained unchanged throughout, clearly indicating he was in the know. Inside the air raid shelter, the ever-increasing pollution concentration readings on the walls suddenly began to drop. Lower, lower. The reading is decreasing. Someone screamed in disbelief, their voice trembling with relief. Everyone looked up blankly, bewildered. Atop the mountain, Base Commander Shen's face was visibly turning pale, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Absorbing such a vast and malevolent dark substance was a tremendous burden and corrosive force for him. How long can you hold out? Minister Bai asked. Base Commander Shen looked somewhat exhausted, waving his hand. I can't hold out much longer. I hope Yun Xiao and the others succeed. I need to go back and rest for a while. The rest, I leave it to you. Minister Bai nodded, helping him down from the mountaintop. As soon as they separated, Minister Bai's communicator suddenly vibrated. Upon recognizing the sender, he visibly became excited, and the slight worry in his heart finally subsided. Chapter 662. Bai Yu never imagined that after only half a month away, she would return to find such a scene. The outer perimeter of the base before her had become a chaotic border area. Transport trucks loaded with ammunition sped past her, heading towards the front lines. Before Bai Yu could see clearly, two modified medical vehicles approached from the opposite lane, transporting a group of seriously wounded soldiers back to the base for emergency treatment. The doors of the vehicles were ajar. Bai Yu saw that the wounded lying inside either had vacant eyes or were unconscious, their chests almost completely soaked with blood. The strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of disinfectant wafted in with the wind from the vehicles, making her nauseous. Bai Yu felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her heart. She didn't even hear anyone calling her. Hey, you guide over there, come quick. The faces were obscured in the darkness. The sentry who called her glanced at her hastily, assuming she was a guide just coming out of base for a shift change. Seeing no response, he called again, hurry up. The situation at the front is critical, don't dawdle. Bai Yu, hearing the dire situation at the front, felt a pang of panic and, without a word, followed him into the vehicle. Wei Su, standing beside her, gestured for the others to return first, then jumped into the vehicle with her. Upon receiving the base's retreat order, the 3 sentry teams at the outpost, along with 3 support personnel, Bai Yu and Wei Su, packed their belongings and returned. The hardships they endured were indescribable. They encountered a landslide halfway there, and were ambushed by monsters. Finally, the group abandoned the vehicle and plunged into the mountains, traversing hills and valleys before finally reaching base. They assumed the pampered young lady would be exhausted, but to their surprise, she got into the vehicle as soon as someone called her, leaving the other sentries to go in and report. The vehicle had started. To stay alert, the driver kept a guide supplement in his mouth while driving. Bai Yu couldn't help but ask, how's the front line? The driver glanced at her in the rearview mirror, his eyes weary. The sentries are almost pushed to their limits. The pollution concentration is too high, like being constantly immersed in strong acid. Their senses are overstimulated, their mental barriers are severely worn down, and they still have to be wary of those monsters. Baiyu was anxious. What about the guides? Hasn't the base sent any reinforcements? They have, but it's still not enough, the driver replied. One guide often has to soothe several sentries on the verge of unconsciousness at the same time. Their mental energy is depleted faster than the sentries. Most sentries can only use guide supplements. In truly critical situations, they're just using suppressants. Baiyu had initially thought the front line was just intense fighting, but she hadn't expected the situation to be this dire. Which logistics camp are we heading to? Wei Su asked, his voice remaining calm. Logistics Relay Station number 7 is the closest place to the front lines that can still maintain basic operations, the driver replied. We're lucky we could give you a ride along the way. All transport capacity is currently prioritizing ammunition and wounded evacuations. The two men, by a twist of fate, were mistaken for support personnel and sent directly to the most vulnerable and dangerous location. The vehicle moved forward in the increasingly dense darkness, struggling to cut through the suffocating fog. Occasionally, flashes of artillery fire appeared on the distant horizon, and the roars of the mutant army gradually became clearer, reaching everyone's ears. The journey to the frontline logistics support battalion was only a dozen minutes. The car door had barely opened when several medics rushed in carrying stretchers, yelling, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Wei Su reacted quickly, pulling the still somewhat dazed Baiyu aside. The scene was even more chaotic than at the base entrance. Movable tents shone dimly in the darkness. Figures were running around frantically everywhere. Across from them, in a relatively flat area simply enclosed by sandbags and abandoned vehicles, sat a group of sentries who had just been rotated out or were waiting for replacements. Their condition was worse than Baiyu had imagined. Many sentries huddled in corners, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their hands tightly covering their ears, trying to block out the pervasive, insane murmurs emanating from the battlefield and the darkness itself. Some even suffered severe sensory overload, making defensive or aggressive gestures at the air, uttering meaningless growls. Those who remained conscious quickly grabbed some induction serum, called for help to hold the sentries down, and injected them one by one. All mobile sentries, proceed to position 3 on the east side. Repeat, all mobile sentries, immediately reinforce position 3 on the east side. A voice echoed through the camp via a makeshift loudspeaker, carrying an undeniable urgency. The formation was almost completely disrupted by the suddenly intensified dark matter. Sentries who could still maintain basic sanity struggled to their feet, grabbed their weapons, and staggered towards the east. Many more, mired in mental distress, remained unresponsive, still immersed in their own torment. The guides had to prioritize treating those whose mental states were on the verge of collapse. The rest, for the time being, had to bear it alone. The roars of monsters, and the sounds of artillery fire, along with desperate shouts, mingled together in the distance. Baiyu's gaze swept around, her heart heavy with a sense of unease and utter helplessness. Come on, the guide tents are over there. Wei Su quickly found the right direction and led her there. At this moment, the guide's role was paramount. She had come to the front lines to contribute her own strength. So Wei Su not only didn't stop her, but also led her through the logistics camp, quickly finding the correct tent area. The guides, far fewer in number than the sentries, were already the busiest people in this area. A young female guide was pressing her hand to the forehead of an out-of-control sentry. Her body swayed slightly, and the veins on her forehead bulged, clearly struggling to combat the other's chaotic mental storm. Beside her, another male guide had just finished a session of counseling, but he couldn't help but vomit violently, leaning against a nearby box, clearly overwhelmed by mental strain. Yuanlan emerged from the tent and looked up just in time to see Baiyu appear. She paused for a moment, then, without asking why, immediately pulled him into one of the tents. Quick, there are 2 sentries here who urgently need evacuation. Wei Su was left alone outside. After confirming the logistics camp was safe, he turned and left to find them. Darkness descended too suddenly. Many people from Dawn Base rushed here to assemble. In wartime, there's no distinction between us and them, and almost all sentries were already engaged in combat. Wei Su had to go check if his teammates were here. At this moment, almost everyone was doing their best, hoping that humanity could win this war. Manor Castle. Carrie was packing things. Trucks were piled high with Yun Xiao's belongings. A small robot led the way, pulling a long cart to the castle gate. 9 sentries exercising on the lawn were bewildered. Until Carrie dragged over the hibernation pod, it grabbed Uncle He and shoved him into it without a word. There's a lot of noise outside. Ignoring Uncle He's struggles, Carrie activated the hibernation pod and said in his childish voice, "Damn the Shadow Clan, how dare they break the contract and harm our little master? I'm going out to kill them." Chapter 663. The battle within the contaminated zone was equally fierce. "Your opponent is me." The woman who suddenly appeared was extremely eerie. She immediately brought to mind the woman Sia2 encountered on the endless staircase. White dress, black fingernails, willing to transform herself into a ghostly, inhuman gatekeeper in pursuit of immortality. Fu Heng reacted swiftly, drawing the sidearm from Xia Mingang's waist, and firing a shot at the woman's forehead. "Bullets are useless against me." The woman was completely unfazed by the 3 S-rank sentinels' vigilance. She raised her hand, the swirling dark matter in her palm seemingly alive. The bullet was easily swallowed up, as if it were encased in jelly. What vibrant and powerful power! She took a deep breath, as if intoxicated, an unnatural blush rising on her pale face, evolved into a higher life form, finally purified and reborn in eternal darkness. Fu Heng stared at her, slowly uttering, "Madwoman." The woman remained unperturbed. The pale hand gently swung forward. Everyone felt the surrounding air suddenly thicken, turn icy cold, and a bone-chilling cold, accompanied by countless fragmented, frantic murmurs, drilled directly into everyone's minds. Pure mental erosion. An attempt to dismantle their will from within, to corrupt their mental landscape. Jiang Mu grunted, the veins on his hands gripping the twin swords bulging, and without a word, he jumped off the turtle's back and attacked the woman. Seeing this, Fu Mu immediately abandoned the Gatling gun, which was out of ammunition, and drew her dagger to attack from the other side. Xia Mingang felt a violent wave of nausea and dizziness, but still gritted his teeth and followed. The imperfections in the Sentinel's genes were magnified infinitely at this moment, exposing the utter fragility of the mental barrier. Thankfully, the combat suit provided by Carrie offered some protection against mental intrusion, giving them a chance to counterattack instead of their mental constructs collapsing upon contact. Therefore, everyone was acutely aware that this woman had to be dealt with as quickly as possible. The woman calmly responded, "You are considered strong among lower life forms, but ultimately you are merely incomplete vessels." She didn't even move significantly. Her pale hand moved lightly, like playing a zither. The surrounding viscous air condensed and deformed, transforming into several pitch-black tentacles imbued with cold, corrosive energy, meeting the two men's attack. Jiang Mu's twin blades struck the tentacles, sending up a cloud of black mist. The collision of blades and tentacles transmitted a chilling mental shock directly through the weapons. Fu Yen used her speed to weave through the gaps between the tentacles, seizing the moment when Jiang Mu was entangled with the tentacles to strike the woman with her dagger. A flash of light. The woman couldn't dodge in time, and the dagger pierced her arm. What flowed out wasn't blood, but a black liquid. She had long since merged with the dark matter. Ordinary weapons couldn't harm her. The woman looked at the rapidly healing wounds on her arm, her face showing not pain, but a morbid satisfaction. "Look," she raised her arm, as if displaying a work of art, "the pain will disappear, the wounds will heal, this body will break free from the cycle of decay, and move towards eternity. And you? Still struggling for this fragile shell, laughable and pathetic." Fu Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth caused by the backlash of her spirit, and sneered, "Eternity? Staying in the darkness like a stone, that's eternity? That's not living, that's merely existing, no different from this pile of mud." The woman remained unmoved, her eyes instead filled with pity. "You cannot understand," she said, "only when time loses its meaning, when death becomes a distant legend, can you glimpse the true mysteries of the universe. The joys and sorrows, the loves and hates of lower life forms are nothing but fleeting electrochemical reactions, utterly worthless. The value of life lies precisely in its finiteness." Fu Yu refuted her values. "It is precisely because we die that we cherish the time we have, that we desperately protect what is worth protecting, that we create infinite meaning within the finite." She gripped the dagger tightly, its blade pointing at the woman again. "The eternity you pursue is utterly empty." "That's right." Xia Mingang, not quite understanding the woman's thought process, joined the conversation, panting, "You originally came from a higher planet, and for the sake of so-called immortality, you turned yourself into a disgusting mass of dark matter. Even if we only live for one day, we are still living as human beings. With flesh and blood, with tears and laughter. Much more so than your cold, dark, shrouded eternity. 10,000 times stronger." The woman's ecstatic expression finally faded, replaced by an offended coldness. "Foolish. Short-sighted." Her voice was sharp. "When you turn to dust, everything you protected will also return to nothingness. Only by merging with darkness, and gaining immortality can you achieve ultimate evolution. Jiangmu slowly raised his head at this moment, sneering, then let you and your darkness rot together into eternity. Jiangmu interrupted this debate about life and eternity. The vast difference in their ideologies could not be bridged by words. No amount of explanation would change anything. As sentinels, their mental strength was inherently ill-suited to this kind of pure mental confrontation. Time couldn't be dragged out, they had to end the battle quickly. The three attacked again. The woman's lips curled into a smile again, a lowly race, forever blind to the vast universe, how pathetic. However, her smile froze on her face the next second. She was horrified to discover that an air wall composed of gray mist was rapidly engulfing her domain. Gatekeepers exist on willpower, so-called higher life forms. Their willpower filled with impurities and desires. How could they compare to robots with super-powerful brains, single-mindedly executing commands? The Kree easily covered her mental sea. The woman hadn't completed her transformation. Once her contaminated zone was completely covered, she would cease to exist. No, this is impossible. What is this? The woman's voice was no longer ethereal and mocking, but filled with sharp fear and despair. Jiangmu keenly sensed the anomaly, sheathed his twin swords, and signaled Fu Yu and Xia Minggang to retreat quickly, back off. He didn't know what was happening. Fu Heng grabbed Xia Minggang by the back of the neck and pulled him back rapidly. Xia Minggang almost tripped and couldn't help but yell, "Big-eyed girl. Can you not be so rough?" Hearing "big-eyed girl," Fu Heng's movements became even rougher, dragging Xia Minggang like cargo to the bishi. Xia Minggang was almost choked to death. Damn it! Not far away. Extreme fear made the woman instinctively look up at the huge, scarlet eye that filled the sky, letting out a shrill wail, like a drowning person grasping at a straw. "Save me! Your faithful follower begs your..." Her plea for help abruptly stopped. The giant scarlet eye hanging high in the sky coldly turned, its gaze focusing on this tiny woman. No pity, no help. The woman's body stiffened abruptly. The light within the dark hole surged for a moment, then quickly dimmed and extinguished like a punctured balloon. The look of terror on her face was frozen in time, and the dark matter that made up her body began to boil and dissipate uncontrollably. Immortality comes at a heavy price. Carrie emerged from the gray fog, pulling a long truck, a pale yellow bow atop his head. It spoke in a cheerful electronic voice, "The price is becoming part of the Eyeshadow clan's consciousness." Fu Yu, Jiangmu, and Xia Minggang stood frozen in place. The woman who had been so arrogant just moments before vanished like a punctured phantom, her last trace of dark energy mercilessly reclaimed by the enormous scarlet eye in the sky. Jiangmu forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, rubbing his aching temples. "Butler Carrie, didn't you say we couldn't leave the castle?" Carrie looked innocent. "I didn't leave. I just expanded her domain into the castle grounds." Chapter 664. The moving invisible wall stopped in front of Carrie. The space became sharply divided. One half was dark, with twisted vines scattered across the ground. The other half was brightly lit, the streets neat and beautiful, decorated with cartoon elements. Xia Minggang leaned against the bishi, panting, almost choking on his own saliva, and looked at Carrie in shock. "You can do that?" Carrie skillfully adjusted its bow tie with its short arms, of course. With its movement, the clanking of the chains on its arms suddenly rang out. Fu Yu noticed that Carrie was carrying a thick iron chain, connected to a convoy of trucks stretching as far as the eye could see behind it. The trucks had no drivers. They were all connected by this chain. It was dragging the trucks around like this. Fu Yu's lips twitched involuntarily. And the 9 sentries, who had been left behind, were standing on the roofs of the front trucks. "Li Rui. Zhou Feng. It's you?" The sentries, seeing their 5 missing teammates, all climbed down from the vehicle roof. On the turtle's back, the A-level sentries, still reeling from the gatekeeper's mental assault, struggled to sit up upon hearing the shouts. 2 of them were practically half lying on the turtle's shell, their faces pale, breathing rapidly, clearly in very poor condition. Hearing their comrades' calls, the sentry called Leroy struggled to lift his head, managing a smile more like a grimace, his voice weak. "I thought we were really going to die this time." The other sentry could barely lift his head, only managing a feeble wave to indicate he was still alive. "Quick! Give them a hand. Help them down." Yu Fei quickly called his companions over, and they carried the men into Kree's domain. The pollution concentration here was too high. Stepping inside, one felt an overwhelming, suffocating darkness. Someone immediately injected them with inhibitors. Kai Zhou anxiously helped his teammates down, but before he knew it, his back bumped into something. "I'm so sorry." Kai Zhou's apology was cut short. He whirled around and saw that he had bumped into a mutant holding a candied hawthorn. The impact caused Uncle Chin's previously empty, lifeless eyes to move slightly. His chapped lips twitched almost imperceptibly, as if he wanted to make a sound. Kaijo was startled. But he quickly realized that the mutant in the group was probably in the same situation as Uncle He. What's wrong? Tell me slowly. Uncle Chin spoke with difficulty. Zhao Zhao. Fu Yan also noticed Uncle Chin's sudden reaction. She turned to look for Uncle He for help but couldn't find him. Where's Uncle He? In the hibernation pod. Carrie pulled Uncle Chin to one of the trucks and, in front of everyone, opened the hibernation pod door. Uncle He lay inside, eyes closed, in hibernation mode, unresponsive to the outside world. Ah, this is another uncle, everyone squeeze in. Carrie tried to pull the candied hawthorn from Uncle Chin's hand, but found it held tightly. Without hesitation, it rummaged through the truck bed for a while, then took out paper and wrapped the candied hawthorn. Don't get the little master's hibernation pod dirty. The robot's logic is generally incomprehensible to ordinary people. Carrie quickly stuffed Uncle Chin into the hibernation pod as well, then closed the door again. Carrie dusted off his hands with a practiced air, then turned to face the crowd. In an expectant voice he said, "All right, guests, let's go find our little master." He didn't care about the lives of the 5 sentinels at all, and before they were even safely loaded onto the truck, he dragged the heavy iron chain connecting hundreds of trucks away. Seeing this, the sentinels had no choice but to speed up and quickly bring their teammates over. Let's go! The invisible wall moved forward again, with Carrie's steps. Wherever it passed, the covered land quickly lost its original polluted characteristics, turning grayish-white and flat, like the floor inside a castle. The vines that touched the edge of the gray fog didn't even have time to mimic before withering and turning black at a visible speed, eventually turning into falling dust and being completely annihilated. The power, almost like rule erasure, sent a chill down the spines of all the sentinels who witnessed it. Jiangmu, seemingly lost in thought, asked, "Butler Carrie, could we bring the entire 6th contaminated zone under the castle's control?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yan and Xiao Mingang both turned to look. Of the 6 gatekeepers, only Red Eyes and Carrie remained. If Carrie could completely cover the contaminated zone. Sure, Carrie said before anyone could react, but it's useless. Strictly speaking, the Shadow Clan isn't a gatekeeper. We can't deal with it the way we eliminated the Wicked Woman. A higher life form, superior to all gatekeepers. Red Eyes stayed in the contaminated zone simply to be closer to the source, making it easier to manipulate the dark matter. The covering and collapse of the contaminated zone wouldn't affect it. The gatekeepers are pitiful creatures seduced and transformed by it, just like that wicked woman from before. Carrie hesitated, seemingly searching for words that carbon-based life could understand. It's a projection of a higher dimension here. The IUC is merely an anchor point it presents within your comprehensible dimension. The enemy wasn't a physical entity, nor even an energy being in the traditional sense. Aside from attacks of consciousness, other attacks were largely ineffective against it, completely exceeding the comprehension of conventional combat. Thinking of the crisis outside, Xia Ming'an couldn't help but feel anxious. Then how can we destroy it? Carrie was about to answer, when he spotted the Azure Phoenix and Fire Phoenix ahead. A gigantic red eyeball hovered high above. The 2 phoenixes spread their wings, their feathers flapping simultaneously, unleashing a massive blade of light, a fusion of red and blue energy that attacked the red eye. The Fire Phoenix's flames were no longer pure crimson, but enveloped in a faint blue light. The 2 forces intertwined, radiating a warm glow capable of both incinerating darkness and purifying consciousness. Ah, there's my little master. In Kree's eyes, nothing was more important than its little master. It left everyone else behind, dragging its cart rapidly towards the battlefield. The invisible wall moved with it. No choice but to follow its lead. A giant red eye hovered in the center of the clouds. Humans were as insignificant as ants before it. If it weren't for the fact that the short robot dragging a long string of enormous trucks and wearing a gaudy bow was so conspicuous, it would have considered even a glance a favor. Little Master? Kree had already entered the center of the battlefield. Ignoring the Shadow Clan in the sky, it cheerfully greeted Yun Zhao, whom it had only recently parted ways with. Chapter 665. Yun Zhao heard Carrie shout, but had no time to reply. Consciousness battles are often invisible, yet most dangerous. She and Xie Tu were at the eye of the storm, locked in a mental struggle with the red-eyed demons. To outsiders, they appeared motionless, but in reality, their mental landscapes were enduring a cataclysmic impact. Ah! Little Master is amazing, dealing with the Shadow Clan all by himself. Carrie ignored Xie Tu, casually praising him, then moved closer, pointing to the two phoenixes above. The little bluebird is great too, it's evolved into such a large one. This was the first time Carrie had seen the little bluebird's true form. The bluebird, however, was completely unimpressed, cursing at Carrie's praise. The two phoenixes had already soared into the sky, and as their mental tendrils reached towards the crimson expanse, an even more terrifying torrent of consciousness surged back. Just then, the little robot came in to cause trouble. The bluebird unleashed its fury on Carrie. Little kids shouldn't swear. Carrie understood the spirit's language, but it seemed immune to it. After all, its little master had been like that since childhood. At this moment, Fu Yin and Jiang Mu arrived, following closely behind Carrie. The scene before them made everyone's heart sink. Xie Tu's long sword was deeply embedded in the ground, veins bulging on his arm, his jaw clenched, his eyes tightly closed. Yuan Zhao stood in front of him, his hands clasped in front of his chest, a barrier of pure light spiritual energy protecting his spiritual sea. Is there any way to deal with it? Fu Yin spoke rapidly, her gaze fixed on the crimson sun in the sky. Carrie, still frantically trying to calm the ruffled little bluebird, answered in a moment, "It's a consciousness entity, just disperse its consciousness." Easier said than done. The consciousness of this thing before them was enormous, its crimson glow almost shrouding half the sky, its spiritual pressure making everyone feel breathless. Xia Ming'an jumped up and down in panic, almost cursing, "It's in the sky, how can we fight it?" "Use your spiritual form," Jiang Mu said. A spiritual form is an extension of consciousness, unbound by physical rules, and can be attacked directly. Facing such an enemy, one person's strength was far too insignificant. They couldn't rely on Yuan Zhao for everything. Even if it was like throwing an egg against a rock, they had to try together. All right. Upon hearing this, Fu Heng released the water qilin without hesitation. This enormous creature rode the waves, heading straight for the sky. Yuan Zhao sensed it, and the barrier instantly expanded, enveloping Fu Heng and the water qilin, protecting them from the impact of the consciousness. Jiang Mu immediately released the white jade beast. He turned to Carrie. "Butler Carrie, aren't you going to make a move?" "I will." Carrie took 2 steps forward, and Yuan Zhao and Xie Tu, in the center, instantly felt as if dawn had broken. On the other side of the boundary, still the despairing world shrouded in the crimson moon. The sky hung low, a murky, dark red light flowed, twisted shadows crawled on the ground, and ominous whispers burrowed directly into their minds, attempting to corrode every inch of reason. On this side of the boundary, the weather was sunny and bright, vibrant with life, and filled with a fairy tale atmosphere. Carrie thought for a moment, the little bluebird had insulted it, so it would insult this wicked fellow of the pupil shadow clan. "You treacherous wretch, you broke the contract, you are unworthy of being a member of the shadow clan." Carrie tossed the chains to the sentry on the roof, abruptly unlocking the device on his chest, and casually adjusting the bow on his head. "Just wait, when my master returns, he will tear your consciousness to shreds and hang them on the black earth." Jiang Mu's eyes darkened. "Wait for Yuan Zhu to return. Does Butler Carrie mean we won't win?" Carrie, head down, fiddling with something on his chest, muttered, I just blurted it out, of course master will win." The white-haired beast was getting closer, and closer to the red-eyed beast. Even with the barrier protecting him, Jiang Mu still felt immense mental pressure. He simply imitated Xie Tu, closing his eyes, and using the mental link to guide his pet to coordinate with the other mental entities in launching an attack. Xia Ming'an turned to look at Bishi. "Bishi, I can't fly." Xia Ming'an, At this moment, Carrie happily raised his head. It's done." Xia Ming'an looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a circular device on Carrie's chest, only the size of a fist, perfectly fitted to his heart. "What is this?" Carrie asked carelessly. "My processing center. If you destroy it, contaminated Zone 6 will collapse." The barrier trembled slightly. Yuan Zhao had clearly overheard their conversation. Xia Ming'an's expression was complex, his voice dry now. "No." Carrie answered crisply, even with a hint of self-righteousness. "Wait until the little master wins before you destroy it." Xia Ming'an breathed a sigh of relief. "Then what are you going to do with it now?" Carrie, "Scare that big guy from the Shadow Clan." Xia Ming'an, What was the connection between the two? Xia Ming'an soon understood what was going on. After the central device activated, it began to autonomously absorb the surrounding dark matter, both inside and outside the air wall. The dark matter, as if drawn by a force, transformed into visible black currents, surging wildly towards Carrie's chest. Xia Ming'an's mouth dropped open. "I'm the gatekeeper now, of course I can control the dark matter," Carrie said matter-of-factly. Once I store all the dark matter here into the chip, you just need to destroy the chip. Carrie didn't understand death. Or rather, robots don't have a true concept of death. The worst-case scenario is a temporary shutdown, but its master can always repair it. My little master wants to destroy the Shadow Clan and save this planet, so I definitely have to help. Not a single bit of this filth can be left. As it spoke, its gaze swept over the gradually purifying space around it, like a child diligently cleaning. Xiao Mingang sighed and pointed to the sky. What if they can't beat the red eyes? After the air wall moved in, the sky was split in two. Standing inside the wall, it was impossible to see the battle outside. Xiao Mingang's anxiety was useless. It was his tortoise that couldn't fly. I can't interfere now, Carrie explained, his tone unusually serious. Consciousness battles are dangerous. If I intervene rashly, it could disrupt the stability of their own mental frequencies, with unimaginable consequences. Little Master is amazing, little one needs more practice. Carrie tried to convince himself, that's right, that's what the parenting manual says. Yuan Zhao had listened to their conversation the entire time. The flow of consciousness in the air was chaotic. She alone maintained the barrier for 4 spiritual entities, yet she still had the leisure to listen to Carrie and Xiao Mingang's chat. Yuan Zhao was also pondering a question. How could she defeat the red eyes? The light guide could be the strongest shield, resisting the erosion of darkness. It could be the most effective medicine, healing the contaminated wounds. But to win this war, she needed a spear that could pierce directly into the darkness itself. Yuan Zhao had been trapped in a misconception, believing that she needed to use even greater power to fight and purify. Carrie's words just now, however, had awakened her. She seemed to know what to do. Chapter 666. Yuan Zhao remembered that during her first mission, she was pulled into a completely new space by the guide gatekeeper. In contaminated Zone 249, the gatekeeper again intruded into her dreams, glimpsing fragments of her memories. In contaminated Zone 111, Ding Lang used a similar tactic. And not long ago, the red-eyed one had also pulled her into a consciousness space for a dialogue. Each time, she was forced to participate. The gatekeepers were omnipotent within their own domains. They each possessed their own domains, using them as their strongest weapons and barriers. If the essence of a domain is the absolute control of spiritual power, then conversely, as a guide of light, could she create a completely new domain, a space where she wrote her own rules, dragging the red-eyed one into it. Then, using the essence of light to cover the definition of darkness, at that time, all pretense would be exposed, all malice would be purified, and all chaos would return to order. This thought made her clasped hands tremble slightly. Not out of fear, but a sudden, enlightened realization. Yuan Zhao was no longer content with merely maintaining a defensive barrier. What she wanted was active control. Yuan Zhao slowly closed her eyes, no longer looking at the crimson glow outside, but instead sinking all her consciousness into the depths of her own mental sea. Soon, the familiar manor castle appeared completely in the depths of her consciousness. Wisps of mental energy drifted around her, reminding her that this was not Kree's territory, but her own domain. She began to consciously guide the fluorescent light to converge and compress towards the center of the lake, creating a core, the cornerstone of her own domain. This was no easy task. Light, which should radiate and illuminate, was now being forced to converge, to build a high wall. Constructing the domain consumed far more mental energy than maintaining the barrier. The barrier showed signs of instability. The 3 S-rank sentinels simultaneously sensed the subtle yet fatal change. The pressure instantly intensified, and the spiritual entities felt even more uncomfortable. Jiang Mu coaxed the white she-beast, telling it that as long as it defeated the giant before it, it would never feel uncomfortable again. After receiving Jiang Mu's affirmation and encouragement via the mental link, the white she-beast flicked its long tail, raised its head again, glared angrily with its red eyes, and charged forward once more. The Pain of Earth's water Qilin let out a bark, its body rippling with a water-like aura, and followed closely behind. The Azure Luan met the attack head-on, its radiance intensifying, its wings unleashing pure and boundless spiritual power. The Fire Phoenix let out a cry that ripped through the sky, its flames abruptly shifting from crimson to blazing white. It concentrated all its power into a single point, a flame refined to its absolute limit, shooting along the channel opened by the Azure Phoenix towards the center of its pupil. Above the heavens, a giant, scarlet eye surveyed indifferently. Apart from the Azure Phoenix, attacks from other spiritual entities were utterly ineffective against it. The Fire Phoenix, the Bishi, the White 11, these spiritual entities, considered powerful in the human world, were nothing more than insignificant black dots before that eye that covered half the sky. like annoying flies, disturbing its tranquility. Utterly reckless. A deep, malicious intent, like a tangible shockwave, instantly flooded everyone's minds. This was the first time they had clearly heard the voice of the Red Eye, filled with bloodlust and pure contempt. "You monster, you dare speak of life and death?" Fu Heng sneered, her eyes burning with the flames of revenge. "For 200 years, you treated my people as food, my home planet as a hunting ground, countless cities reduced to ghost towns, billions of wronged souls weeping. This blood debt, today we will settle with you, for our departed ancestors, for our struggling present, for the hope of the future. They are here, not for one person or one nation, but for all of humanity. Even if they exhaust their last ounce of strength, even if they turn to dust, they will tear a piece of flesh from this monster. To buy a moment's chance for those who come after." Xie Tu and Jiangmu remained silent, but their thoughts aligned with hers. "If fate forces me to prostrate myself, then I will lay down on my knees, offering my body as a cloth, vowing to wipe away all the shame and wounds this land has endured. Human dignity has never come from invincibility. It comes from the courage to confront the divine even when knowing defeat is inevitable." Mere ants. Faced with this earth-shattering declaration, the crimson giant eye in the sky merely shifted slightly. Deep within its pupils, it seemed to reflect countless illusions of collapsing planets and annihilating civilizations. Human struggles, cries, courage, are nothing more than the most tedious echoes in the dust of the universe. The moment the words fell, an overwhelming mental pressure swept in, far more violent and profound than ever before. Even with the double barrier of air constructed by the Kree, and the light barrier of Yunxiao, that power still penetrated. Crimson light, like a living thing, coiled around the mental bodies of every sentinel. Absolute crushing power on a dimensional level. Before the true power displayed by the Red Eye, all their efforts seemed utterly laughable. Wait a moment longer, and this planet will perish, reduced to the most insignificant dust in the universe. What can you do then? The enormous eyeball was utterly indifferent. In the instant despair enveloped everything, a figure slowly rose. It was Xie Tu. "We can make you bow your head." He pulled a long sword from the ground. "Look down, and see how the dust in your eyes is rewriting your fate." Xie Tu wasn't a man of many words. Just now, Yun Zhao suddenly stopped responding. At this critical moment, she wouldn't be so reckless. She must have discovered something, or found a way to deal with the red-eyed creature. And what they needed to do was buy her enough time. "You consider yourself a superior race, regarding life as worthless." Jiangmu replied with a smile, "You only see the destruction of civilization, but have you ever seen the embers of life rekindled time and time again in the ruins? A repetitive script. I've seen too many civilizations wail before their destruction. Your struggles are nothing new." "Is that so?" Jiangmu remained unfazed. "Then this time, shall we put on a new show for you?" The red-eyed man saw through their thoughts. Delaying time was useless. "If you wish to perish with this planet, I can grant your wish." Just then, Yun Zhao reacted. The light that had surrounded her burst forth like a cocoon breaking free, sweeping outwards, and forcefully rewriting the surrounding rules. Centered on her, a completely new space, like a drop of ink falling into still water, silently yet domineeringly spread, rapidly covering the original battlefield. A pale golden sky cast a soft halo, the smooth, mirror-like ground reflecting the essence of all things, and falling light fragments carrying a purifying power. Wherever it touched, the filthy crimson dissipated like the receding tide, and the distorted space was forcibly smoothed out. In its place was an absolutely pure domain. The red-eyed man's attention was drawn to this suddenly appearing domain. Yun Zhao finally opened his eyes, and slowly raised his hand. "Welcome to my world." Chapter 667. The space rapidly expanded, enveloping the center of the battlefield. "Ah! Little Master is truly amazing. He can materialize his spiritual sea. Carry, like a mobile vacuum cleaner, absorbed the surrounding dark matter into its chip. It sensed its little master's domain expanding, controlled the air wall to push back, and then suddenly shoved Xia Mingong. "Little Master is fighting, you can't slack off." Xia Mingong only felt a force on his back. Before he could react, he was instantly pushed out of the air wall by Carry, and swept into a completely new domain. The light changed instantly. This place was completely different from the Manor Castle, and the murky, dim space outside. The space wasn't large, about the size of 2 football fields. The azure sky was within reach. The ground beneath his feet was like a smooth, mirror-like surface of water, clearly reflecting everything above. Walking on it was like walking on flat ground. There were no buildings. It was so empty that the edge of the barrier could be seen at a glance. Countless tiny specks of light, imbued with purifying power, drifted down like gentle snowflakes. When these specks touched someone, they brought a soothing warmth and tranquility, calming the wounds and anxieties of the soul. Xia Mingang felt refreshed. They're over there. Let's go, let's meet up. He called to Bishi and moved towards where Yun Xiao was. The 5S team assembled. The group didn't understand what was happening, but relying on their extensive combat experience, they quickly reached Yun Xiao's side, simultaneously looking upwards. The giant crimson eye that had once hung high in the sky, indifferently surveying all living beings, was now hovering within reach. The vascular patterns on the surface of its eyeball abruptly ceased, a fleeting, faint pallor appearing. You seem surprised how I brought you in? Yun Xiao's voice echoed in the empty space. You're too arrogant, so arrogant that you wantonly planted your consciousness tentacles in every corner. I merely followed the anchor you yourself extended, inviting your core in. The red eye was no longer a backdrop to the sky, but a physical entity forcibly confined to this space. What astonished it even more was that the falling light fragments, landing on the surface of its eyeball, corroded its consciousness like strong acid, creating fine cracks that attempted to penetrate its core. I showed you mercy time and again, only to be met with your blatant audacity. A wave of astonishment and rage swept across the entire space. It attempted to release mental pollution, but the foul fluctuations, enough to break a sentinel, were silently purified and dissolved the moment they left its body by the falling light fragments. The sea area belonging to Yun Xiao is governed by the core rule of the power of light. Just as sunlight dispels darkness, the power of light constantly erodes the consciousness of the red-eyed creature, weakening its strength. Here, it is no longer the rulemaker, but the rule-bearer. It has been weakened and can no longer act as it does outside, Jiang Mu instantly judged. The white-haired beast beside him hummed contentedly. The pristine environment here made it feel right at home. Xia too had the fire phoenix tentatively shoot a small flame towards the red-eyed creature. Although it was still blocked by the dark barrier surrounding the red-eyed creature, the barrier clearly rippled with instability. After the initial probing attack, Xia Tu's words were resolute. Everyone knew that time was not on their side. Outside, they were being eroded by dark matter. Every minute that passed could mean the loss of thousands of lives. And none of them knew how long Yun Xiao's domain could hold. Dealing with the red eye was now urgent. Jiang Mu was the first to draw his twin swords, the blades gleaming coldly in the light shards. He leaped up, stepping on the ripples of the mirrored ground, his blades aimed straight at the red eye's pupil. The red eye trembled violently, attempting to gather power to counterattack. But within this domain, its energy manipulation became extremely slow and stagnant. Yun Xiao gritted her teeth, desperately suppressing the red eye's power, preventing it from breaking through the domain. This was her spiritual sea. She had absolute control over it, and could materialize anything. She wouldn't lose, she couldn't afford to lose. Her twin blades were already aimed at the weakest blood vessels around the pupil, and she slashed down fiercely. Light fragments collided with chaotic energy, a piercing sound accompanied by billowing white mist. 2 slight marks were scratched on the surface of the red eye, and dark red fluid seeped from the wounds, instantly purified upon contact with the light fragments. It's hurt. For the first time, humanity has left its mark on this indescribable calamity. Jiang Mu nimbly flipped in the air, quickly retreating. In the instant he turned to the side, Xia Tu appeared before the red eye like a ghost. But this time, it seemed to be on guard. A vast consciousness continuously assaulted the boundaries of the mental sea, and the light fragments of the domain began to flicker unstably. Nothing could compare to the vastness and power of this collective consciousness that had existed for countless years. When quantitative change leads to qualitative change, when power reaches a certain level, even skills and rules crumble before absolute force. Xia Tu's heart tightened, clearly sensing the terrifying pressure his domain was enduring. He forced himself not to look back at Yun Xiao's situation. Any hesitation at this moment would be fatal. Xia Tu poured all his worry and determination into this attack, his twin blades, imbued with a will to tear everything apart, fiercely slashing towards the slightly fragmented barrier of consciousness caused by the impact on his domain. Xia Mingang, help suppress it. Fu Qian's voice came from behind. She and the water Qilin had appeared behind red eyes at some point, forming a perfect triangular encirclement with Xia Tu in front and Jiang Mu on the flank. Xia Mingang gestured, leave it to me. The Bishi was already poised to strike, its massive body unleashing an astonishing speed disproportionate to its size, slamming into red eye's exposed form with the force to shatter mountains and split rocks. Under the continuous impact, red eyes completely went berserk. It couldn't believe that the lowly creature it had always looked down upon could actually harm it. You're courting death. The red-eyed creature roared in fury, abandoning its scattered attacks and concentrating all its dark matter and consciousness power into its pupil, attempting to break through the defense in one fell swoop. Its mental power surged again, and golden ripples suddenly appeared on the mirrored ground, countless beams of light rising from it. Yuan Zhao's face turned pale, but he still desperately suppressed it. The red-eyed creature was completely on the defensive. It twisted its eyeballs, trying to break free from the binding light patterns on the ground. But the more it struggled, the tighter the light patterns tightened, the faster the light fragments fell on it, the more cracks appeared on its consciousness barrier, and the chaotic mist began to leak out uncontrollably. Upon contact with the mental threads containing purifying power, it quickly turned into white vapor and dissipated. Are you sure you want to do this? Think of your uncle, think of your poor teammate, they will all cease to exist. Yuan Zhao heard it, but gave no response. If we give up now, what about Major General Qin, Commander Zhong, and the countless people who have sacrificed themselves over the past 200 years? Chapter 668. The red-eyed man's voice was like the most insidious needle, precisely piercing the softest, most irreplaceable corner of Yuan Zhao's heart. But she remained motionless, biting her lower lip tightly, using all her mental energy to maintain this space. The mirror sea was a purification medium she had constructed using her spiritual sea. The red-eyed man's consciousness was too powerful. She needed to constantly suppress it to prevent its consciousness from expanding. Xie clearly noticed this as well. This place was completely different from a true spiritual realm. Yuan Zhao had opened her spiritual landscape to absorb the red-eyed man. If it broke through, Yuan Zhao's spiritual realm might collapse. Continue. Don't give it a chance to breathe. Xie raised his sword again. The tortoiseshell, thick and heavy, slammed into the surface of the enormous eyeball with a sharp, piercing sound. The cracked barrier shattered, revealing the chaotic energy outside the black core. Black fragments, landing on the light patterns, emitted a sizzling sound similar to a red-hot iron hitting water, instantly being purified into nothingness. The red eye emitted a sharp, piercing mental roar that penetrated everyone's minds. Fu Mu grunted, forcibly stabilizing her mind. Jiang Mu. There's an opening to the left rear. I see it. Jiang Mu tapped the mirror surface with his toes, his figure darting out like an arrow. The light fragments on his blade suddenly surged, transforming into two translucent blades of light. He aimed at the weakest point of consciousness near the core and slashed down fiercely. Without any resistance, the blade sliced directly into the chaotic energy layer, severing most of the black threads wrapped around the core. The red eyes trembling intensified abruptly. Its pupils contracted violently, and the previously condensed dark matter began to dissipate uncontrollably, dissolving in the light fragments like a punctured ink sac. Hold on. It can't hold on much longer. Xia Mingang shouted, pulling out his gun and attempting to fire at the eyeball. The bullet struck, exploding into a small cloud of black blood mist. The sky seemed to shrink. Unable to fly, the two phoenixes stood not far from Xie, using their sharp talons to carve marks into the eyeball. The spiritual threads beneath the great bluebird's feathers burrowed into the wounds on their own. A limp, foolish thing. The azure phoenix mocked it mercilessly. Since it can materialize, it chose to become a dazzling, intimidating eyeball. Now trapped, without limbs, it can't even fight back. The crimson pupils of its red eyes trembled violently, then contracted sharply. To be beaten and then humiliated. More humiliating than the blades and bullets piercing its core, and the ever-purifying light of its domain, was the burning, bone-deep humiliation it felt. It had overlooked the rise and fall of countless civilizations, witnessed the birth and death of stars. It was once the embodiment of rules, a nightmare that made countless races tremble. It chose the form of an eye because, in its understanding, it symbolized omniscience and oversight, a higher-dimensional state transcending all material forms, closer to the origin. To be mocked by a spiritual entity as a handless fool? Rage nearly burst its consciousness. But it was useless. Trapped in the mirror domain, suppressed by both the domain's rules and Yuan Zhao's spiritual power, constantly purified by the power of light, it was unable to move. The sentinels and spiritual entities left wounds on its body. As a high-level life form wandering the universe, it felt pain for the first time. Not only pain, but also threat. Under the fierce attack, the surface of the eyeball was riddled with wounds and began to shatter inch by inch. Its roar of consciousness came to an abrupt halt, and the spiderweb-like crack spread rapidly, turning into countless tiny black specks of light. Success? Xia Mingang gasped for breath, his grip on the gun slightly drooping, an incredulous look of surprise on his face. Fu Yin relaxed her tense nerves slightly, but remained vigilant, continuing to hack at the enormous eyeball. Killing this thing would save their world. No! Xia Tu, who had been watching the eyeball closely, suddenly shouted, his expression changing slightly, retreat. The group stopped attacking in unison, calling for their spiritual entities to retreat. However, it was too late. The surface of the eyeball began to peel away, revealing a black core within. The scattered points of light did not dissipate, instead, they instantly collapsed inward. A destructive energy far exceeding the previous levels erupted from the newly formed dark red core. The purest form of spiritual annihilation, the shockwave almost sweeping across the entire domain. Xia Mingang, bearing the brunt of the attack, was struck as if by a devastating blow. He was violently thrown back by an invisible force, his gun clattering to the ground, black blood gushing from his mouth. Damn! This thing. Fu Yu and Jiang Mu also groaned simultaneously, their faces instantly turning deathly pale. It felt as if their souls had been ripped open. The excruciating pain made it almost impossible for them to stand. The white beast and the water Qilin let out painful cries, their forms becoming blurry and indistinct. Xia Tu was the only one who managed to stand, but his spiritual energy was rapidly draining away. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he forcefully swallowed the blood that welled up inside him. With just one strike, all 4 S-rank sentinels were severely injured. Without the support of the sentinels, their spiritual forms became weak and feeble, unable to mount any effective attacks. The black light continued to coalesce, and from the core of the shattered eyeball, an even denser and purer darkness rose anew, emanating an ominous aura that sent chills down one's spine. You think, this will kill me? Yun Zhao's face was almost translucent with paleness. Her slender body trembled slightly. Clearly, maintaining the domain and withstanding the impact of the previous wave had put immense pressure on her. The red eye was simply too powerful. Even after trapping it, even after everyone was severely injured, they couldn't completely crush its essence. But this was her domain, there must be another way. The dark red core hovered in the air, radiating a despairing aura, seemingly mocking their overestimation of their abilities. The game is over. It ends here. Her thoughts were filled with absolute arrogance. Could it be really over? Yun Zhao slowly raised her head, her expression showing no sign of panic, her voice low and hoarse. You're right. Let's end it here. As if sensing something amiss, the core suddenly froze. Threads of spiritual energy spread from her body, precisely connecting with each of the severely injured sentinels. It wasn't a gentle pull, but a forceful, binding pull that pierced the 4 sentinels' minds. Their cores froze. Mental pull. What do you want to do? Yun Zhao's vision was already bloodshot. She gritted her teeth. You find out soon enough. Xia Tu didn't speak, only silently relaxing his control over his body, surrendering all his remaining power to merge with the power guided by Yun Zhao. Fu Hu let out a suppressed cry of pain, feeling her body move uncontrollably. Under her control, the water Kirin once again materialized. Jiang Mu felt Yun Zhao's mental power controlling his movements like a puppeteer. Seemingly knowing what she wanted to do, he didn't resist. Xia Mingang was forcibly pulled up by Yun Zhao and stood before the red-eyed man again. Chapter 669. The 4 people controlled by the mental threads, like battle puppets pulled by an invisible hand, dragged their bleeding bodies, standing in a strange yet resolute 4-way formation, tightly surrounding the core in the center. This feeling was bizarre. Their consciousness was clear, but their bodies were completely out of control. They could even sense each other's presence. Yun Zhao's voice rang in their minds. One person's consciousness cannot fight it. Let's try with the 5 of us combined. Add to that the 5 mental entities. She could feel that it was also nearing its limit. Just a little bit more power. Just one final fatal blow. Xia Tu didn't hesitate. Whatever you say. Trust, at this moment, needed no words. Jiang Mu glanced at the listless white beast, wiping the blood from his face. It should have been like this a long time ago. Damn. That force was too much. Xia Mingang grimaced in pain, but roared through the mental link, Yun Zhao. Kill it all. Fu Mo's consciousness and the mental sea felt a burning pain. This feeling is really awkward. But as long as I can tear that thing apart, I even use it as a cannonball. Everyone now had only one thought in their minds. Kill the red-eyed creature at all costs. Yun Zhao seemed to have anticipated their reaction. Her voice echoed through the mental link. All right, I will protect your mental domains. This was the first time the 5S team had truly fought side by side. They were like a sharp sword, held in Yun Zhao's hand. The spiritual threads, like blood vessels, took root in the spiritual seas of the 4 sentinels, forcibly twisting their consciousness, remaining spiritual power, and even the original power of their 5 spiritual bodies into a violent torrent. Yun Zhao shielded everyone from her pain. Mental manipulation was extremely powerful, a method used to bewitch the Sentinel's mental domains. Yuan Zhao still remembered the feeling when she used this skill to guide her brother-in-law, Song Liang. Tiny by little, she manipulated his consciousness, guiding him with utmost care, afraid that the slightest misstep would shatter his already fragile mental sea. That feeling of guilt, as if she had completely peeled back the layers of his most private, vulnerable mental world, leaving all his thoughts and emotions at her mercy. This was the first and only time she had used it so deeply to guide a living person. Afterwards, although Song Liang's brother-in-law and his teammates were grateful, Yuan Zhao sensed that they would subconsciously avoid mental contact with her. One made an excuse and didn't attend the dinner. Another, during his New Year's clinic, went to the next room and never requested her guidance room. But now, her temporary teammates chose to trust her, entrusting themselves to her without reservation. Yuan Zhao took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. Mental threads, like a dense spiderweb, tightly bound everyone together, allowing them to clearly sense the resonance within each other's mental seas. The 4 sentinels moved simultaneously. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, no longer acting independently, like puppets controlled by a single will, yet each carrying their own strongest fighting spirit. The extinguished light fragments instantly boiled, transforming into a sky full of fiery streams, frantically converging towards the black core. Madman! You and your father are both madmen. For the first time, a crack appeared in the red-eyed's will, no longer displaying contemptuous superiority, but a roar mixed with shock, anger, and a hint of fear. She had actually used mental attraction to forcibly bind all the sentinels. Powerful mental energy surged and converged, not only to control them, but also to maintain the balance of the entire space. If this place were broken, her mental domain could collapse at any moment. She was going all in, burning her bridges, determined to destroy it. Is that so? I take that as a compliment. What's wrong with being a little crazy? Yuan Zhao's eardrums were ringing, but deep down, he felt that inheriting the Yun technique was a glorious thing. Your era is over. The 4 forces, guided by Yuan Zhao, perfectly merged and launched another attack on the core. Xie Tu felt as if his will had been thrown into a furnace, frantically forged and merged with the other 3 completely different yet equally fiery wills. A strange sense of omniscience, transcending individual perspectives, surged into his heart. It wasn't just his body that was bound by mental threads. This connection beyond the individual allowed him to completely abandon his ego. Undistracted by pain, unburdened by distractions, there was only a pure, unwavering determination to tear the monster before her to shreds. This determination materialized within the domain, transforming into a pure white beam of light that pierced the heavens and earth. The light was neither scorching nor icy, carrying a purity akin to returning to one's origin. You can't do this. The red-eyed figure couldn't believe it, couldn't believe she would lose. If anything happens to me, my race will sense it immediately. Do you intend to bring war to your home planet? Yuan Zhao gradually felt her energy being drained, the light continued to merge, constantly absorbing her spiritual power. She didn't want to waste her energy on endless arguments. No! The red-eyed figure let out a piercing scream filled with utter resentment, fear, and disbelief. The materialized obsession transformed into a final, massive blade, slashing fiercely at the core essence. Crack! The crisp sound of the essence shattering echoed throughout the domain. It clearly resonated in everyone's minds. Countless cracks spread across the dark red core, then silently disintegrated completely, transforming into the purest energy particles, which were rapidly purified and dissipated by the light fragments within the domain. No! Impossible. Red eyes, filled with extreme unwillingness and disbelief, rippled outwards before vanishing completely. The dark red cores will abruptly ceased. The moment the massive blade dissipated, it transformed into countless black specks of light, completely dissipating in the light fragments. The light fragments in the mental sea became warm and gentle again, illuminating the 5 people's bleeding bodies. The instant their mental threads relaxed, the shielded pain suddenly rebounded. Almost simultaneously, all 5 people collapsed, their mental links severed, and they fell to the ground. Yuan Zhao's mental energy was completely depleted. Her vision went black, and she collapsed. Before she could react, she watched the dissipating specks of light fill the sky, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This catastrophe was finally over. Xie Tu struggled to his feet, and went to her side. After confirming she was alright, he laid down to rest. The others lay on the shattered mirror surface, gazing at the impossibly low sky, breathing heavily. How much time had passed was unknown. Xia Mingong was the first to grin, unable to suppress his smile even as his wounds aggravated his body. It seems we really Did it? Yes, they had done it. With mortal bodies, they had rivaled gods. With unyielding will, they had ended the darkness. Unfortunately, the others no longer had the strength to answer him. The mirror domain, no longer sustained by Yun Xiao's mental energy, was gradually being reclaimed into her mental domain. The air wall moved closer, revealing the manor and castle. Not a trace of dark matter was visible. Kree stood a short distance away, completely oblivious to the others, and happily ran to Yun Xiao's side. Ah! Little Master, you're amazing. You really killed the Shadow Clan. It pointed to the core device in the center of its chest. Alright, now all you have to do is destroy this, and you can leave. Chapter 670. The air froze instantly. The group, just recovering from the shock, struggled to their feet, their gazes turning to the small robot with complex emotions. Xiaomingang winced in pain, stubbornly asking, "Is there really no other way?" No. Kree didn't think much of it. It was just a nap. When its master left, it had slept with its young master for a long time. Yun Xiao, exhausted, lay on the ground, instantly opening its eyes, its voice hoarse. "Kree. Young master, I'm here." Hearing it called, Kree quickly moved to Yun Xiao's side, its expression pleading for praise. "While you were fighting, we went to find our uncles, and found 2 more uncles. I froze them all. That way, even if all the dark matter disappeared, the uncles would be safe. But there's only 1 hibernation pod, but it's okay, we're all uncles, we can squeeze in." Carrie rambled on. "Little Bluebird said before that the cook would build a spaceship to take us to find our master. Once we find our master, everyone will be saved." It paused, tilting its head, "But who is the cook?" Sia2 silently sat up. "Build a spaceship?" Little Bluebird really thought highly of him. Yun Xiao was both surprised and delighted to hear that 2 more uncles had been found. But thinking about what was to come, that emotion was quickly suppressed. She propped herself up on Sia2's arm, reached out, and touched the bow on Carrie's head, her tone complicated. "Carrie is great. Ah, my little master praised me." Carrie was very happy. This was the first time its little master had praised it. It touched the device on its chest again. "I'm so happy, but my little master needs to act quickly. The situation outside is bad, everyone must be very anxious. As long as we eliminate the dark matter, we can go find our master." Jiangmu took out the special medicine he carried, applying it to himself as he looked up. "What's happening outside?" Kree replied, "The dark matter has gone out of control. Without the restraint of the Shadow Clan, it started wildly and indiscriminately attacking in all directions. The dark matter had lost its purpose, leaving only the most primal, purest instinct for erosion and annihilation. If we don't act quickly, humanity could suffer heavy casualties." It spoke the cruelest truth in the most innocent tone. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. The joy of eliminating the red-eyed beings vanished. If the dark matter couldn't be controlled, most of the humans outside would be mutated into monsters. Thinking of this, the group, disregarding their rest, quickly and painfully got up. Fu Mu glanced at Jiang Mu, then mimicked him, taking out the special medicine and using it. As expected of medicine from a higher civilization, the bleeding stopped the moment the medicine was applied. The cool, refreshing touch caused the deep, bone-revealing wound to begin healing at a visible speed, even dispelling much of the mental fatigue. Everyone tidied themselves up and, with perfect understanding, moved a little further away, leaving that space for Yun Xiao and Carrie. Sia2, walking at the back, suddenly paused and turned back to ask, "Do you have the blueprints for the spaceship?" With current human technology, it's impossible to build a spacecraft that breaks the speed of light. But if there were concept drawings, even just a theoretical framework, perhaps it would be worth a try. Carrie tilted his head. "I'm all ready. It's in the truck, but I have to give it to the cook." The little robot hadn't figured out who the cook was yet, but giving it to its little master was fine too. Sia2 thanked her, but offered no explanation. He didn't go far. Yun Xiao was unaware that only 4 uncles remained. He had already entered hibernation mode, so only he could deliver this devastating news. Before everyone could even celebrate eliminating the red eye, they faced the crisis of the uncontrolled dark matter, and dared not relax for a moment. Yun Xiao knew that her time was running out. She stood before Carrie. The small robot was barely up to her chest, and the large, delicately colored bow on its head reminded Yun Xiao of the various bows filling the cabinets in the castle room. She crouched down, her gaze falling on Carrie's heart, and asked hesitantly, "Will you recover once we find Daddy?" Carrie gave an affirmative answer, "Yes, little master, don't be sad. It's just temporarily shutting down, like the hibernation pod you played with when you were little. It didn't understand the complexities of human grief. It simply instinctively wanted to dispel the gloom on its little master's face. The logic was simple and direct, filled with unconditional trust in its master, Yunju, and a steadfast anticipation of the future. Yun Xiao's fingertips trembled slightly, and he almost had to use all his strength to maintain a steady tone. So we agreed? Yes. We agreed. Kli replied cheerfully, offering the cord to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao touched it, and finally placed his hand on the chip device on its chest. The sixth contaminated zone began to shake. At first, it was just a slight tremor, like the prelude to an earthquake, but soon, the entire space began to sway and distort unstably. Fu Heng stopped replenishing her ammunition. She looked up in Yun Xiao's direction, her lips tightly pressed together. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. There was the relief of victory, the anxiety about the future, and the reluctance to let the little robot fall into slumber. Ultimately, it all condensed into a barely audible sigh. Xiao Mingang turned his back. The usually boisterous young man was now eerily silent. He hastily wiped his face, not wanting anyone to see his expression. Stop looking, Jiangmu said, opening a bottle of mineral water and taking a large gulp. Let's think about how to deal with the situation outside. He deliberately diverted everyone's attention from the dissipating Kree, pointing to the more pressing survival crisis. They could cooperate to eliminate the red eye. But the dark matter consisted of tiny particles scattered in the air. The Sentinels were lucky if they didn't harm it, let alone be corrupted by it. Xiao Mingang whirled around, his eyes slightly red, but his attention was completely drawn back. What do we do then? Are we going to take down the big ones, only to die a pathetic death at the hands of these dust particles? Jiangmu took another bottle of mineral water from the box and tossed it towards Xie. Xie caught it. Jiangmu then replied, "Don't worry too much. From what I understand, each base has stockpiled a large amount of inhibitors and guide hormones. Even if all the guide's mental energy is exhausted, they should be able to hold out for a while. At least until they get back." He continued, "The key is, how do we clear the dark matter from the air?" Chapter 671. The particles began to spiral out of control. Such a massive quantity, like a deadly poisonous fog suspended in the air, meant the crisis would never be averted unless it was fundamentally eliminated. But now, the only one controlling the dark matter, the red eye, had been destroyed. Would humanity rely on Yun Xiao alone to purify all the dark matter in the world? That was simply unrealistic. Xie frowned slightly. He hadn't participated in the discussion, his attention entirely on Yun Xiao. Not far away, Yun Xiao was crouching, her gaze level with Carrie's. She watched as the lively little robot's arms fell limply to its sides, gradually becoming still. The entire space shook even more violently. The manor castle, shattering inch by inch, seemed like a dream. Yun Xiao slowly reached out and pulled Carrie into her arms. His cold body was devoid of warmth. At that moment, tears instantly welled up. The robot was indeed not dead, but who knew when she would find her father? Even if they found it, would Carrie, without her childhood memories, still be the same Carrie? Xie squatted down beside her, dragging his suitcase. There was no urging, no useless comfort, just quiet companionship. The world was still collapsing. The sunlight was gone, revealing a pitch-black sky outside. Thick darkness surged in from all directions, presenting a sense of nothingness, its fluctuations exhaling a bone-chilling cold. The communicator's readings instantly spiked to terrifying levels. The disaster was not over. She didn't have much time to calm down. Yun Xiao took one last look at Carrie, removed the bow from its head, and put it in her bag. She wiped away her tears and stood up. "Let's go." "Okay." Xie bent down and put Carrie into the metal box it had prepared. The rectangular iron box, lined with leather and padded with a soft blanket at the bottom to prevent damage, was filled with leather. Xie placed Carrie inside. The moment the box was closed, contaminated Zone 6 collapsed completely. The last glimmer of light within the castle was swallowed by the dark matter, and the two were instantly enveloped in darkness. They hadn't had time to discuss the news about their uncles. But Xie simply couldn't bring herself to speak. She was already deeply saddened. "Actually, I know." But then Yun Xiao's voice rang out from the darkness. "Every time I mention the other uncles, Uncle He's expression changed. Later, when we found Uncle Qin, I secretly looked at your backpack. There were only 3 stones inside." Yes, she was so clever, how could she not have noticed? Xie's arms tightened around the box, the corner digging painfully into his palms, but nothing compared to the dull, throbbing pain in his chest. He paused for a long time, until a distant voice urged him on. "You still have me. I always be with you. No matter where you are, whether at the ends of the earth or under the vast starry sky, until the end of time, until the seas dry up and the rocks crumble. Contaminated Zone 6 finally collapsed, but instead of hope, darkness descended. The thick blackness was impenetrable even to light. Silently, it told everyone that during their mission in the contaminated zone, the dark apocalypse had returned to the world. Sia-Tu quickly noticed that this was different from the slow erosion he had experienced before. These dark substances were frantically creeping into his clothes and wounds. The moment they touched his skin, a bone-chilling cold and a strange devouring sensation washed over him. Almost immediately, a few black particles appeared in his mental realm. Such a rapid rate of erosion was unprecedented. Everyone realized the gravity of the situation and, without further delay, quickly boarded the vehicles. The hundreds of supplies left behind by Carrie couldn't all be taken. After consulting with Yu Fei and the others, they selected a few trucks carrying important supplies, leaving the rest behind. The outside environment had become even worse than the contaminated zone, making even breathing feel heavy and viscous. But the anticipated onslaught of mutants did not occur. Carrie had already dealt with the monsters and dark matter in contaminated Zone 6. Otherwise, given the sheer size of contaminated Zone 6, any leakage outside would have undoubtedly caused an even greater disaster. Damn! No signal at all. Yuan Xiao had just gotten into the car when he heard Xia Mingang's anxious voice. He was fiddling with the car's electronic devices. The navigation isn't working either. What's the situation at the nearby outposts? Should we go check them out? Fu Han forced herself to close her eyes and rest. No need. Those who could evacuate should have already done so. It'd be too late for us to go now, if those can't. Jiangmu reclined the passenger seat and looked up at the question. Don't delay. The situation is critical. We need to get back to base as soon as possible. We can't even see the road. How are we going back? Which base? Xia Mingang couldn't help but ask. This was a joint mission. According to convention, once they were out, the mission was considered complete, and the combat teams should return to their respective bases. But the situation was special now. The team couldn't be scattered. Where to go back had become a problem. Yuan Xiao watched Sia-Tu put the carry away. Back to Dawn Base. Jiangmu raised an eyebrow. Reason? We're closest to Dawn Base right now. Everyone had their own selfish concerns, worried about the situation at their respective bases. Especially Xia Mingang, whose grandfather was the base commander, was quite old. It was uncertain whether he could hold on. He desperately wanted to teleport back to Hope Base immediately. Going to Dawn Base was far too far, a journey that would take several days. Besides, they couldn't see the road and had no navigation. They might get lost in the darkness without even realizing it. The risk was too great. Yuan Xiao didn't waste any words. I have a way to eliminate the dark matter, provided we get back to Dawn Base. As for the navigation problem, don't worry, the spiritual beings can take turns helping with directions. A brief silence fell over the carriage. They had just been discussing this issue, but upon hearing that Yuan Xiao had a solution, everyone immediately started the vehicles. The convoy sped through the thick darkness, heading southwest. Dawn Base. The Research Institute had recently discovered anomalies in the dark matter and immediately reported it to the Operations Department, issuing a warning to the front lines. The piercing alarm blared incessantly. The monitoring equipment showed that the concentration of dark matter was surging at an alarming rate. The base immediately distributed a batch of protective suits to the civilians. The suits couldn't completely isolate the dark matter, but they could reduce ingestion, maximizing the chances of survival for ordinary people. In the operations building, the atmosphere was as oppressive as solidified lead. In the brightly lit corridors, people hurried about, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and fear. Minister, according to the Research Institute's report, the dark matter has mutated, its activity index increasing exponentially. The cause is currently unknown. The intelligence team leader, who was reporting, paused. Frontline soldiers are falling one after another, guides are already overloaded, and based on our current strength, we can only hold out for a maximum of 3 days. If it isn't effectively contained before then, there will be no safe zone within the base. Chapter 672. Aside from the electricity and communications maintained internally by guides, all external signals had been completely cut off. They were unaware that the source had been eliminated, guessing it was a chain reaction triggered by the collapse of other contaminated areas. But such a reaction would be deadly to humans. Hold on. Even if we can't hold out, we must hold on to the very last moment, Minister Duan said in a deep voice. She turned and left the command center, heading to the Research Institute herself, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. The outer perimeter of the base had long since become a living hell. Screams, the twisting of metal, and explosions rose and fell in waves. The bizarrely shaped mutants, like demons crawling out of hell, frantically assaulted the defenses. A soldier responsible for perimeter monitoring accidentally inhaled an excessive amount of dark matter. Within minutes, his arm began to mutate strangely, his skin gradually turned dark purple, and his veins bulged, like writhing black earthworms. He let out a painful scream, attempting to sever his mutated arm with a dagger, but was forcibly restrained by arriving medical personnel, injected with inhibitors, and carried to a temporary evacuation room. The temporary evacuation room. It was already overflowing. Tent number 3, less than 50 square meters in size, was crammed with nearly 100 sentries experiencing aberration reactions. Painful groans and suppressed screams echoed against the walls. Bayu had just completed an emergency evacuation, her temples throbbed, and her vision blurred. Her mental strength was already exhausted. She was only holding on by sheer willpower. The soldier who had just been carried in was placed in the middle of the corridor. Bayu glanced at his condition. The suppressants had weakened his struggle slightly, but the noisy environment made it impossible for him to stabilize his mental state. Send them back to base for isolation and observation. The sentinels who had received suppressants were holding on for now, but manpower was simply insufficient. The guides could only select sentinels in serious condition for treatment. The medical personnel inside the tents were already dressed in protective suits. To maintain their sanity and avoid inhaling excessive amounts of dark matter, many were even carrying oxygen tanks while stitching up wounds. Some sentinels who received treatment and regained their senses received orders to return to the battlefield after only half an hour of rest. The situation at the front was dire. Sentinels were constantly falling, and breaches had appeared in the defenses. But they could not retreat. Behind them were hundreds of thousands of lives at the base. If they retreated, the entire base would fall under the maws of the mutants. A B-level guide finally collapsed at his post. Bayu and Fang Qingye, who was nearby, noticed the situation and helped him to a corner to rest. I go get the medical personnel. Fang Qingye's condition was equally bad. His expression was one of utter exhaustion. He stumbled as he stood up. Bayu was powerless to help, watching helplessly as he collapsed beside the hospital bed. Are you all right? Fang Qingye waved his hand to indicate he was fine, trying to get up but failing twice. He sat on the floor and sighed heavily, then suddenly looked up at Bayu and asked, "Will humanity prevail?" The sky filled with dark matter, the endless stream of mutants, his colleagues collapsing from exhaustion, the sentinels struggling in agony, and the all-consuming darkness outside the door. There was no hope in sight. Bayu watched the light in Fang Qingye's eyes dim, filled with weariness and confusion. Yes. Bayu answered him decisively, although Team 5S hasn't given us any news yet. I believe that Yun Zhao and the others must have discovered the source, causing the world to change. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. While the dark matter had become more violent, its activity had also become unstable. Like a final, desperate struggle. Bayu had an inexplicable confidence in Yun Zhao, believing they would succeed. As long as we get through this final darkness, humanity will surely triumph. Her voice was hoarse from exhaustion, but her eyes shone with an astonishing light. Fang Qingye paused for a moment, then suddenly understood, "You're right, we can't give up until the very last moment. As long as one guide remained standing, no sentinel would be abandoned. As long as one warrior held a weapon, humanity hadn't lost." At the front lines down the mountain, he soon spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and slammed his empty scaffold gravity rifle into a lunging, clawed mutant. His squad consisted of 6 men, guarding the breach on the left flank of the main defensive line, along with 3 other sentinel squads. They hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. "Captain, when will reinforcements arrive?" He-sun, barely able to hold on, asked. Several wolf-sized mutants were trying to squeeze through the gap. The firing platform above roared with gunfire. The second squad leader emptied his magazine, leaned against a rock, and bent down to reload. "The communicator says they're coming soon. Just hold on a little longer." "Reinforcements really are coming?" The third squad next door said, panting. "Are there still any sentries who can function normally?" It's no wonder they were suspicious. Sentries fell one after another. Almost all those capable of movement were on the battlefield, with a small number remaining to guard the granary in the back mountains. There was no word of any surplus troops. The second squad leader explained, "It's volunteers we recruited, and a batch of urgently deployed combat robots to help with rotations." They were called volunteers, but in reality, they were just sentries from the base's search team. Considering their low rank, the base provided them with protective suits, which should allow them to hold out on the front lines for a while. The three opposing teams breathed a sigh of relief. The situation is critical. At this point, we don't care if they're regular troops or not. As long as someone can cover the breach, that's enough. That's what they said, but everyone felt uncertain. Simply covering the breach wasn't enough. If the dark matter wasn't dealt with, it was still only a temporary solution. People were falling constantly on the front lines, not from the monster's claws, but from the ubiquitous black particles in the air. The fighting continued relentlessly, with no hope in sight. Cheer up. We can rest after we wipe out this wave. Seeing the low morale, the team leaders called out to encourage them. Just then, an urgent shout came through the communicator, right line requesting support. Mutant swarm attack, we can't hold them off. Second team, take heavy weapons and go support. Blast those monsters to pieces. Came the adjutant's roar through the communicator. Surprisingly strong even in this situation, move quickly. The mutants have broken in. He soon forced himself to sit up, enduring his exhaustion. He felt as if his head was filled with burning lead, each breath accompanied by a tearing headache. The pervasive dark matter, like cold, venomous snakes, seeped into his skin, attempting to erode his mental landscape. Strange whispers echoed in his ears, and distorted hallucinations flashed before his eyes. He had to expend immense willpower to barely maintain his sanity. He soon thought, if only Gaijin were here. Second team. Follow me. He strode forward with legs as heavy as lead, charging towards the right flank where the gunfire was heaviest. Meanwhile, on the distant plains, two groups of people, driving identical armored vehicles, were speeding back to base. One group was Yuan Zhao and his team. The other group was the remaining members of Team Zero, led by Song Liang. Chapter 673. Hearing the roar of the car behind them, the mutant turned abruptly and pounced, howling. Hearing the howls rising and falling in the darkness, Tao Hao slammed on the brakes. Damn! How come there are so many mutants? The peregrine falcon helped guide them, and Duan she pointed southeast. Go that way. The car sped around. Tao Hao was already drenched in sweat, struggling to maintain his focus and discern directions. When he saw the familiar phoenix appear in his sight, he was practically in tears. It's Yuan Zhao. Everyone in Team Zero rushed to the car window. In the churning darkness in the distance, a magnificent phoenix spirit body spread its wings, its gentle spiritual power piercing the suffocating darkness like a lighthouse. The azure phoenix saw the peregrine falcon, its body emanating black energy. The little creature was severely corrupted, the color of its pupils had changed, but Duanqi seemed to have used an inhibitor, and it still maintained its rationality, flying rapidly towards the azure phoenix. Radiant spiritual threads instantly enveloped it. The peregrine falcon instantly felt refreshed, and happily greeted the great bluebird. A large number of mutants had gathered ahead, and the two convoys finally met halfway down a detour to the back mountain. Many monsters remained nearby, making it impossible to stop. Keep up! Song Liang's voice was hoarse with excitement as he grabbed the vehicle communicator. Captain! Yuan Zhao! Can you hear me? A burst of jarring static came through the communicator, followed by Yuan Zhao's clear and urgent voice. Song Liang? How are you? They had entered the Dawn base's territory. Short-range communication was unaffected. Song Liang paused. We're fine, it's just that Qi Ling. What happened to him? Yuan Zhaoshan's heart clenched. She was terrified of hearing news of Qi Ling's accident. On one hand, there was the source of the disaster, on the other, there was her teammate with whom she spent every day. Song Liang quickly said, he's alright for now. After the dark matter became abnormal, Qi Ling was also affected, so we went to contaminated zone 320. He briefly explained their experience. As time passed, the dark matter within the contaminated zone was also affected by the outside world and began to become unstable. Hondadeo was convinced that someone had found the source, and a rare smile appeared on his face. He turned to the others and said, you should go. The world will be saved soon. If you stay here and wait for the contaminated zone to collapse, he still won't survive. But by then, darkness had already descended outside. Going out would still mean certain death for Qi Ling. Hondadeo hadn't originally planned to intervene, but the others refused to give up. In the end, he sealed Qi Ling inside an ice coffin. Professor Qi gave Qi Ling several inhibitors he could use, and Hondadeo had us inject them all into Qi Ling's body. He's unresponsive now, like he's asleep, Song Liang said. Yuan Zhao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Xie voice cut in, concise and to the point, we talk about it when we get back. Stay close to us. Yes, Captain. There were quite a few mutants around. This place was not safe to linger. Zero Team's armored vehicle blended into the convoy, and headed towards the back mountain of the base. With Yun Zhao protecting them, the mental threads continuously purified the dark matter within everyone in the vehicle, allowing the dazed Wang Jiayu to regain some strength and pick up a weapon to help clear the way. The closer they got to the base, the more monsters they encountered. The group discovered that Dawn Base was already surrounded by mutants, yet no one lingered to fight. They cleared the path and sped away in the dark. After another 10 minutes or so, their communicators vibrated repeatedly, finally receiving a signal from the base. Xia2 immediately dialed the command center. A tense atmosphere hung over the base. Fragmented communications from the front lines were interspersed with explosions, the roars of mutants, and the soldiers' final cries. On the command center's main screen, the dots representing the outer defense line were fading at an alarming rate. Minister Duan personally went to the research institute. He returned without uttering a word. All the researchers were helpless against the dark matter. They had tried every known suppression method, even resorting to extreme measures that hadn't been safely verified, but the results were like stones sinking into the sea. Activity index exceeds the measurement limit. It's very unstable now, unmonitorable, moving too fast. Conventional theories have completely failed. These fragmented sentences echoed repeatedly in her mind like a death knell. The protective suits still carried the distinctive smell of laboratory disinfectant, but now mixed with something deeper. The smell of ashes left after hope had burned out. Just as the air in the command center was about to freeze completely, the almost forgotten encrypted signal suddenly lit up the communication station. Xia2's voice cut through all the noise, clearly coming through. "It's me, Xia Tuesday." The moment he gave his name, there was a noticeable silence on the other end of the line, followed by a suppressed commotion, as if someone had snatched the communicator. "Xia2, where are you now?" "It's Minister Duan. We're approaching the entrance to the emergency passage in the back mountain." Xia2 spoke rapidly. He glanced at Yun Zhao, nodded after seeing him, and said, "The source has been destroyed, and the dark matter is out of control. Yun Zhao has a solution, but it requires the cooperation of guides within the base." Jiang Mu, who was clearing the way on the roof of the vehicle, heard the conversation and asked Fu Heng. She didn't seem to mention a solution. When they heard she had a solution, no one asked, focusing only on getting to Dawn Base as quickly as possible. Yun Zhao had been sleeping and resting the whole way, and they didn't want to disturb her. As a result, even though they were almost at their destination, the group still didn't know what Yun Zhao's solution was. But how did Xia2 seem to know? Fu Heng said coldly, "You're asking me? Who should I ask?" Clearly, she didn't know either. The driver's side window opened, and Xiao Mingang leaned out. "You two, don't slack off. This is all mountain roads. If I drive off a cliff while I'm not careful, who's responsible?" Jiang Mu shrugged and continued killing the mutants blocking their path. The conversation inside the car mingled with the roars of monsters outside. Upon learning that Yun Zhao had a solution, Minister Duan's tense nerves jolted, like a drowning person grasping at a last piece of driftwood. She didn't even have time to ask further questions. "Okay, I arrange it immediately," and hung up. Minister Duan ordered, "All units, attention. S-rank guide Yun Zhao has found a solution. Activate the highest emergency response. All guides within the base, regardless of rank or status, assemble immediately in the central square. Repeat, all guides assemble immediately." The order was broadcast throughout every corner of the base, even drowning out the deafening artillery fire from the front lines. In the air raid shelter, Song Qing, who was using her mental energy to soothe the baby in her arms, looked up. Her husband had gone to the front lines. Because she was breastfeeding, and the baby was extremely vulnerable to the dark matter, she had been left in the air raid shelter to care for a group of children. After confirming that the children were temporarily safe, Song Qing silently stood up, handed the child to her parents, and prepared to go out to assemble. Inside the evacuation room, the guide still on duty suddenly straightened up. They made urgent arrangements, moving all the inhibitors and guide essence from the warehouse, and handing them over to the sentries to hold them off temporarily. Even Base Commander Shen and Minister Bai, upon hearing the news, set off to assemble at the central square. Although they didn't know exactly what they were to do, the words Yun Zhao and solution were enough to ignite the long-dormant light in their eyes. Chapter 674. The Front Lines. The guides also received the news. Upon learning that Yun Zhao was unharmed and had returned, Bai Yu was overjoyed with disbelief. After the initial excitement, she hesitated. The battle at the front was fierce, and the guides were indispensable. What would happen to the sentries if they all left? Just then, a giant phoenix flew in from afar. The magnificent phoenix circled in the air, its wings scattering countless golden specks of light, like warm raindrops falling on the battlefield, attracting everyone's attention. What are you all standing there for? Those are Guide Yun's spiritual threads, catch them. The sentries who had received guidance from Yun Zhao reacted, their voices booming like thunder across the battlefield. The sentries, whose reactions were slowed by exhaustion and the effects of the corruption, jolted awake, almost instinctively reaching out to catch the falling golden specks of light. The moment the light touched the sentinel's skin, it seeped in silently, miraculously calming and soothing their restless mental states, which had been agitated by the dark matter. Bai Yu immediately understood Yun Zhao's intention. The countless strands of spiritual energy were there to temporarily stabilize the sentinel's condition, allowing the guides to withdraw and regroup. Without hesitation, she shouted to the equally stunned guides around her, "Quick! Follow orders! To the central plaza! Leave this to the great bluebird!" The guides quickly regained their composure, guiding the sentinels to receive the precious strands of spiritual energy while orderly disengaging from the battlefield and heading towards the base. Meanwhile, inside the armored vehicle, Xiao Mingang couldn't contain himself any longer and turned to ask, "What exactly is this method? Why do we need all the guides' cooperation?" Yun Zhao didn't want to hide anything. "Remember the method Carrie mentioned for eliminating dark matter?" Fu Heng chimed in, "Destroy the source and cover it up." "That's right," Yun Zhao said, "the source has been destroyed, and no more dark matter is being generated, but the black seeds that have already been sown can only be eliminated using the second method. Cover it up. Use more powerful, more ordered rules to completely kill them." Yun Zhao continued to explain, "It's difficult for me to clean up all the dark matter on my own, but have you forgotten? The twin towers our base is building." Jiangmu understood almost immediately, "Exactly the same as the two towers in your hometown?" Yun Zhao nodded, "Yes, the blueprints were given to me by my father, and the materials were collected from various polluted areas over the past few decades. They have the same function as the real black and white towers. Carrie had said that the black tower could absorb dark matter, and the white tower could purify it. As long as you inject your mental energy into the tower, you can transform and completely rewrite the rules of dark matter. This is also why Yun Zhao insisted on returning to Dawn Base. However, Carrie also said that the twin towers require strong mental support." Yun Zhao paused for a moment. "Without enough high-level guides, we can only rely on numbers to activate it." Meanwhile, all the guides within the Dawn Base had gathered in the central plaza. The statue of the young girl in the center of the plaza, gentle and serene, gazed into the distance as always, appearing even softer in the darkness. Minister Duan, waiting below the statue, saw Base Commander Shen and Minister Bai arrive, and succinctly explained the situation. Upon learning that Team 5S had returned safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as humanity still had the strength to fight, they feared nothing. Before they could exchange pleasantries, 10 urgently dispatched transport vehicles arrived and stopped at the platform. Minister Duan gave the order, "Notify all guides to board. Yun Zhao will explain to them upon arrival." "Yes, sir." The guides boarded the vehicles one by one. Minister Bai searched privately and finally spotted his unharmed daughter near the station, along with Wei Su, who had somehow followed them. The twin towers were separated from the base by 2 mountains, and a large number of mutants roamed the route. For the guides' safety, Minister Han ordered the remaining sentries within the base to escort them. Wei Su had just returned to the base, and, remembering that Bai Yu was among them, rushed over upon receiving the message. Bai Yu was about to board the vehicle when she inadvertently turned her head and spotted him among a group of sentries, noticing the bloody wound on his left arm. She quickly got out of the car, a little flustered, and asked, "How did you get hurt?" Wei Su reassured her, "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Bai Yu's fingertips instinctively curled, her gaze fixed on the gruesome wound on Wei Su's left arm. The deep, bone-revealing laceration had an unnatural bluish-black edge, clearly inflicted by a high-level mutant. "This is a minor injury?" Her voice tightened, and she immediately rummaged through her medical kit for wound medicine and bandages. "The dark matter is already corroding it. It must be treated immediately." Wei Su let her do as she pleased, his deep gaze fixed on her slightly trembling eyelashes. He had just returned from the front lines, his combat uniform torn and covered in blood, a stark contrast to Bai Yu's exhausted yet impeccably clean guide uniform. "Minister Bai is here." He suddenly spoke, his voice low and hoarse with exhaustion. Bai Yu looked up and, sure enough, saw her elderly father standing not far away, his gaze fixed on them. She felt a pang of guilt, and her hand, which was tending to the wound, trembled. Wei Su's muscles tensed instantly, but he didn't even utter a groan. Minister Bai walked over and sighed, "Time is of the essence. Let's deal with it in the car." Compared to his physical injuries, Wei Su's mental erosion was far more severe. It was remarkable that he had endured it all through sheer willpower. Minister Bai noticed this and, after getting into the car, gave him a brief mental cleansing. To facilitate the removal of the dark matter, his spiritual entity, the Serval, escaped from the mental realm but clung to Bai Yu, refusing to get off, scaring the timid little white cat into hiding at home. Minister Bai sighed again, pretending not to notice. Fortunately, Wei Su was sensible enough. After the cleansing, he got up, thanked Minister Bai, and went to the roof of the car to help clear the way. With her elderly father beside her, Bai Yu dared not utter a sound. The roars of the mutated creature soon echoed outside the vehicle. It was pitch black all around, nothing could be seen. The vehicle fell silent. The guides seized the opportunity to rest and replenish their strength. By the time the transport vehicle reached the vicinity of the White Tower, Xie Tu and the others had already cleared away the surrounding monsters. Yuan Zhao entered the tower ahead of time. After surveying the area, she found that the exterior of the White Tower was already completed, but the interior was chaotic, piled high with building materials. Yuan Zhao gently placed her palm against the cold tower wall, attempting to channel her spiritual energy. A very faint hum suddenly came from within the tower. Immediately afterwards, centered on her palm, a wisp of light struggled to ignite, spreading out with difficulty into several hair-like lines that flowed along the patterns on the surface. The light lasted only a second. As if extinguished by an invisible hand, the lines of light quickly dimmed and disappeared. Yuan Zhao, confirming it was effective, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She strode out of the White Tower, where over 200 guides had gathered. This White Tower can purify the darkness, Yuan Zhao said succinctly, her gaze sweeping over every weary yet expectant face in the square. Are you willing to join me in lighting humanity's last beacon? Chapter 675. As Yuan Zhao finished speaking, all the guides stepped forward without hesitation. The words purify the darkness were like a ray of light, rekindling the sparks in their lifeless eyes. The heaviness and confusion that had been weighing on their hearts were instantly replaced by a surging sense of mission. They were no longer isolated survivors, but inheritors of the torch of salvation 200 years later. Just inject your spiritual power into it. Commander Shen stood at the forefront, looking up at the giant tower before firmly placing his hands on the tower's walls. Yuan Zhao, clutching the badge, replied, "That's right. Once all the patterns on the tower are activated, it will start successfully." Base Commander Shen nodded slightly. The front lines won't hold out much longer. Let's begin. Minister Bai stepped forward second, placing his hand on the tower wall, his voice clear and calm. Dawn Base, Bai Mo joins. All guides, report your numbers. Yuan Lan stepped forward, palm against the tower wall. Special Abilities Department, Yuan Lan, requesting intervention. A-level guide Bai Yu, requesting intervention. A-level guide Fang Qingye, requesting intervention. B-level guide Su Xiao, requesting intervention. A-level guide Song Qing requesting intervention. The reports echoed across the plaza, each voice carrying a resolute determination. When the last guide was in place, the entire base of the White Tower was covered by a dense mass of hands. Yuan Zhao stood in the center of the crowd and slowly closed his eyes. Her spiritual power, like delicate silk threads, gently probed into the mental landscape of each person. At this moment, she felt not chaotic forces, but the equally fervent heartbeats of over 200 individuals. It has begun, she whispered, guiding the gathering torrent of spiritual energy slowly into the White Tower. The tower emitted a deep hum, as if a slumbering beast had been awakened. The previously dim patterns lit up one by one, like a starry river awakening. The light spread upwards from the base, faster and brighter. All the guides poured their spiritual energy into the tower without reservation. The dim pattern seemed to come alive, lighting up one by one, flowing with pure white light. The light steadily spread upwards, crossing the base, climbing the first level, the second, unstoppable. The sentinels stood on the perimeter, holding their breath as they watched the ascending light. However, when the light reached about halfway up the tower, its speed suddenly slowed, becoming stagnant. Not enough, not nearly enough. A fine sheen of cold sweat trickled down Commander Shen's forehead. Everyone, give it your all. While the spiritual torrent flowing into the White Tower was immense, the required spiritual energy to fully activate it was vast. Their current power was being rapidly depleted, insufficient to break through the critical point. Yuan Zhao joined in at this moment. The tower's light intensified, rising rapidly once more, even the previously illuminated patterns becoming increasingly dazzling. The sentinels slowly loosened their grip on their weapons, their eyes fixed on the ever-rising light on the tower. They could hear the heavy breathing of the guides behind them, and feel the increasingly intense spiritual energy fluctuations in the air. There was no hesitation in those fluctuations, only an unwavering determination. Some of the younger sentinels' eyes quietly reddened. They thought of their comrades, who had died in the darkness, and their families still waiting for news in the underground bunker. This upward climbing light was not only the hope of the White Tower, but also the hope for survival for everyone. As the light neared the top, many guides were on the verge of collapse. Before arriving, their mental energy was nearly depleted, and facing this relentless onslaught, they were clearly struggling. Bayu's consciousness was fading. All she could see was the scorching halo of light shimmering on the tower. She felt as if her mental landscape was being utterly ripped apart, each breath carrying the heavy smell of rust. A muffled thud sounded beside her. A C-rank guide finally succumbed and collapsed, immediately helped to rest by the sentries waiting nearby. But this was like a signal, one after another. Several more guides collapsed from exhaustion. Bayu felt she was about to faint. She kept encouraging herself. Hold on, just a little longer. I can't fall. I absolutely can't fall now. Yuan Zhao was also gradually feeling the strain. The scene before her began to spin and darken, the tower's light splitting into countless overlapping shadows in her eyes. The entire tower seemed like a bottomless pit, relentlessly absorbing everyone's spiritual energy. She saw the patterns about to touch the tower's apex. Success was just one step away. At that moment, Xie Tu, standing on the periphery, suddenly stepped forward. A phoenix engulfed in flames appeared from the void above, transforming its most primal spiritual energy into a pure red stream of light, which it unhesitatingly cast towards the White Tower. This action seemed to be a signal. The next second, countless sentinels followed suit. They might not be able to control it with the precision of a guide, but in the most simple way, they transmitted their spiritual power without reservation. Catch! This is our share. And mine. Take it all. Streams of spiritual energy, strong or weak, brimming with the most fervent belief, surged towards the White Tower from all directions, like rivers flowing into the sea. Supported by this new force, the light about to reach the tower's summit suddenly trembled, as if injected with its final fuel, and finally, boom! A beam of pure light shot skyward from the tower's tip, instantly piercing the heavens and earth. All the out-of-control dark matter, as if drawn by some force, uncontrollably converged towards the White Tower. Where the light reached, the surging dark matter melted and evaporated rapidly, like ice and snow exposed to sunlight. The corrupted mutants let out their final cries, gradually perishing in the light. The surviving sentinels on the battlefield stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the mutants gradually dissipating in the light, at this new world before them. Tears silently streamed down their faces. They could feel the darkness receding, the dawn about to break. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, illuminating the top of the White Tower and revealing its long-awaited azure blue, the sunlight streamed unhindered onto this land scarred by hardship. Yuan Zhao whispered, "It's dawn." These three words, though soft, carried clearly to the hearts of everyone still connected to the White Tower. The long 200 years had finally come to an end. That's wonderful. Bayu smiled, relieved, and fainted, caught by Wei Su who had rushed to her aid. Yuan Zhao too finally succumbed. The days of travel and exhaustion had drained all her strength. Her vision blurred rapidly, and the cheers of victory seemed distant and unreal, as if separated by a thick pane of glass. In the moments before her consciousness completely sank into darkness, through her blurred vision, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure tearing through the crowd, rushing towards her with all their might. Chapter 676. The sky cleared. The heavy metal door of the air raid shelter slowly opened with a screeching sound. Sunlight, like fine golden sand, slanted into the dim entrance, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. People, having received the notification, emerged from the air raid shelter. Those standing at the door instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. The sunlight on their skin brought a warmth that almost brought tears to their eyes. Standing in the sunlight, everyone fell silent. No one cheered, no one wept. As if unable to believe that the apocalypse that had plagued humanity for 200 years was about to end, an almost unreal tranquility enveloped everyone. Someone slowly crouched down, their trembling hand gently touching a green sprout breaking through the soil, their shoulders beginning to tremble slightly. Then, as if infected, suppressed sobs of survivors rose and fell from the crowd. These cries were not for sorrow, but for this precious ordinariness that had returned to the world. They breathed greedily, gazed intently, and confirmed it. The dark apocalypse was truly over. "Hey, Auntie, I'm fine." Duan sat cross-legged inside the Black Tower, talking on the phone with Minister Duan. When asked where the person was, Duan stammered and lied, He's at the White Tower on the back mountain. He's not injured. I'm in great spirits. I go home as soon as I'm done. He quickly made an excuse to hang up. Beside him were Song Liang, Wang Jiayu, and Tao Haohao. Song Liang sighed, pointing to the 3 boxes behind him. We couldn't have kept it a secret that we smuggle people into the Black Tower, could we? The White Tower had done a great job this time. Once they have the time, the base will definitely conduct a thorough search of both towers. Humanity is terrified of the dark matter. To prevent a resurgence of disaster, only the complete eradication of the dark matter can bring peace of mind. Therefore, Song Liang doesn't think they can protect Ling. Duanqi shrugged. It was Yun Zhao's order. It's alright, she negotiate with the base. The other box seems to be a hibernation pod, containing Yun Zhao's uncles. Since she wants to protect Ling and her uncles, she should have a way to resolve this. Wang Jiayu chuckled, finally producing the badge Yun Zhao had given her. Old Song, don't worry. Sister Yun Zhao said that as long as we use the badge to close the Black Tower, no one else can get in to search it. Let's go out and see the sun. Tao Haohao rubbed his stomach. I'm starving. How about some barbecue later? Wang Jiayu wholeheartedly agreed. Great. Sister Yun Zhao loves meat. Let's go buy some meat, then we meet up with everyone. The dark matter couldn't be completely purified in a short time. The White Tower, however, required a constant infusion of spiritual energy to maintain its operation, and Dawn Base alone was barely able to support it. Therefore, after satellite communications returned to normal, Minister Duan immediately notified the other 3 bases, requesting guide support. Dawn, Hope, and Sunrise bases responded quickly. Guides were urgently dispatched to Dawn Base. The disaster was over, but Minister Duan remained busy. Upon learning that Duanqi was alright, she threw herself back into her work, handling the aftermath in various locations. The people in the air raid shelters returned to their homes. In less than a day, the base was bustling with activity again, teeming with life. The old mayor led the townspeople back to Dongshan Street. The search team sent to the front lines had returned. All the sentries were there, excitedly chattering around Xiang. Can sloths really teleport? Why would I lie to you? I was right next to Xiangzi. I saw it clearly. The front lines were too chaotic. They were surrounded by mutants, their lives hanging by a thread, and the sloth saved them. But unfortunately many people didn't see it. The sloth teleported right onto the mutant's face, and swung its claw at him. It was incredibly fast. Thanks to it, otherwise we wouldn't be alive. Xiang felt a little embarrassed by their comments. Actually, he hadn't been much of a help. Luckily, the light from the White Tower arrived in time, otherwise he would have been dead on the front lines too. The group was chatting animatedly when they saw the mayor arrive, so they quickly stopped talking and went to help carry their luggage. And Zhao pulled her aside and asked again, "Where's Zhao Zhao? Still no news of her?" Xiang scratched his head. "She's back. She is sleeping upstairs. Brother Xie is home too." Zhao Yin had originally wanted to go upstairs to check, but upon hearing that Xie too was there, she hesitated and stopped. "Never mind, I go another day. As long as Zhao Zhao is alright." Upstairs, Yun Zhao slept for 2 days and 2 nights. When she woke up, she found herself lying on her familiar, soft princess bed. The little bluebird and the fire phoenix were resting on the pillow beside her. Noticing she was awake, the little bluebird opened its eyes, glanced at her, and then closed them again with relief. Yun Zhao reached out and touched it, then threw back the covers and got out of bed. The living room curtains were drawn, making the room somewhat dim. Xie too didn't want to disturb her, so he slept on the sofa outside. Hearing footsteps, he groggily opened his eyes. "Awake? Hungry?" Yun Zhao nodded gently, and went over to lie down next to him. The sofa was narrow, not big enough for 2 people. She simply lay down on top of Xie Tu, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Hungry? I haven't had meat for days. They figured you wake up today. Tao Haohao just messaged me saying we're having barbecue tonight." Xie Tu supported her waist and chuckled softly. "They were planning to have it the day before yesterday, but you didn't wake up, and they were really craving it." Yun Zhao's eyes lit up instantly. "Barbecue is good." Xie Tu patted her affectionately. "Then get up and get ready quickly." They notified Jiang Mu, Fu Ho, Xia Mingang, Bai Yu, and Wei Su. Yun Zhao climbed off him. Only then did she notice a thick design blueprint on the coffee table. "What's this?" Yun Zhao picked up the blueprint and asked. Xie Tu raised an eyebrow. "Carrie gave it to me, the blueprints for the spaceship." "Yun Zhao, you can really build a spaceship?" Xie Tu's tone was helpless. "I'm just looking at it first." When we have the meeting, I invite experts from the 4 major bases to discuss it. Now that they knew of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, Blue Star definitely needed to prepare in advance. With the blueprints, building a spaceship was only a matter of time. Yuan Zhao, however, had complete confidence in him. Little Bluebird has complete faith in you, so don't let it down. Xie Tu, I try my best. Ah, it's already 5 o'clock. Hurry up, let's go get some barbecue. Yuan Zhao pulled him up from the sofa and pushed him into the bathroom. The two squeezed together in front of the mirror to brush their teeth. Yuan Zhao stammered, when will the post-disaster planning meeting for the 4 major bases be held? I promised Commander Zhong I'd be back from Nanjing. When the town is redeveloped, can we still call that place Nanjing? Xie Tu stared at her intently. Okay. The two finished packing and left hand in hand. The townspeople greeted them happily. After asking around and learning everyone was alright, Yuan Zhao responded cheerfully. With the disaster over, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Once the spaceship is built, we can take Kree, Qi Ling, and the uncles to find our parents, and completely remove the dark matter from Blue Star. Yuan Zhao chattered to Xie Tu about her plans. Then we open interstellar trade, and this place will be as prosperous as it was 200 years ago. Her voice held a long-lost lightness. Xie Tu listened quietly, his gaze fixed on her. Him was in her future, that was enough. As the two left the base, dusk was just beginning to fall. A pale orange-pink, like rouge dissolved in warm water, slowly spread from the edges of the clouds, replacing the deep black that had long shrouded the sky. Xie Tu tightened his grip on her hand, deliberately slowing his pace. Okay, he said, gazing at the deepening sunset on the horizon, his voice steady and firm, I stay with you. Year after year, we will never betray each other. Sunset glow and evening breeze, morning after morning, evening after evening.